Chapter 201. No matter how worried Yu Shifeng was, it was indeed Li Ming's personal behavior. Back on the 42nd floor, Yu Shifeng gave one fish to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong refused, saying, "If it weren't for you to identify the location by sound, we wouldn't have caught this fish." Yu Shifeng insisted, and Zhao Chong didn't refuse again. Each of the two families took one home. As neighbors, they still have to do the face-saving work. Yu Shifeng felt that he and Liang Shuyu had learned this thing. It wasn't possible before. Wei Youqi's team hadn't returned yet. They went in, and there was only a room full of women and a doctor. The doctor who opened the door knew that there were fish inside, but Yu Shifeng wanted to keep it a secret, so he didn't expose it. Yu Shifeng shook the frame wrapped in clothes. "Guess what this is?" "A basket of gold?" Aunt Xiaoping guessed. "Vulgar." Yu Shifeng waved his hands. He could still swing a basket of gold in his hands. "Cigarettes and alcohol?" Liang Ying, who had just helped the doctor change Liang Shuyu's medicine, said. "Besides gold, cigarettes and alcohol, can't you think of something else?" Qin Baoyi, who had been in the corner and rarely spoke, glanced at Yu Shifeng, who was soaked. They hardly got wet in the rain in the building, so where did Yu Shifeng's clothes get wet? "It can't be fish," Qin Baoyi said tentatively. "Bingo! Guessed it right," Yu Shifeng said happily. "Ah!" Aunt Xiaoping screamed and jumped up from the stove. "Fish! There are fish? Live fish?" Even Liang Ying and teacher Ding Xiaoqin, Ding Lingxiang and others looked over in surprise. "Fish! There are really fish. They haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time." Yu Shifeng threw the frame to Aunt Xiaoping, but she didn't hold it firmly, and the fish jumped out of the frame, alive and kicking. It even tried to escape. It was really a fish. Everyone was stunned. Having fish meant that they could find a way to survive in this building. Great, of course. What made them even happier was that they had fish soup tonight. They hadn't had a meal of fresh meat for a long time, so this was too good. "I make you fish head soup tonight. And grill some fish? Let's make fish soup, otherwise there won't be enough for so many people," someone said. "Okay, fish soup. I make it now. I help too," Teacher Ding said. Everyone smiled happily because of this little fish. "It's a pity to have fish but no tofu. We had a lot of pickled cabbage before, but it fell into the water. Otherwise, we could make a pickled fish now. Don't we have canned vegetables? Why don't we open one and put it in there?" Sure. It's so hard to have a meat dish. No need to be so frugal." They opened a can of vegetables to make fish. There was no ginger, onion, garlic, or even dried chili peppers at home, so it was difficult to remove the fishy smell from the fish. Luckily, there were 13 spices. Aunt Xiaoping always found a way to cook a pot of delicious fish for everyone. There was no shortage of water at home. Yu Shifeng and his friends went downstairs just now and brought up 2 buckets. Soon, the house was filled with the smell of fish. It was completely different from the feeling of disgust when they smelled the smell before. Everyone felt that even the smell of fish was fragrant. The fish was cooked quickly, and a pot of dry rice was also cooked. Wei Youqi and his friends were busy outside. When they came back with a batch of things, they happened to catch the freshly cooked fish soup. "There is fish soup?" Liang Wenjing's eyes lit up. "Did you really get the fish?" "I went to the bottom to catch it. The water rushed in and brought the fish in. It doesn't seem to be very difficult at the moment. But there are few people catching fish now. If everyone goes to catch fish, it may not be so easy." Yu Shifeng analyzed. "There is fish. Ah! I hate eating fish the most," someone said. "That's great, one less person." Lu Xiaopeng laughed. "No! I have to at least drink a mouthful of soup." Everyone laughed. Then, Wei Youqi and his friends of course stayed to drink the fish soup and eat the fish meat before going out. Everyone took bottles and jars to fill the fish soup. Cups, teacups, and even tea cans. Anyway, if there are no bowls, use whatever you can. In fact, they didn't have chopsticks. They used the clips for teacups found on the coffee table. There weren't that many clips, but Lu Xiaopeng directly broke off the antenna of the router to use as chopsticks. So it was quite funny that everyone was eating fish soup with strange bowls and chopsticks. "Here, you eat this piece of fish." Teacher Ding gave the fish from her bowl to Chenrui. There was only one child in the family, and she gave almost all her love to Chenrui. Chenrui quickly declined. "No, Mom, you eat it. Everyone has a share." Teacher Ding looked at his little head. "You are still growing. Eat more protein. Be careful not to grow tall in the future." Chenrui still refused. "I told everyone to have some, Mom. You can eat it yourself." Teacher Ding had no choice but to give up. A fish is not big. It's good enough to cook a pot of soup for everyone to eat a bowl. As for the fish meat, almost no one can get a small piece. 21 people eat a fish. Here, Lao Chen got his own bowl of fish soup and a piece of fish meat. He looked at Chen Baoyi, who was obviously much thinner next to him, thought about it, and gave the fish meat to Chen Baoyi. Chen Baoyi looked up at him. Lao Chen said, "I haven't eaten it yet." Chen Baoyi's face didn't look good, but fortunately, she didn't say anything. Although she didn't eat the fish meat immediately, she seemed to accept it. Lao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. These days, Lao Chen saw the way adults and children in other families get along with each other, and then he realized that it was him who didn't know how to get along with children for so many years. Although Chen Baoyi was not his biological child, he couldn't understand that no matter how wrong it was not Chen Baoyi's fault. Chen Baoyi is innocent. Alas. Old Chen sighed. Maybe some things, once hurt, can never be restored. He still hid in the corner, drinking soup silently. Everyone ate the soup and left half a bowl to soak the rice. It was so delicious. At the end of the meal, everyone was almost done. Aunt Xiaoping took out half a bowl of fish soup and handed it to Liang Ying. "See if you can drink it. I have checked it, and there are no bones." Liang Ying looked at the bowl of soup and said, "Okay." The doctor said that Liang Shuyu should wake up in the next 2 days. He should be too tired to sleep, not coma. So giving him fish soup may help his injuries. Liang Ying took the bowl and fed Liang Shuyu a little bit of fish soup. He actually drank it. Aunt Xiaoping breathed a sigh of relief. "Look, it's okay. The doctor said he was just too tired and fell asleep, not in a coma. He is recovering now." "Yeah." Liang Ying nodded. Chapter 202. Did Shuyu's eyelashes move? Auntie Xiaoping, who was watching Liang Ying feeding Liang Shuyu fish soup, suddenly exclaimed. Liang Ying looked over quickly. "Is there no movement? Could it be that Xiaoping saw it wrong just now?" Liang Ying looked again. "Shuyu?" Shuyu's eyes really moved. Could it be that Shuyu was about to wake up? Liang Ying's excited voice attracted the attention of the other people in the room. Everyone looked over. Wei Youqi, Lu Xiaopeng, Yu Shifeng and others came over and surrounded Liang Shuyu. Liang Wenjing called out softly twice. It seemed that there was no response. It was as if what he saw just now was an illusion. The doctor checked Liang Shuyu's pulse, and found that his pulse was faster than before. This is indeed a sign of waking up. "Shuyu, can you hear it?" Liang Ying, who was not very sad at first, became sad when she saw Liang Shuyu was about to wake up. Maybe everyone has experienced too much pain, whether it is the death of Fatty Wei or the tragic death of Chen Ji. Although they did not grieve too much, it was still a big blow to this group of people. Teacher Ding lost her beloved son tragically. At this moment, Liang Shuyu, who was seriously injured, seemed to have signs of waking up, and she also shed tears with emotion, praying silently in her heart that Liang Shuyu can wake up. They are a group, and at this moment, they really condensed the power of the group. Everyone prayed silently in their hearts for the same thing. Suddenly, Liang Shuyu's eyelashes trembled again, and his fingers flicked slightly. "Ah!" Everyone exclaimed softly. "Hold your breath." Afraid of disturbing this moment, a full 20 pairs of eyes stared at Liang Shuyu. After a while, Liang Shuyu seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly blinked a few times, and just as everyone expected, he woke up. Liang Shuyu's consciousness gradually became clear, and he slowly opened his eyes, and saw a worried face. His vision went from blurry to clear, and his consciousness went from chaotic to clear. Gradually, Liang Shuyu found the perception of his body, and his brain woke up from the chaotic infinite dream. He saw his relatives, friends, and team. Liang Shuyu wanted to speak, but he was too weak, and his throat was too weak to make a sound. He could only squeeze out a faint smile, wanting them not to worry too much. Liang Ying, including Liang Wenjing, several people shed tears directly. You know how terrible the injuries on Liang Shuyu's body were when they first received him. It can be described as horrible. At that time, Liang Shuyu was directly unconscious. Liang Ying analyzed very calmly in his heart, and felt that Liang Shuyu might not survive. Just like Fatty Wei also suffered abdominal injuries. Although Liang Shuyu went to ask for a doctor, the distance was too far. When Liang Shuyu reached the doctor's residence, Fatty Wei had already passed away. So Liang Ying was particularly afraid that Liang Shuyu would also die. That's why she lost her mind and almost lost her judgment. Fortunately, Wei Youqi and Lu Feng helped to support her. They were able to successfully reach the science and technology building from the water. Then, they were lucky to meet Dr. Li Ming, who not only helped Liang Shuyu sew the wound, but also instructed him on medication and gave him a blood transfusion. After all these tests, Liang Shuyu still fell into a coma. Liang Ying was afraid that he would not wake up. Fortunately, he woke up. Big brother, you finally woke up. Dia cried loudly, not daring to lie on Big brother's body, afraid of touching his wound. She only dared to touch the edge of the sofa, as if touching the sofa would pass on her power to Big brother. We are so worried about you. Dia cried. Liang Shuyu smiled again, his eyes swept over the worried people. He could not tell them his relief in words. He could only smile and comfort them. Liang Shuyu was still worried about the safety of all of them in his coma. Worried that no one would take charge of the overall situation, and they would lose their morale. He had been struggling in the nightmare of killing, and even dreamed that everyone was dead. Fortunately, it was just a dream. And it seemed that they had arrived at their new residence, a safe place, and everyone was doing well. Very good. Dong dong dong, at this moment. There was a knock on the door. The only people who could knock on their door were Dr. Li Ming and his family next door. Just right. Let him come and see Liang Shuyu's injuries. Liang Ying and the others hurried to open the door, and when they opened it, it was indeed Dr. Li Ming. He was holding a luncheon meat in his hand. This is for you. I just went to the doctor's office and got it. Li Ming smiled and said. Liang Ying didn't care about the luncheon meat at all, and hurriedly pulled Li Ming in. Shuyu is awake, doctor. Please come and see. Li Ming's eyes were filled with surprise when he heard it. So soon? Okay, I come and see right away. Li Ming checked Liang Shuyu's condition. Liang Shuyu only woke up for a while, and fell asleep again. Li Ming said, he has recovered well, just pay attention to changing the dressing and keeping warm. He is so lucky that he can survive with such an injury. His willpower is also very strong. Hearing Li Ming's affirmation, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Shuyu is still the only one in their team who was seriously injured and rescued. How can they not be excited? He has a strong willpower and good luck. Li Ming wanted to keep the luncheon meat, but everyone refused to take it, but he insisted, so everyone took it. Li Ming talked with the doctor for a while, and saw that everyone was still eating, so he stopped disturbing them. After Li Ming left, Liang Ying tucked in the quilt for Liang Shuyu, who had fallen asleep again, and then heard the doctor say, I agree with Li Ming's idea. Many people need doctors now. My father and I both have medical skills. Why don't we practice medicine? We should be able to exchange a lot of supplies. Has everyone thought of this idea? But the risk of doing so is very high. Use your phone said. I understand your idea, but you will be at great risk. We can't fully guarantee your safety. If you encounter a group that cannot provide exchange supplies, and insists on you to treat them, conflicts will arise. And they are a whole team. If the doctor and his son are asked to risk practicing medicine for everyone's supplies, it will be very unfair to them. The doctor said, I just talked to Dr. Li, there are definitely risks. How can there be no risks in doing things? In the past, in Shilin City, we were old and weak, and we still practice medicine. Now, I have so many strong backers like you. Am I still afraid of risks? Uncle Chen also stood up and said, yes, we are in danger now. Everyone has their own strengths. Some are good at martial arts. Some are good at medicine. We can't let you rush to the front every time, and we hide behind. The cohesion of the team is growing wildly among them. Uncle Chen obviously thought of the efforts of Liang Wenjing, Yu Shifeng and others in several dangerous situations, including this tsunami. If everyone hadn't united and contributed their own efforts, how could they have survived? Therefore, there is no reason to be greedy for life and afraid of death while carrying medical skills. Chapter 203. Okay. Lu Feng said. We will do our best. Lu Feng's family used to have the greatest strength in materials, but after the tsunami, they had no personal skills, and they seemed to have become a burden instead of a contribution. However, Lu Feng, a social elite who had a successful career, became a burden. It took Lu Feng a while to adjust. Although I can't fight or treat, I still have some ability to read people's expressions. In the future, when you go out to see patients, I will accompany you, and there will always be a place for me to be useful. Lu Feng said. Okay. Yu Shifeng also said, I will be your bodyguard and accompany you to ensure your safety. Wei Youqi said, okay, then let's take this opportunity to assign our respective tasks. Okay. The environment has changed, and the tasks have been redistributed. Everyone should keep their own positions and responsibilities and work together. Let me make it clear first, I will be outside, and I will not work in the logistics department or take care of materials. Liang Wenjing tilted her head and said. Yumin smiled and said, if you don't tell me, no one will let you manage the supplies. Liang Wenjing snorted, it's Liang Shuyu's fault. He never lets me go out and insists that I stay at home. Well, now he can't manage things. Wei Yoshi, you have to think about it. If I'm not satisfied with the distribution, I will turn against you. Wei Yoshi was helpless. When did I become the one to distribute? But he found that it seemed that he had been arranging things since Liang Shuyu got into trouble. Wow. Wei Yoshi felt a little weird. He never thought he had leadership ability, but now he found that he was really capable. In this way, everyone happily redistributed their positions and tasks. In the future, Yu Shifeng and Lu Feng will be responsible for accompanying the doctor on the outings, and sometimes Chen Bo may also accompany him on the outings. If they encounter a difficult situation, Wei Yoshi, Yu Min, Liang Wenjing and others can also be ready to go. Then the rest, such as Luo Wei, Zhou Bai, Luo Junqian, who are not strong in combat, will work with Wei Yoshi to collect supplies on each floor. But this is also short-lived. When all the supplies are collected and can no longer be collected, they will see if there is anything else to do. Well, the task of catching fish will also be handed over to Wei Yoshi in the future. At home, it is still led by Liang Ying and Xiuping, Teacher Ding and others. It is really difficult to assign tasks to the rest, such as Chen Baoyi, Deng Xiaoqin, Deng Lingxiang, Du Yao, Chen Rui, etc. They can't protect themselves when they go out, and there is almost nothing to do at home. Then it can only be put aside for the time being. They didn't go out in the afternoon after eating fish soup, because they considered that they would be outside most of the time in the future, so they had to strengthen the protection of the house. They brought back a lot of wood, even bookshelves embedded in the wall. They had no shortage of screwdrivers and tools, so they planned to make a door-blocking tool. It prevented the people at home from encountering accidents and also helped to protect themselves. Lao Chen was quite good at this. Several men studied the door frame and designed a small plan. They finished it that day and could completely block the big wooden door. Even if there were strong men outside who smashed the door, they might not be able to open it. They were busy until the evening, and it was still dark outside. The rain seemed to have lessened, but the wind was still strong. There were still huge waves on the sea level. It was said that the water level had submerged the 19th floor, and the people on the 20th floor were gradually moving away. The slightly better studios between the 20th and 40th floors were occupied. And above the 40th floor, except for a few floors that were decorated, they were all rough houses. There were not even floor tiles, and such places were difficult to live in. Therefore, Liang Shuyu's floor was quite safe, and there were relatively few people coming and going. Everyone slept soundly at night. In the morning, the sky seemed to become a little brighter, and the rain was a little lighter. Although the waves were still so big, and only the tops of the buildings could be seen on the sea level, it showed that the tsunami might be gradually weakening. So far, only the houses above the 20th floor have been left. Those ordinary buildings, even the exquisite villas, have long been sunk into the rolling ocean and become underwater skeletons. Wei Yoshi and his friends got up very early, drank some hot Ganoderma lucidum water casually, and went out together with 5 or 6 people. In order to survive, they have to work outside every day. This point should be a spot where fish appear more frequently. From another perspective, the earlier they get up, the more fish they can catch. Everyone carried a bucket and came to the 19th floor, which was half flooded after a night. The stairwell was dark and silent, and most people were still asleep. Except for a few painful groans, the house was very quiet. There were few children crying. Unlike when I was in a residential building, I would hear disturbing dog barking, cat meowing, or children crying in the early morning. Now there are very few such sounds. Because it is not easy for these 3 types of creatures to survive. Wei Yoshi thought they came early, but it turned out that someone on the 19th floor was already fishing. We will go down to fish, you wait up there. Wei Yoshi and Luo Junqian took the net bucket and went down. It was useless to lift up their trouser legs because the water level was already at the waist, so their clothes would definitely get wet. Although Lu Xiaopeng wanted to go down, he was fat and not flexible. Be careful, it's dark inside. Lu Xiaopeng and Liang Wenjing and others were waiting for them on the shore. Wei Yoshi and the other person went into the water. He had learned from Yu Shifeng himself and mastered the skill of listening to the sound and determining the position. However, he was probably too confident. He watched the people who came down after them catch a fish, but they didn't even see the shadow, and they felt dizzy. Fortunately, after 2 hours of hard work, God paid off, and they also caught 2 fish. They went home around noon. Yu Shifeng and his team also went out early. Yu Shifeng, the doctor, Chen Bo, and Lu Feng came to the 20th floor. Compared with yesterday, there are at least half fewer people here. When they came here, They saw Li Ming and his brother-in-law suturing a stranger's wound. The doctor hurried forward to learn. When Li Ming saw that it was him, he did not hide anything. He explained to him while sewing. The doctor studied very attentively and used his internal medicine experience to help the patient diagnose other conditions. Jin Bo also used his many years of traditional Chinese medicine skills to diagnose the patient and help Li Ming treat better. The injured was a young and strong woman, and a woman abandoned by her family. Even she herself had given up, but she didn't expect to get help from 3 doctors. She never thought that in such an environment, someone would be willing to lend a hand for free. Thank you. But I don't have any family anymore. What's the point of surviving? In fact, she still has family in this building, but she was too seriously injured, and there was no point in treating her, so she was abandoned, hee. Chapter 204. Your injury is not serious, but it looks serious. You can recover after a good treatment, Li Ming said. The woman smiled at him. There are very few people like you. Why? Why do you want to save people when you don't get any reward? If you want to save someone, save them, Li Ming said. Do what you want to do. Don't ask so many questions. Too idealistic. The woman shook her head in disagreement. Her wound had been sutured and bandaged. Although no medicine was applied, the bleeding had improved. However, she didn't care at all, as if she didn't plan to find medicine for herself. Maybe she had given up on herself. The reason why she was still talking now was entirely because of these 3 doctors, who came to save her inexplicably. 2 idealistic people are only suitable for living in peacetime. Now, it's no longer a peaceful time. Li Ming smiled, and his slender fingers gently helped her bandage another layer of wound, without arguing with her about this topic. Try to get some medicine, he will get better. Li Ming stood up. At this time, their identity as doctors had already attracted the attention of others. There were many injured people on the floor. As soon as they stood up, someone came to ask him to go over and treat them. Paid. The patient's limbs were swollen. This was the doctor and Chen Bo's field, not Li Ming's specialty. They came to the patient's place, and Yu Shifeng and Lu Feng followed. The doctor and Chen Bo diagnosed the patient together, and like Li Ming, they explained to Li Ming while diagnosing. The difference between internal medicine and surgical suture is that internal medicine requires too much knowledge support. Although Li Ming was confused, especially when it involved a lot of traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis, and the doctor's industry was like a mountain across disciplines, he still listened very seriously. The patients were given medicines based on what they had, and they agreed to see them again in 3 days. Uncle Chen and his friends received 3 bags of biscuits from the other party. Almost all those who survived to get here had abandoned a lot of supplies, so 3 bags of biscuits were very precious. Of course, the 3 people accepted them. Behind the ears, the doctor and Li Ming helped each other and passed on their medical knowledge to each other. The doctor also tried to suture the wound again. Last time, he did not so well for Ding Xiaoqin, so he crossed the river by feeling the stones. Afterwards, the doctor helped Ding Xiaoqin to see him again and secretly told him some mistakes. If his skills were better at that time, Ding Xiaoqin's foot might have recovered faster. Unfortunately, his suturing skills were too poor, and even caused Ding Xiaoqin a second injury. Her foot might be able to use a cane in the future. The doctor also felt very lucky. Fortunately, he met Li Ming, otherwise Liang Shuyu's injury would not be saved with his ability. They have been treating people all the way, and gradually many people know that there are 3 doctors here who are treating people for free, an old Chinese doctor, an internal medicine doctor, and a surgeon, almost covering most of the subjects involved in daily diseases, so the 3 of them became popular all of a sudden. Most of the time, they can't collect consultation fees, but some wealthy groups give a lot of things. Gradually, as their popularity expands, the doctor's suture techniques are becoming more and more proficient, and they can already handle some less fatal wounds on their own. Over there, after Wei Youqi and Liang Wenjing and others caught the fish and brought them home, Aunt Xiaoping cleaned the 2 fish and packed them with salt. Because they are not sure whether fish can be caught often, they naturally have to find a way to keep some food for backup. Wei Youqi and the others continued to go out to collect other supplies. Is this a warehouse? Liang Wenjing looked very capable with her mouth and nose covered with cloth. She kicked the locked door in front of her with a strong kick, and a thick dust flew out from inside. Wow, it's too archaeological. How long has it been abandoned? They were in a restaurant that had been abandoned for a long time. It looked like an employee restaurant, but it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. It took a lot of effort to pry the door open just now. There won't be rats, Lu Xiaoping said. Where? Rats. Ah! Lu Xiaopeng was so scared that he almost jumped on Wei Youqi. Ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed triumphantly, while turning the garbage on the ground with the iron hook in her hand. This looks like a warehouse, but there is nothing inside, only a pile of messy garbage. They originally came in with the purpose of dismantling the wooden floor if there was one, but there was nothing here. There were a few deflated balloons in a pile of garbage, which looked like the ones left over from the annual party, and they were piled up in the corner. This lantern is pretty nice. Do you want to take it home to decorate our home? Come on, big sister. Lu Xiaopeng said contemptuously. Do you really think we are garbage collectors? We pick up everything. I think the only thing worth a penny in this room is the wooden door you just kicked to pieces. Nothing else is useful. Liang Wenjing pouted and acted like a spoiled child to Yumin. Minmin, don't you think this is pretty? You can hang it on the wall. It's so colorful and interesting. Yumin glanced at the gray and dull-colored lanterns. Take them if you like them. Yeah. Liang Wenjing made a victory gesture, a little. At the same time, she stuck out her tongue at Lu Xiaopeng. She happily picked up her colored lanterns. Wei Youqi was very dedicated to looking through the garbage to see if there was anything worth taking away. Suddenly, he found a few unopened cardboard boxes among a pile of discarded rotten cardboard and various wastes. After he peeled off the various plastic garbage covering them, he revealed the words on the cardboard boxes that were almost covered by dust and invisible. Wafer biscuits. Biscuits! Wei Youqi quickly dragged the box out and opened it with a knife to check. Liang Wenjing exclaimed, Look! Looking through the garbage is really useful, we found supplies. When he opened it, there was really a whole box of wafer biscuits inside. But I checked the production date with a lighter, and it has been expired for 3 years. Can you still eat expired ones? If I'm starving, I'm willing to eat them. Lu Xiaopeng said silently. Me too. Liang Wenjing agreed, walked over to open a package, took out a piece of wafer biscuit, and found that except for the biscuit being dried and thin, there was no mold or anything else on the surface. At least the appearance looks okay. Who wants to try it? No one wants to try it. What if you get sick from eating it? What if the gain is not worth the loss? Lu Xiaopeng firmly refused. Why don't you take it home first? Maybe Aunt Xiaoping has some special way to process it for him. That makes sense. Liang Wenjing nodded, and then stuffed the wafer into Lu Xiaopeng's mouth. Lu Xiaopeng, shock. Chapter 205. Wow, murder! Lu Xiaopeng quickly spat out the biscuits. How could he dare to eat something that had expired for 3 years? Liang Wenjing laughed there. Lu Xiaopeng was speechless with resentment. It seemed that no one could subdue Liang Wenjing without Liang Chuyu. I hope Liang Chuyu will get better soon and put this female devil away. They dragged out 5 boxes of expired wafer biscuits hidden under various garbage piles and discarded plastic tables and chairs. In addition to these boxes of wafer biscuits, they also picked up the rotten cardboard that could be used at the scene. After all, this thing can also be burned. Door, don't forget to remove the door. Lu Xiaopeng, Zhou Bai and others panted to remove the door. I feel like a hungry robber who doesn't care what he eats. Others go to rob valuable things, but we are here to remove people's doors and floors. It's so useless. Lu Xiaopeng sighed with resentment. Zhou Bai smiled and said, It's good to have a door, but I'm afraid that there will be no door to be removed. Yes, many doors in the office are aluminum alloy or glass doors, and wooden doors are rare. Like yesterday, they went to an old office with 2 toilets. Although the office has been old and abandoned for a long time, and it looks like the company has collapsed for many years, the wooden door of the toilet is dirty and old, and Wei Youqi is so crazy that he wants them to remove it. In the end, there is no choice. The toilet door must be removed as well, so today's door is still good. It's just a little dusty. Not only does it have to remove the door, but the door frame can't fall down. After all, this thing can only be removed once. If they don't remove it today, someone else will come to remove it when there is no fuel to cook in the future. Okay, done, let's go. Carrying the door and door frame and 5 boxes of expired wafer biscuits, the group walked out of the dark office area in a high-profile manner, going left and right, and went back to the fire escape where they were. The design of this building is very complicated, and you will go in the wrong direction if you are not careful. So you must learn to remember the way. Some areas are even difficult for unfamiliar people to find, because entering different fire escapes, going to completely different office areas on the same floor. They went up and went back home from the large flat on the 45th floor. The 45th floor is not decorated, so there are not many people here, which is safer. The next flat is the 35th floor, but now it has been occupied and allocated by many people. If you carry so many things through there, you will definitely be spotted. Even if you are not spotted, others will find that they are dismantling wooden doors, which will create competitors for themselves. When they went down the 45th floor and arrived at the 43rd floor, they once again encountered an ungrateful guy. After all, 5 boxes of wafer biscuits are still quite attractive. The 43rd floor is a semi-open studio, and downstairs is a huge public hall. Some people who have not found a suitable place to live in this hall. When these people saw Liang Wenjing and others carrying a few boxes down, they knew they were supplies, and their eyes lit up on the spot. The few strangers who had just become familiar with each other hurriedly chased up and surrounded Wei Youqi and others. "Brother, where did you find this thing? It looks good." There are quite a few people on Wei Youqi's side. In addition to the 2 girls, there are Lu Xiaopeng, Luo Junxian, Luo Wei, and Zhou Bai, a total of 7 people. But there were quite a few people on the other side, probably several families, gathered together, men and women, about a dozen people. Although now the emphasis is on numbers. But the quality also matters, right? Wei Youqi looked at these people with ill intentions coldly. "One piece of advice, don't provoke us. First raise the momentum." As soon as the words came out, the other side's group all showed ferocious expressions, and Liang Wenjing and others were naturally unwilling to be outdone. The 2 sides confronted each other, and the undercurrent was surging, ready to go. Liang Wenjing and others even put down the things in their hands, and touched the weapons on their waists. Everyone made a fighting posture. But it happened that the group of people they met were not easy to provoke. They all had blood on their hands, and these people escaped from the tsunami, and all the materials they depended on for survival were buried in the sea. It was the end of the road. The leading man was ruthless. For the sake of family and survival, he could only blame these half-grown children. The man suddenly pulled out a knife. "Little friend, we are not trying to get something for nothing. As long as you are willing to leave 3 boxes, and let my family get through the difficulties temporarily, we can be friends in the future. If you have any difficulties, just come to me. But you have to think clearly. Once you start, I will not show mercy because you are minors." Wei Youqi was not afraid of the stage. He looked at him and said, "How can you be sure that it is you who wants to show mercy, not me?" There was a safe distance of about 3 meters between Wei Youqi and the man. Wei Youqi knew without thinking that as long as the man dared to rush over, the knives of Yu Min and Liang Wenjing will appear on his head. He has seen Yu Min and Liang Wenjing's skills too many times. He. The man sneered. Seeing that Wei Youqi and the others had no intention of surrendering, he could only be ruthless. In the current environment, how can you survive without being ruthless? The man exchanged glances with the person next to him, and then rushed towards Wei Youqi and others together with several other family members who were more mature. At this moment, it was just as Wei Youqi expected. 4 knives flew out from his side at the same time, and 4 knives appeared accurately on the heads of the 4 men who rushed over at the same time. And the remaining one was kicked away by Wei Youqi, and then he grabbed the weapon in his hand with one hand. The weapon fell to the ground with a clang, and Wei Youqi quickly and fiercely slashed his neck with a knife. Wow! All the remaining family members of the other party were in an uproar. Ah! There was a scream, which was the scream of their family members, who could not accept the instant death of their loved ones. Several women rushed out and hugged the fallen body. The screams and cries of children were heard at the scene. The remaining people who wanted to rob Wei Youqi and others no longer had the courage to rush out. Wei Youqi stood coldly in the pool of blood. He said with a cruel expression, "They paid the price for their impulsiveness. They deserve it. Ah! Give me back my husband's life." "You?" A woman stood up angrily and painfully, and wanted to rush towards Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi kicked her away instead of taking her life. "If you want to keep pestering me, I don't mind letting." Before Wei Youqi finished speaking, 2 more women suddenly rushed towards him. In fact, Wei Youqi had considered this issue before he was about to take action. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the grass by the roots, it will grow again in the spring breeze. If they let these people go, what would be the consequences? Just when Wei Youqi was ruthless and wanted to make the next move, a man's strong voice appeared behind them. "Stop! Fighting and killing are prohibited in this building. What are you doing?" Chapter 206. This voice was deep and powerful, and it was familiar to Wei Youqi. He turned around and saw that it was Zhao Zilong, the man they met last time who claimed to be the security chief of this building. Brother Long. Brother Long came down from the upstairs with 7 or 8 sturdy men, his face full of anger and accusations, looking at Wei Youqi and his group. "I told you that no one is allowed to break the rules here. I clearly told you." Wei Youqi thought it was not good, and remembered that Lu Feng said last time that Zhao Zilong was either really true or very fake. But whether it is true or not, if Zhao Zilong sees their murder scene now, this matter may not end well. With their current ability, if they fight against Zhao Zilong and his group, what are their chances of winning? I am afraid there is none. Brother Long, they killed our husbands. You have to avenge us. Before Wei Youqi and the others spoke, the women behind them had already cried and shouted at Brother Long and others. Brother Long stepped over Wei Youqi and his group and went up to check. This group of people obviously knew Brother Long's identity, and Brother Long must have told them to abide by the rules. After seeing clearly, Brother Long looked at Wei Youqi fiercely. Wei Youqi said calmly, "Brother Long, it's not that we don't abide by the rules, it's that they don't abide by the rules first. They wanted to rob the supplies we picked up, so we were forced to take action." Wei Youqi pointed to the corpses on the ground. "Look at the way they lay down, they rushed over first, and we had to resist. Do we have to wait to be killed by them, before we can be considered to be abiding by the rules?" Wei Youqi explained, and the fact that the situation on the scene was indeed like this, and Wei Youqi and his friends were indeed holding 5 boxes of supplies, which meant that they were not lying. However, although Wei Youqi was explaining, he was thinking of a solution quickly in his mind. What if Brother Long's so-called rules did not have any standards, but were based on preferences or some other definition? Then Wei Youqi's explanation would be useless. While Wei Youqi was explaining, the family members were also crying. Humph! After about a few seconds, Brother Long snorted heavily. He suddenly pulled out the big knife from his waist. Wei Youqi thought he was going to take action, and he and Liang Wenjing and others made defensive and fighting postures. However, Brother Long's knife suddenly chopped at the women who were crying on the ground. "I said, everyone must abide by my rules. Not only do you not abide by the rules, but you also complain first. My building cannot accommodate people like you." Wow, wow, wow. As soon as Brother Long made a move, the other tough security guards behind him also made moves. The scene suddenly became bloody, and blood foam splashed. In less than half a minute, there was no longer any crying or shouting in the field. As for the family members of the men who made the first move, none of them were left alive. Not even the children were left. Wei Youqi, Liang Wenjing and others were full of shock in their eyes. They were all shocked by Brother Long's sudden action. After the end, Brother Long and his group came over covered in blood. "You are good, you abide by the rules. But I also want to remind you again that you must abide by the rules in the future. We must unite, not engage in internal fighting, not fight, and live in harmony, so that everyone can survive." This man covered in blood, who had just killed more than 10 people in one breath, said he would not engage in internal strife, but wanted peace, to unite as one. Wei Youqi's head was about to explode. Is this man a lunatic, a pervert, or a psychopath? Yes, Brother Long, you are right. Thinking in his heart, but certainly not saying it out loud, Wei Youqi nodded in agreement with Brother Long's words. What's your name? If something like this happens again, you must stop them. Don't act impulsively like today. Although you are right this time, I hope that next time you can persuade them to mend their ways, and live in unity and harmony. Wei Youqi said, Brother Long, you can just call me Xiao Wei. But some people are jealous of other people's things, so my persuasion may not be useful. What should I do if they insist on taking my life? Brother Long said, catch the leader first, just catch their leader and teach him a little lesson. I live on the 72nd floor, but we have guards on every floor. If you encounter such a thing in the future, go directly to us to solve it. Remember, you must never break the rules. Yes, I understand. I teach you. Wei Youqi nodded obediently. Brother Long was very satisfied. Before leaving, he reminded them that they should never hurt others casually in the future, and should reason with them, and let them know that only unity can bring hope to mankind. Just like that, Brother Long and his companions finally left. Left behind were Wei Youqi and others. Let's go home first, Wei Youqi said. The others looked at each other silently, said nothing, and hurriedly carried their things and walked downstairs. Don't we need to touch it? Lu Xiaopeng said silently, when everyone was about to leave. After all, they were the kind of people who didn't even let go of the toilet door. They had encountered such a good thing, so they just left? Wei Youqi paused. I didn't know what to say. Lu Xiaopeng walked over and first helped Yu Min and Liang Wenjing collect their weapons, and then touched the clothes and pants of several men. The clothes are quite neat, so let's collect them. After all, they often go fishing in the water, and there is no change of clothes at home. It is a bit of a waste not to collect such good supplies. Well, collect them. Although Wei Youqi said that he felt a little disgusted, he still went up to take off the clothes. After all, This thing can really come in handy. Except for the underwear, everything else that was basically intact was taken away. Shoes and socks were not spared. Of course, there were other supplies they carried with them, and they were taken back without leaving any. Although they were stained with some unsightly colors, they would be fine after washing them. It's better to have something than nothing, right? In this way, several people returned home with a full load. And Su Ping thought they had done something and got all red. Wei Yoqi and the others had to briefly tell the story. Everyone in the room was stunned and horrified. Is this person sick? And Xiaoping had goosebumps all over her body and felt a chill on her back. Will we be in danger? Danger is inevitable, no matter where you are. But I'm really not sure what this person means. I don't know if what he said is true or false. Wei Yoqi took a deep breath. Only unity can survive. Can a normal person say such a thing? But at present, there is no way to directly refute Brother Long and his group. They are too powerful, and the 72nd floor was occupied by them. Wei Yoqi can imagine that there must be a lot of supplies on the 72nd floor. But they don't have a share. Chapter 207. The things recovered from those people included several sets of men's clothes, shoes and socks, weapons and knives, as well as some edible small things and medicines. The harvest was not rich, but it was better than nothing. These people were really poor. Then, there were the wooden doors and door frames they brought back, which were neatly stacked in the corner. At a glance, there were more than 20 doors. They looked like a door cellar. There were also wafer biscuits. After opening a pack, Aunt Xiaoping cooked the wafer biscuits and made them into a paste similar to oatmeal. Generally speaking, most bacteria can be removed after high-temperature heating. But this biscuit was expired for 3 years after all, and it certainly had no nutritional value. At most, it can only be used to fill the stomach, so will it upset the stomach? Who wants to try it? Aunt Xiaoping stirred the gray-yellow paste in the iron can. Liang Wenjing came over and took a look. It looks a bit disgusting. She lay back on the sofa and wrote a novel. All my previous manuscripts are lost, damn it. I was thinking that if I get a call one day, I publish it, and it will definitely soar to the sky with over 10,000 first orders, woo-woo. It's evening so soon? Lu Xiaoping said. Liang Wenjing rushed over and kicked him. Damn, he didn't even give me a chance to think about it. Lu Xiaoping dodged quickly, shouting something like murdering her husband. And so on, which made Liang Wenjing want to throw a knife at him. You can just talk nonsense. Wait for my brother to get up and deal with you. God. This damn kid, he was joking with her. He's not awake yet. Lu Xiaoping twisted his body proudly on the spot. It was only because he saw Liang Shuyu offline that he dared to make a joke. Uh-huh. Liang Wenjing rolled up his sleeves and was going to beat him. At this time, Yumin said faintly, it seems he's awake. Lu Xiaoping suddenly froze and turned around to look. Then he found that Liang Shuyu was staring at him with his eyes open and his head tilted in this direction. Lu Xiaoping knelt down at that time. Brother. I just wanted to talk nonsense. Wei Yoqi laughed at the side. Liang Wenjing walked over and grabbed Lu Xiaoping's ear directly. Lu Xiaoping didn't dare to hide anymore and shouted, Sister, dear sister, be gentle, it hurts. Ah! Help! Liang Shuyu, don't you care about your sister? So Lu Xiaoping was beaten badly. The children were making a mess, and the mothers were also very happy to see it. At the beginning, Liang Wenjing was beating up Lu Xiaoping, and then Diao and Shenrui also ran over to join in the fun. Soon, Lu Xiaoping was beaten up by a group of people. Wei Yoqi, old Wei. Don't laugh. Come and help. Someone who was ridden like a horse by Diao asked for help. Wei Yoqi said, you asked for it. Liang Wenjing kicked him again, and then Lu Xiaoping was completely entangled by the two little brats, tickling him and scratching his hair. Don't talk about how miserable he looked. Liang Ying fed Liang Shuyu, who had woken up, some red ginseng soup. Seeing that Liang Shuyu was in good spirits, he was completely relaxed. Seeing that Liang Wenjing was really making a fuss, she said to her, Jingjing, it's enough, what a mess. Liang Wenjing put her hands on her hips and hummed, look how happy he is, I didn't bully him. As she said that, she squatted down and grabbed Lu Xiaoping's ears to force him to look up. Lu Xiaoping could only say, yes, Auntie, I'm very happy. Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed even more wildly. Liang Ying shook her head speechlessly. She helped Liang Shuyu move his hands and feet. Does it hurt? Asked him. Of course it doesn't hurt. He was so pale from the pain. However, Liang Shuyu didn't say, stay down for 2 more days. All the wounds on his body were stitched with stitches. He didn't dare to move at all. If he moved, It would make his scalp numb. What's more, they had too little medicine, the wounds didn't heal very well, and there was inflammation. He still tried not to move as much as possible to avoid the stitches breaking. Yeah. Liang had to use a hot towel to wipe his hands and feet. Liang Wenjing leaned over. Brother, how do you feel? Not bad, Liang Shuyu said. Liang Wenjing shook his arm. Get well soon. Don't you know this building is very complicated? It's fun to search for treasures everywhere every day. Liang Shuyu hissed when she shook him. Liang Ying quickly opened Liang Wenjing's claws. What are you doing? Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue. Liang Shuyu raised his fingers to help her rub the place where she was hit just now, and Liang Wenjing happily rubbed Liang Shuyu's fingers. Look, her brother is still the best. Here, and Xiaoping added a little sugar to the wafer paste. Seeing that no one wanted to try it, she tried a little bit herself. The taste is similar to oatmeal. Nothing special. But it is not clear whether it is harmful to the body. I am afraid I have to find someone with a better stomach to try it. And Xiaoping's stomach is average, so she still dare not try it easily. She thinks she should wait for the doctor to come back and ask before making any plans. Fortunately, the doctors came back from their visit soon, and brought back a lot of small things, although most of them were not edible, but were things like tea leaves that were not very valuable. But as long as they could get these every day, their family's food reserves would gradually increase. The doctor looked at the wafers and said that they could try heating them. Yu Shifeng and the other men, who had good stomachs, decided to try a meal. Children like Du Yao and Chen Rui tried not to eat them, and patients like Liang Shuyu were even more forbidden to eat them. For dinner, Aunt Xiaoping also cut the luncheon meat that Li Ming sent yesterday. 1 piece for each person. Here, eat some meat to recover faster. Zhou Bai directly gave his luncheon meat to Deng Xiaoqin. Deng Xiaoqin said, luncheon meat is not meat. But she did not refuse. Zhou Bai had always been very good to her, especially after she was injured this time. He took care of her in every possible way. She remembered that when she first got married, her parents did not support her, and felt that she married down. And her elder sister Deng Lingxiang was the only one who supported him, saying that Zhou Bai was a good person. Not to mention her colleagues and best friends, some of them even slandered her behind her back. Now the facts have proved that she did not choose the wrong person. Deng Xiaoqin looked at Zhou Bai, smiled sweetly, and snuggled in his arms. The two sat on the sofa in the corner, eating and talking in private. Single dog Wei Youqi turned his head silently. This dog food, he really had enough. Liang Wenjing ran to Liang Shuyu and imitated Zhou Bai to pick up her luncheon meat for him. Here, my dear brother, let you grow up. Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng were even more resentful. Without a girlfriend or a sister, why did he suffer such harm? The two brothers shed tears silently, and had to wrap their small bowls tighter. Looking at the grape paste in the bowl was even more difficult to eat. How can I describe it with just one word? Chapter 208. Perhaps it was because they had adapted to life after the disaster, or because they had escaped from the tsunami, or perhaps it was because this collective life gave everyone great encouragement. The atmosphere of the entire team was much better than before. In the past, I always felt a little depressed, and everyone felt a little timid. But after the loss of supplies and the tsunami, everyone's mentality has changed to a certain extent, and they seem to have become more comfortable. Especially Liang Wenjing. She not only did not secretly worry about Liang Shuyu's injury, but she laughed and played with everyone happily every day, full of energy. Because of this collective life, everyone's relationship with each other has become closer. The family boundaries between groups have become a little weaker. Everyone will try their best to transcend the family, and care about other members of the group. The whole atmosphere is full of joy. But there are exceptions. For example, Luo Junqian, although he has now started to do tasks with Wei Youqi and others, his personality is very cold. He often goes out and comes back without saying a word. But there is one thing, he is very cooperative. Many times, Luo Junqian automatically goes to his post without Wei Youqi saying anything. He is a person who does not need to worry about much. Another is Chen Baoyi, who has almost always been outside the group. It is difficult for her to communicate with anyone in the group. In Chen Baoyi's opinion, no one in this team will like her. She is outside the group and hardly communicates with others. In the corner, Chen Baoyi eats silently. Lao Chen holds a bowl with a piece of luncheon meat in it. He sees that Luo Wei has given his luncheon meat to Luo Junqian, and teacher Ding has also given his luncheon meat to the boy at home. Lao Chen thought about it, and followed suit, and gave the luncheon meat to Chen Baoyi. Chen Baoyi, who was eating, found a piece of luncheon meat in her bowl for no reason, and it was stained with a little bit of wafer paste. She felt a little disgusted and annoyed, and wanted to hold it back, but couldn't. In the end, she picked up the luncheon meat and threw it back into Lao Chen's bowl. I don't want to eat it. Chen Baoyi moved aside. Lao Chen has been a little annoyed recently. Since he accepted his fish meat last time, he seemed to think that she had forgiven him, and sometimes he ran over to talk to her. But she just felt annoyed. The luncheon meat was thrown back, and Lao Chen paused for a moment, and wanted to pick up the luncheon meat for her again. Unexpectedly, Chen Baoyi scolded directly, "Are you sick?" Chen Baoyi's voice was cold, full of impatience and disgust, interrupting Liang Wenjing and Liang Xuyu's whispers, and also interrupting Lu Xiaopeng and Wei Youqi's playful voices. The originally harmonious and entertaining chat and dinner conversation became quiet. There was a moment of silence in the room. After about 2 or 3 seconds, it returned to normal. Chen Baoyi could hardly restrain herself. She finished her porridge in a few mouthfuls, put the bowl heavily on the table, and walked to a window at the corner. This was originally where the coffee machine was placed, with a small independent window. She came here to blow the wind when she felt bored in the middle of the night. Chen Baoyi's departure made Lao Chen feel as if he was abandoned, but people like Yu Shifeng who knew the inside story did not show any expression. Chen Baoyi opened the small window, and the cool wind poured in, blowing in the middle of the crowd. It was chilly. Luo Wei thought about it, and still came over and sat next to Lao Chen. He persuaded, children should take it slowly. She is very rebellious at this age. After saying that, he felt something was wrong. After all, the situation of Lao Chen's family was a bit special. Luo Wei had to say, take it slow. After all, there are still feelings. Luo Wei could probably understand Lao Chen's desire to ease the relationship with Chen Baoyi, but the two of them had been too stiff before, and Lao Chen's previous personality was. Now he has restrained himself and wants to correct himself. But the damage has already existed. Chen Baoyi is an independent individual. How can she easily accept him without holding grudges? Lao Chen nodded. His long hair covered half of his face, revealing only a pair of cloudy eyes and a red nose. His beard covered the other half of his face, and he was dressed in a slovenly manner. To exaggerate a little, he looked like a wild man in the mountains. This look really doesn't give people a good impression. Luo Wei suggested, why don't you trim your hair and beard? At least it will look more comfortable. After the power outage, they almost stopped cutting hair and shaving. Even Yu Shifeng, who used to be neat and tidy, had a beard that was twice as long as his eyelashes. Not to mention the hair, it grew randomly. With a hat, it was impossible to tell whether it was greasy or not. In the field, except for a few young kids, Luo Wei, Lu Feng, and Zhou Bai were slightly neater. Almost no one else was neat and tidy. As soon as Luo Wei said this, Shen Bo said directly, indeed, look at you, you are really too sloppy. And Wenjing girl, I have wanted to say something about your hair for a long time, it is really too ugly. Liang Wenjing, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, you said it was ugly last time, and I didn't protest. Teacher Ding said, Dad, didn't you learn how to cut hair when you were young? How about helping everyone cut their hair? Chen Bo smiled. Hey, you should have asked me a long time ago. Oh! It seems that he has wanted to cut people's hair for a long time. No wonder he has been complaining about Liang Wenjing's ugly hairstyle. Chen Bo looked at Liang Wenjing and smiled. Girl, do you want me to cut you a nice hairstyle? Liang Wenjing, Teacher Ding hurriedly went to find scissors, and Deng Lingxiang handed over a curtain. Please help me cut one too. Deng Lingxiang, a wealthy lady who gets her hair cut twice a month, said that it would be too bad if she didn't get her hair cut. I do one too. I do it too. Everyone cheered. Liang Wenjing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chen Bo asked them to line up one by one and pick up the scissors. Although they were not professional hair scissors, he didn't use hair scissors when he learned this before. It doesn't matter. Although he hasn't cut hair for many years, his skills are still there. The atmosphere became lively again. The deadlock between Chen Baoyi and Lao Chen was broken in an instant. Yu Shifeng quarreled with them, but finally walked to the small window. Chen Baoyi was standing there silently blowing the cold wind. Her image was not very good. They had no place to take a shower or wash their hair, and Chen Baoyi still had long hair, which was greasy and stuck together, and she tied it up in a ponytail. This was an unavoidable embarrassment. Although she was a diligent and clean girl, the reality was that she had to wear disposable underwear for a few more days, so who cared whether to wash her hair or not? Do you want to get a haircut too? Yu Shifeng said. Chen Baoyi didn't look back. The cold wind blew on her dry and red face. Her skin was no longer as smooth as before. Now she looked like a rural child with altitude sickness, and she no longer had the original beauty. So, the saying that women who don't dress up makes sense. Beautiful girls don't dress up, and they become less beautiful. Chapter 209. Chen Baoyi didn't say anything, and Yu Shifeng was a tongue-tied person, so he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Yu Shifeng said again, "Your father." "He's not my father," Chen Baoyi interrupted. "No matter from the perspective of blood relationship or family relationship, he is not." Yu Shifeng couldn't refute it, because it was true. He could understand that Chen Baoyi had a hard time surviving in this team. She had no skills, and couldn't make any contribution to the team. She couldn't even integrate into this group. Like the most inconspicuous decoration in the corner, she didn't even have anyone to talk to here. Ha ha ha. Over there, Liang Wenjing's laughter came. "Too ugly." Ha ha ha. She laughed. Then, Wei Youqi and the others' laughter followed, and then it was Uncle Chen's voice apologizing. "I haven't cut hair for many years. I'm not good at it." It seemed that the first person to have his hair cut was Lao Chen. Uncle Chen cut his hair into a dog-eaten shape with one cut of the scissors, and it even looked like a split fork. Then Lao Chen didn't care. He even asked Uncle Chen to help him trim his beard. Yu Shifeng tilted his head to take a look. Lao Chen's new look was so funny that he couldn't help laughing. "I think you better not cut it. Uncle Chen's technique is too bad," Yu Shifeng said. Chen Baoyi turned around at this time. Her cheeks were slightly cracked and red because of the cold, and her lips were dry and flaky. But her eyes were as clear and dark as before. Yu Shifeng smiled encouragingly. "Make yourself happy. Don't be so depressed. Little girl, there's no need to be so depressed. If you feel bored staying at home, you can go out with us, but you have to cut your long hair and cover your face." Chen Baoyi was silent. Chen Bo was making a fuss again. Chen Bo cut Lao Chen's beard, but it turned out to be too ugly. It was so ugly that even Lao Chen couldn't stand it. He grabbed Chen Bo's scissors and cut it himself. At least it was clean. Others laughed. Everyone was having a lot of fun. Looking at it this way, our Minmin's technique is still the best, ha ha ha. Deng Lingxiang said, "I think I'd better not cut it." Lu Xiaopeng said, "My mother is scared, ha ha ha." And Xiaoping said, "I'd better cut it. This long hair is really annoying. Just give me a flat head. I'm going to boil some hot water tonight to wash my head. I feel like I have lice on my head." Teacher Ding said, "It seems that there is not much water at home. Do you want to fill it up in the afternoon? I forgot to fill it up when I went fishing this morning. Is it enough for today? If not, let's fill it up a few buckets now." "It shouldn't be enough," Zhou Bai said directly. "Then let's go down and fill it up a few buckets, just in time to boil some hot water, so you can take a bath in the evening." He looked at Ding Xiaoqin, because Ding Xiaoqin just told him that she wanted to take a bath. Everyone soaked in the water a few days ago, and their bodies were not very clean. Especially for women, physiological hygiene is too important. If you don't take a bath for 2 or 3 days, you will feel uncomfortable. In such a harsh environment, they have no extra underwear to change into, so physical hygiene becomes even more important. "Okay, let's go get some water now," Wei Youqi said, and went to get a bucket. Zhou Bai also stood up quickly. Yu Shifeng saw that they were all going out, and said to Chen Baoyi, "I go get some water too. Do you want to go out for a walk together?" Chen Baoyi glanced at him, and Yu Shifeng didn't rush to leave, waiting for her reply. After a while, he thought Chen Baoyi would not go, but Chen Baoyi suddenly nodded. "Go," she said. Yu Shifeng smiled and nodded, and went to get a bucket. The men in the room were all ready to go downstairs with buckets to get water, because almost every man had a female family, so naturally they all wanted to take care of their women and let them take a comfortable hot bath, and they all picked up big buckets. Chen Baoyi left the window. At this time, everyone was ready to go downstairs to get water, 2 buckets per person, actually, non-leaking trash cans, so even if there were 2, they couldn't get much water in such a trip. There were still 20 floors to climb. Fetching water is a physical job. Chen Baoyi walked over. At this time, Uncle Chen was helping Aunt Xiaoping cut her hair. Although Uncle Chen failed last time, he seemed to have regained some skills this time, and seemed to have cut it just right. Chen Baoyi went over and picked up a pair of unused scissors next to her. Grabbed her ponytail. With a click, she cut it. Everyone looked at her, but Chen Baoyi didn't look at them. She grabbed the remaining hair and cut it randomly, which was uglier than a dog's bite. However, Uncle Chen didn't dare to joke with Chen Baoyi. "This girl is not easy to mess with. How can she be as easy to talk to as Liang Wenjing?" No one talked to her, and she didn't talk to them either. After the haircut, she went to touch a piece of cloth to cover her face, and also went to get a bucket and stood next to Yu Shifeng, waiting to go out with the others to fetch water. Andy Xiaoping said, "It's good to have a haircut. It will make you look more beautiful and easier to take care of. I feel a lot more relaxed now. Teacher Ding, you should also have a haircut." Teacher Ding's hair was not long to begin with. Seeing Xiaoping suddenly become a tomboy, Teacher Ding shook her head quickly. "I want to look good, no. Xinrui and Diao laughed beside them. Yu Shifeng said, "Let's go, we go out to fetch water first." Then they moved the wooden mechanism they designed on the door, and everyone opened a door and walked out one after another. After they left, Liang Wenjing and Yumin closed the door from the inside. Then the few people went out of the fire door again, and almost all the men went out, a total of 14 people, a mighty army of fetching water, and walked downstairs. Qin Baoyi followed at the end. "It would be best if we could find some big buckets. There are too few things in the house that can hold water. Even if we bring back water, we have nowhere to put it if we don't use it on the same day. It's too troublesome." Wei Youqi, who was walking in front, said. Lu Xiaopang said, "I said that day that we should take down the bathtub on the 27th floor, but you didn't believe me. Now you know it's necessary. Even the bathtub is taken down. Isn't that too crazy?" Wei Youqi complained. Lu Wei said, "I think it's okay. It's very practical." Okay, when they decided to go down, they would take down the bathtub first and move it up together later. However, the premise is that the bathtub must still be there. So, they went down to the 35th floor, which is a large flat, and first passed through the 35th floor, and then took another fire escape to find the bathtub they had seen before to see if it was still there. They were lucky. It hadn't been taken away yet. This bathtub was in the boss's office. There was not only a big bathtub, but also full-body glass. In short, it was decorated quite luxuriously. "Since we are here, forget it." Ding Lingxiang just happened to say that she wanted a big mirror, so Lu Feng decided to take the glass home as well. Chapter 210. It is a bit difficult to dismantle this bathtub, but they often go out, and they have all the tools they need. With a few bangs, they took the bathtub off the ground, and did not forget to find the bathtub plug and take it with them. The big mirror in the bathroom was embedded in the wall. Lu Feng and his team carefully pried it open little by little with a screwdriver, and then scraped it with a knife, and it was basically removed. Should we move the bathtub first, or split into two teams? Let's move the bathtub first. It's too heavy. Okay. 7 or 8 people surrounded the bathtub, and they moved it very vigorously. Then Yu Shifeng couldn't help laughing. "We are so crazy. This word is new." Lu Xiaopang and the others laughed. "Actually, I think we should also remove the plastic pipes. Have you ever thought about what we will burn after the wood is burned? Then we can only burn plastic." "Makes sense. Next time, we should remove the plastic pipes too." "Okay, don't be so crazy. What if shit sprays out?" Suddenly Mr. Lu remembered that not long after the power outage, the toilet on the first floor of his house was broken, and shit and urine sprayed all over the house. Don't remove it. Mr. Luo kindly reminded everyone. Exit the fire escape on the 27th floor, go up, and then pass through the large flat on the 35th floor. After the 20th floor was almost flooded, the 35th floor was the most crowded floor, and many people settled here. Because this is a large office with many desks, people use desks to separate areas, and some people live in them. Those who can live here are either those whose relatives have died, and only 1 or 2 survivors are left. Or they live alone, because there are few people and weak power. Even if they find a suitable independent office, it will be taken away by others. Unlike Yu Shifeng and his team, there are so many people. The saying that more people means more power is too reasonable. Here, it is difficult for lonely people to survive. It is even possible that if you occupy a good position now, if there is no one to guard the house, it will be occupied by others when you come back. Even if there are 2 people, it is too dangerous. It is possible that the person who has been staring at your house will break into the house after you go out. When you come back, you will find that not only the house is gone, but also the people are gone. When Yu Shifeng and his team passed by here, everyone looked over here. Today, Yu Shifeng and his team are seeing patients on this floor, and some of them are acquainted. Can the bathtub be taken back? Then he greeted Yu Shifeng and his team. Yu Shifeng looked back and found that it was the man who had helped to check the pulse in the morning. He nodded and said, "It's too inconvenient to move it back to pack things without a big bucket." The other person smiled, and it was very much like the expression of a neighbor who asked casually when he came home from shopping one day. There was a feeling of nostalgia in it. "This is good, why didn't I think of it?" someone said. Then I seem to have seen a washing machine. Oh, the washing machine can also hold things. Someone stood up quickly, and it seemed that he was going to move the washing machine. Others discussed it. On the 35th floor, most of the people were weak, and the small groups were mostly harmonious. Sometimes they would help each other, because they were weak. Everyone would want to rely on each other to make a living. So this place is surprisingly harmonious. When it comes to moving the washing machine, someone said they would go to help. As for what they were thinking, no one knew, but at least on the surface, they were still harmonious. Dr. Chun. Just as Yu Shifeng and his team were carrying the bathtub and were about to leave the 35th floor, a woman ran out and called the group. My child just had a stomachache again. He has had diarrhea for the past 2 days. Can you help us take a look? The woman was dressed very simply, with only a thin coat. In such cold weather, her whole face and hands were frozen purple and blue. She spoke fluently, but her body movements were very stiff, obviously because of the cold. Yu Shifeng and his team put down the bathtub and moved it aside, and the doctor and Uncle Chen had their hands free. Okay, let's go take a look. The doctor and Uncle Chen looked at each other and walked out of the team. The rest of the people waited where they were, and only Yu Shifeng and Lu Feng followed together. The woman and her family of 3 lived in a small cubicle separated from an office on the 35th floor. Originally, there were 4 people in the family, and there was an older child who also died of diarrhea during the rain. At that time, there was no doctor, and the child died of diarrhea. The death was horrible. Now the young child has such a condition again, and naturally they are very anxious. Unfortunately, they really can't get any medicine and supplies. After the doctor and Uncle Chen diagnosed them, they provided them with some drug guidance, but the woman couldn't even afford the consultation fee, let alone get diarrhea medicine for the child. The child was wearing his mother's thick coat, but his face was pale and blue, and he even had difficulty breathing. Can you think of a way, doctor? We really can't find medicine. We have already lost a child. If he also... Please, doctor, can you help us think of other ways? The doctor could only say, diagnosis is the only thing I can do. I'm really sorry. You can exchange some supplies with others to see if you can get the right medicine. His condition is a bit serious. It's best to use the medicine as soon as possible. The child's mother and father both knelt down to beg him. However, doctors also have their own standards. No matter how much they beg, they can't help them. They diagnose people for free and will meet many people who don't have medicine. Can they help everyone? So the doctor could only shake his head decisively and refuse. Please, help us think of a way. He is also a life. Dr. Chen, do you think my medicine can be used? Just as the woman and her husband knelt down to beg, another woman next to them took out a box of medicine and handed it to the doctor. We don't have children at home, and this medicine has been stored for a long time and has not been used. Can you see if it can be used for his child? The doctor took the medicine and looked at it. Although it was not specifically for diarrhea, it happened to match some symptoms and at least alleviated the child's condition. Although his condition was so serious that it was almost impossible to treat it, as a doctor, if there was a 1% chance, he would help them try. It can be used, the doctor said. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sister. The woman was moved to see someone delivering medicine to their home. The woman who delivered the medicine waved her hand. Give the child the medicine quickly. It's better for the child to get better. The couple hurriedly gave the child the medicine according to the instructions. Uncle Chen also used traditional Chinese medicine to massage and press the child. Although it was only a temporary solution, it could help the child relieve some symptoms. The couple thanked and kowtowed. Their tears were almost dry, and the eyes of other people on the floor were wet. Chapter 211. Who on this floor hasn't had 3 or 5 relatives die? I've witnessed too many deaths along the way. So when he saw such a scene, he couldn't help but burst into tears. The doctor's eyes were red, because he also remembered his eldest son, who died innocently and tragically. But the dead are gone, and the living should look forward. The doctor understood this truth. After wiping his tears, the doctor helped Uncle Chen bid farewell to the couple who had been kneeling to thank him. When he returned to the stairwell, Uncle Chen was so sad that he couldn't stand. Because the treatment process was quite long, Wei Youqi had already taken Lu Xiaopeng and Chen Baoi down to fetch water, leaving Zhou Bai alone to watch the bathtub. The doctor helped the sad Uncle Chen sit on the ground to rest. Perhaps he felt his son's concern. Uncle Chen's wrinkled hands finally held his face and sobbed painfully. When Chenji died before, the saddest person was Teacher Ding, who cried almost uncontrollably. At that time, Uncle Chen was the only elder and male at the scene. He had to comfort teacher Ding and take care of little Chen Rui, so he had no time to feel hurt. Later, the joy of the doctor's return diluted the sadness of death, and Uncle Chen actually held on until just now. It was only now that he suddenly came to his senses, and his chest was filled with huge sadness, and he was in so much pain that he could not control himself. The doctor hugged the old father's trembling shoulders and comforted him silently. Zhou Bai could only remain silent. Looking at the various live situations on the 35th floor, the small groups carefully maintained their relationships with each other, neither wanting to be too close nor to be estranged, maintaining that fragile friendship of superficial politeness. No one knows what the true emotion flowing under this friendship is. Wei Youqi led everyone downstairs. The water has flooded to the 20th floor. All the small families that once lived here have moved to other places upstairs. Now there is almost no one here except for a few people who are fishing. Even the 21st floor is empty. Give me the bucket. Let's go outside the window to get the flowing water, not the stagnant water inside. Wei Youqi tied a rope around his body and climbed out through the window of the fire escape. The strong wind outside was still hitting the water. They were like abandoned people living on an isolated island in the middle of the sea. This boundless sea level seemed to be their fate, aimless, and they might disappear without a trace one day. Far away from the water surface, there was a group of buildings that emerged, with their lower bodies sunk in the water. Unfortunately, the average height of that group of buildings was about 25 floors. I don't know where the survivors inside will go in the end. Wei Youqi brought up buckets of water, and the people inside took over. Although Chen Baoyi had a stern face and didn't talk to anyone, she was still proactive. She brought 2 buckets of water and stood aside waiting. Luo Wei saw her standing alone in the corner, and thought about the content of the conversation with Lao Chen just now. It seemed that Lao Chen also wanted to ease the relationship with his daughter. He went up to talk to Chen Baoyi, first asking her if the water was heavy, saying that it was quite hard to carry it up like this. Chen Baoyi didn't want to pay attention to this meaningless nonsense. Luo Wei was not a good chatterer, but he had a characteristic that he was very patient, so patient that it was annoying. He is the kind of person who can haggle with the store owner for 2 hours when buying something in someone else's store, and his purpose is not to bargain. In fact, all parents in the world want their children to be good, but sometimes they use the wrong method. As Luo Wei chatted, he thought of their Luo Junxian when he was young. Perhaps because he was not raised by his mother, the child was rebellious since childhood. No matter what you say to him, or what you say, he always looks indifferent. He looks similar to Chen Baoyi now. My kid, although he looks indifferent at ordinary times, actually cares about me very much. The last time we were on the Nansha Bridge, if he hadn't saved me, I would have lost my life. Luo Wei's eyes were tearful as he spoke. Thinking of all the things he had done with Luo Junxian over the years, and the hardship of raising a child alone, he cried, and was very moved. Chen Baoyi moved her eyes coldly, and glanced at him. Finally he said, "Don't apply your experience to me. Your son is your son and I am me." Luo Wei said, "Parents have the same heart. Although your father was not good in the past, isn't he slowly correcting himself? Look at my son. He used to be rude to me, but I don't know if it was because of the tsunami or something else. Now he cares more and more about me. He even talked to me last night." Chen Baoyi sneered. Ask Luo Wei, "Parents have the same heart? Have you beaten him? How many times? Have you ever driven him out in the early morning in winter? Have you ever beaten him so hard that he couldn't get out of bed for several days? Have you ever humiliated him and destroyed his self-esteem? Also, are you sure your education method is good? The reason why a person is indifferent to his parents is that he must hate their parents in his heart. You don't think your son really agrees with you, do you?" Chen Baoyi laughed. A normal relationship between children is at least like that between Wei Youqi and Liang Shuyu. Chen Baoyi stared at Luo Wei, her eyes filled with sharp questions and sarcastic ridicule. "So are you sure that all parents in the world are the same? Besides, he is not my father at all. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at my affairs?" Luo Wei was speechless by her series of stares. After a long while, Wei Youqi and the others mentioned water, and each of them gathered here with 2 buckets. Lao Chen and Luo Junxian also came over, so Luo Wei couldn't continue the question. His face was drooping, like a young man who saw a hill full of flowers, and took great pains to pick a handful to give to a beautiful woman, but was told that the flower meant giving up. He had no choice but to follow the crowd, and slowly move upstairs. Looking at the back of Luo Junxuan's head that seemed to rarely smile at him, Luo Wei realized belatedly that he and his beloved son rarely communicated. His son rarely smiled at him. He rarely spoke to him. He always felt that it was difficult to educate children. He had tried his best, but the child always looked like he was enduring. But looking at Liang Ying and Xiaoping, they seemed to not educate their children much, but the children were very obedient and had a close relationship with them. He always felt that his family relationship was normal and harmonious. Suddenly, Chen Bao used a thorn to poke it open, and Luo Wei realized a bloody problem. His son Luo Junqian seemed to really hate him. He didn't like to eat at the same table with him, and even had to hide in his room every time. Even if they were on the way out, Luo Junqian always took the bowl and went to the corner alone. Chapter 212. The son neither communicated with him nor with his peers such as Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng. Luo Junqian seemed to be like Chen Baoyi, always staying out of the group, but unlike Chen Baoyi had a strong sense of self-esteem and was unwilling to associate with others. Luo Junqian deliberately separated himself from the group and kept a distance from others, like a lonely little wolf, standing in the corner and watching everything indifferently, only standing up when he was needed. Luo Wei felt a burst of pain in his heart. Soon, they climbed to the 35th floor and met up with Zhou Bai and the doctor. Chen Bo's mood had stabilized under the comfort of the doctor and Zhou Bai. When everyone came up, they took over, some carrying water, some carrying the bathtub. Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng were joking in front. Yu Shifeng occasionally chatted with them. Although there was a generation gap in age, there was little generation gap in the topics, and Yu Shifeng's words seemed to gradually become younger. He was no longer the strong man who looked a bit old-fashioned and had a stupid mouth. He was a young man who could make jokes and get along well with young people. Lu Xiaopeng was still the same, sometimes slick, sometimes smart, and sometimes flirting. Even married men couldn't beat him. Wei Youqi also changed a little. He was no longer the impulsive, brave, emotional, and sometimes reckless boy. He suddenly had a sense of responsibility and a more tolerant temperament. Luo Junqian actually changed a little too. He was no longer the stranger who would only stand behind Luo Wei indifferently and only obey some of Luo Wei's instructions. He now completely ignores Luo Wei's command most of the time. He usually stands in the most inconspicuous corner, observing everything around him coldly, and only takes the initiative when others need it, as if taking the initiative is to reduce communication with others. The same indifference, but it has become more skillful indifference. For Luo Wei, Luo Junqian is like a kite with a broken string. Once, the kite was controlled by him in his hand, hanging far in the sky, and could not be touched. Although it can be seen, it cannot be touched. Although it cannot be touched, it is at least in his hand. And now, the string controlling the kite is completely broken. The kite is still flying in the sky, but Luo Wei can't control the direction of the kite at this time. The kite has been out of his control. Luo Wei suddenly realized that his relationship with Luo Junqian seemed to be really ordinary. After seeing other people's families, he realized that the family relationship that he was once proud of was so bad. It seems that half a lifetime of hard work has gone down the drain. Soon they returned to the 42nd floor. And Xiaoping and the others opened the door and saw that everyone was carrying a bathtub. Liang Wenjing screamed excitedly. "We can take a bath now?" Wei Youqi flicked her head. "You wishful thinking, who will carry such a big tank of water for you? This is used to hold water. Clean it up quickly, and we will go down again." Liang Wenjing covered her head. "How dare you hit my head?" Rushed over to settle accounts with Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi ran away. And Xiaoping, Teacher Ding, Liang Ying and others came over. "There is no drainage hole on it, so how can we get the water out of the bath? The water for washing dishes can be directly poured out of the window in a basin, but the water for bathing will definitely flow to the ground." Lu Feng said, "Don't we have a slightly larger bucket? Just stand in the bucket and wash." It seems that this is the only way. The key point is that the so-called larger bucket is actually a mop bucket, which is the largest bucket. There are two offices in the studio, one for storing various materials, and the other for draining water. After cleaning the bathtub, the water brought up by Wei Youqi and others is simply filtered and poured into the bathtub. Anyway, it is water for bathing, so there is no need to use a water purifier. Wait for Wei Youqi and others to go down and fetch water for the second time. And Xiaoping, Liang Ying and others began to boil water. 2 stoves soon boiled half a tank of hot water, which was enough for at least 2 people to wash their hair and take a bath. Who wants to take a bath, come first? Liang Wenjing and Yumin raised their hands. They both found their clothes, and Aunt Xiaoping asked the 2 girls to go first. "Can I wash in the bathtub?" "Whatever you want." Auntie Xiaoping pushed her and said. Liang Wenjing took Yumin to take a bath. The bathtub was half full, but the water was used for washing hair and bathing. They first filled a bucket of water for washing hair. Since the hair is short, The water consumption is not much, and it can be cleaned by just washing it casually. Ah, why is my head so dirty? It means that I haven't washed it for more than a week. Yumin said, shaving your head will solve it. Liang Wenjing glanced at her dimly. No, the current hairstyle is ugly enough. If I shave my head, I guess no man would want to do anything to me even if I walk out without clothes. Are you sure? Yumin glanced at Liang Wenjing's chest. Liang Wenjing also glanced at Yumin's chest like her. Well, I'm not sure, but you are definitely sure. Yumin, shock, friendship is over. Liang Wenjing, ha ha. The two of them had a water fight and ended up with water all over the floor. After washing, Liang Wenjing was scolded by Liang Ying. Yumin walked out with a triumphant smile. Liang Wenjing was punished to use a small bucket to pour the water from the bathtub out the window, and then be responsible for cleaning the water stains on the floor. Andy Xiaoping and the others boiled new water, and then everyone decided to take a bath in the bathtub. As for standing in the bucket to prevent water from dripping on the floor, such worries did not exist at all. Then it was Ding Lingxiang and her sister who went to take a bath. Liang Wenjing lay down beside Liang Shuyu's hand with grievance, put her chin on the sofa, and rubbed Liang Shuyu's wrist with her nose. There were obviously no tears in her eyes, but she had to squeeze out a little to gain sympathy. Wu, Minmin bullied me. Like a poor kitten. However, Liang Shuyu, who was still lying on the sofa like a corpse to heal his wounds, could only turn his head slightly to talk to her, because the wounds on his body hurt when he moved. Oh! There is only one O. Are you still my brother? Liang Wenjing protested, and then bit Liang Shuyu's hand with her teeth. It hurts. I am so seriously injured and you still bite me. Is it you who is wronged or me? Liang Shuyu also protested. Then you get better soon. Get better soon, get better soon. Liang Shuyu said without emotion like a repeater. Liang Wenjing grabbed Liang Shuyu's hand and made trouble, and then Liang Shuyu also screamed in pain, and then Liang Wenjing was caught by Liang Ying and taught a lesson. He is pretending. Liang Wenjing accused with tears. Liang Shuyu said, it hurts, ah it hurts. Liang Wenjing, look at how fake he is. Even a fool can tell. Liang Ying, question mark. Liang Wenjing, oh I was wrong. Chapter 213. When the two sisters Ding Lingxiang finished washing, Wei Youqi and his friends came back with water. This time, they brought much more water than last time, and it is estimated that the men will also be able to wash next. Aunt Xiaoping, Teacher Ding, and Liang Ying washed together. Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping were quite familiar with each other, but Teacher Ding was a little embarrassed. She seemed to have something to say. Aunt Xiaoping asked, what's wrong? Teacher Ding was shy and a little embarrassed. I feel a little uncomfortable. Do you have that for washing? Yes. Aunt Xiaoping smiled, put on her coat, went out again, and brought it to Teacher Ding. Teacher Ding was very embarrassed. We had some, but they were washed away when we put them in the car. Andy Xiaoping said, luckily, we only have this one bottle, the rest were washed away. It was Wenjing who said that we had to put a bottle in the backpack as a backup, otherwise we couldn't save it. What a pity, we lost so many things. It doesn't matter, as long as we are still alive. At least we are all alive, so we can save the supplies. Although the conditions are not good now, we have enough food to last at least 20 days. When the water recedes, maybe our car will still be there. Teacher Ding said, will the water recede? I don't think so. Always think positively. Teacher Ding thought about it, and it was true. It was because the environment was not good that we had to think positively. Otherwise, we would feel uncomfortable all day long, as if there was no hope, which would be even more uncomfortable. The three of them simply washed their hair, and then took a bath together in the bathtub. Teacher Ding and Aunt Xiaoping's figures were inevitably a little out of shape, unlike Liang Ying, who was as slim as a 28-year-old girl. The two of them made fun of Liang Ying. Liang Ying was also embarrassed, and had to change the subject. Even if the water can't recede, we can find a way to make some rafts for escape after the water surface calms down, and we can always swim to the shore. Yes, that's the truth. I just don't know when the rain will stop. I hope the water won't rise again. The rain seems to be a little lighter this afternoon. Really? I hope it stops soon. Oh, it's so cold. Teacher Ding accidentally leaned on the edge of the bathtub. Hurry up and get out. It's too cold. Although a stove was brought in to keep warm, the water cooled quickly and became warm in a short time. It's better to get out, and get out early to avoid catching a cold. Aunt Xiaoping suddenly said to Teacher Ding, now everyone lives in the same living room, and you can't see each other when you look up or down. Is it inconvenient for your family? If it's not convenient, just let Youqi and others make a few partitions. Anyway, We have so many wooden doors piled up at home that we can't use them all in a short time. Teacher Ding was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting. She was completely embarrassed. What are you talking about? In this market, I don't have the mood to care about those things. It's good enough to keep warm at night. Aunt Xiaoping smiled. I didn't say anything. Liaoning laughed. Teacher Ding couldn't hold it anymore. She pinched Aunt Xiaoping and quickly put on her coat and ran away. Although she was over 40, she was more reserved. As a teacher, she was even more embarrassed about this kind of thing. Who would have thought that Xiaoping would joke with her again and again? How could she continue to chat with Xiaoping? She ran away in shame. Outside, Lu Feng was helping Deng Lingxiang wipe her hair. Deng Lingxiang was half lying on Lu Feng. She was very beautiful. Her long hair almost dragged on the ground. Looking at her exquisite and flexible curves, the picture was so charming. As for Ding Xiaoqin, one of her feet was raised, and Zhou Bai was carefully wiping her feet and changing the dressing. Another pair of lovers. Teacher Ding walked to her husband with embarrassment and expectation, threw the towel on him, and sat down on the small bench next to her. The meaning was naturally to let the doctor help her wipe her hair. However, the doctor was not very romantic when he was young, and now that he was middle-aged, how could he understand what Teacher Ding meant? He was stunned for a long time. Seeing Teacher Ding's back facing him, he didn't move. Hurry up and dry your hair, don't catch a cold. The doctor said with a slightly accusatory tone, after all, you are so old, sitting without wiping your hair, it will be troublesome if you catch a cold. Teacher Ding was very resentful. Turning back, she looked at him eagerly, and then looked at the Ding sisters over there. The doctor also saw it, and finally reacted and understood what he meant. He frowned. Look at her face. How dare you ask me to wipe your hair? Teacher Ding, shock. When I was young, you also praised me for my beauty and insisted on pursuing me. You are really a dog man. Teacher Ding wanted to slap him in the face, this ungrateful pig's hoof. But because there were too many people in the room, I felt embarrassed and didn't want to give him too much face, so I didn't really slap him. The doctor smiled and picked up the handkerchief in a flattering manner. Forget it, it's okay to coax him occasionally. Teacher Ding gave up, snorted, turned around and asked the doctor to help her wipe her hair. After wiping for a while, the doctor suddenly said, You are a little stressed recently, relax more, look forward, and don't think too much. Teacher Ding was stunned for half a second. Oh, this unromantic dog man. The situation is so bad, there is not much water, and if you don't wash your hair frequently, of course you will have dandruff. It's not that she doesn't like to be clean. Why is she saying such unromantic words at this critical moment? Hate it. Teacher Ding was so angry that she snatched the towel to wipe her hair, and the doctor still had a puzzled expression on his face. And Teacher Ding was so angry that he was about to die. Chen Bo sat in the corner and sighed silently. Oh men, it's really not easy. The water is ready, who will go to wash next? After Aunt Xiaoping and others cleaned up the bathroom, Wei Youqi, who was staring at the water outside, shouted. Dia quickly jumped up. I. The only girl who didn't take a shower in the room was Chen Baoyi. So Dia shouted, Sister Baoyi, let's take a shower together. Hearing this, Chen Baoyi in the corner hummed in an almost inaudible voice before standing up from the corner, and took a change of clothes with Du Yao, and the two went to the bathroom to take a shower. Since the doctor was free, he went to check Liang Shuyu's injuries. He helped him move his hands and feet to see if there were any hidden injuries on his body, because the opponent was particularly ruthless, and several wounds had injured the meridians. Li Ming specifically reminded him to recover well, so he was worried that Liang Shuyu's hands and feet would be affected. Make a fist and see. Raise your arm. Raise it flat. Can you raise it flat? It's a bit difficult. Liang Shuyu said. The doctor was silent for a while, observed for a few more days. Liang Shuyu nodded, and then the doctor helped him change the dressing to see if the wound was inflamed. They didn't have the conditions for infusion, but they had been taking antibiotics, and they had special trauma medicine, so the wound recovered well and was not inflamed. Other conditions are good, but the left hand may be a little affected, the doctor said conservatively. Don't tell them yet. Liang Shuyu actually felt it a long time ago. Yeah. Chapter 214. Liang Shuyu was so seriously injured that he was lucky enough to survive. Especially in such a harsh environment, he was able to recover well, which was beyond expectation. So there were only some hidden injuries, which was still a good situation. The doctor helped Liang Shuyu to rebandage and put on clothes, and Liang Shuyu leaned against the wall. Wei Youqi brought a basin of hot water over. Old Liang, will soaking your feet be good for the recovery of injuries? The latter half of the sentence was asked to the doctor. It can promote blood circulation, which is definitely beneficial, but don't soak for too long. The doctor said. Wei Yochi nodded, put down the bucket, helped Liang Shuyu take his feet out, and tested the water temperature first. He put Liang Shuyu's feet in when it was almost suitable. Looking up, he asked, is the temperature okay? Liang Shuyu smiled, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Wei Yochi stood up and sat next to Liang Shuyu. I thought you would be so touched, but you are such a bastard. He cares about you so much and loves you, but it's just okay. Wei Yochi looked aggrieved. Liang Shuyu had no choice but to say get out. After soaking his feet, his whole body was warm. Maybe it was a psychological effect. Liang Shuyu felt that the pain in his whole body was reduced a lot. He was still energetic and chatted with Wei Yochi and Lu Xiaopeng for a long time. Nonsense. Liang Shuyu cursed lightly. Lu Xiaopeng insisted, no. It's not just a legend. I really saw it with my own eyes. At that time, the school was saying that after the elevator broke down, crying was often heard from inside, and then there was a woman inside screaming. Somehow, they talked about various ghost rumors in the school. As we all know, schools are built on cemeteries. There have always been various ghost legends. It is a widely circulated topic of conversation among students. Why do you have to shout that? Liang Wenjing asked curiously, isn't it haunted? Why do you have to shout that? Lu Xiaopeng coughed, I heard it's a ghost story. So the woman is the one I did in the elevator shaft. Liang Wenjing, shock. Lu Xiyuan, you feel itchy and uncomfortable all over if you don't do anything for a day, right? I don't. Blocking Liang Wenjing's slap, Lu Xiaopeng hid behind Liang Shuyu innocently. This female devil would kill at any time, so it's safest to be by Liang's side. Dong dong dong. When several people were making a fuss, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Dr. Li Ming's voice came from the crack of the door. Is Dr. Chen here? Is Dr. Chen here? Everyone was familiar with Li Ming, and Li Ming was a very nice person. When the people inside heard his voice, they guessed that there must be something important, and hurriedly opened the door. Li Ming was seen carrying his medical backpack, sweating and panting, saying, Dr. Chen, Uncle Chen, there is an emergency for stroke, hurry up. If a stroke is not handled well, it can cause paralysis of one side of the body at the least or even death directly. Uncle Chen is an experienced Chinese medicine doctor. It is safest to let Uncle Chen take action for such a condition, so Li Ming was invited to the emergency room at that time, and he rushed back to find Uncle Chen without thinking. He climbed a full 10 floors in one breath to look so tired. The doctor and Chen Bo, who were about to take a shower, put down their clothes, took their old friends who were practicing medicine, and hurriedly followed Li Ming out. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell the others to stay at home. After all, it was already night, almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Which floor? Wait for me. Yu Shifeng, who had just finished taking a shower, was not dressed properly and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Feng came over and supported him. Li Ming threw down a 26-story and hurried downstairs with Chen Bo and the doctor. Yu Shifeng also quickly put on his clothes, coats, weapons, etc., and chased after Lu Feng and the others. After they left, the others stayed at home, put the wooden bolt back, and blocked the wooden door tightly. Although the sky outside was completely dark, only the distant stars could be seen through the thick night, as if the bright yellow fire hanging in the night sky was the light of the survivors, who lit the stove, like Liang Shuyu and others. There were 2 stoves burning in the room. The lights were bright, warm and dry. Deng Lingxiang, Deng Xiaoqin, Teacher Ding and others were stuffing cotton between 2 curtains, planning to make a warmer quilt. As long as the cotton is spread evenly, and a checkered pattern is sewn on it with needle and thread, you can have a fairly comfortable quilt. Teacher Ding, who was threading the needle, sighed at the closed wooden door. I still think this is too dangerous. What if we fail to cure the patient, and they ask us to pay for our lives? There were many such incidents in the past. At that time, there were various law enforcement officers to protect the safety of medical staff, but many bad medical incidents still occurred. What about now? The current environment is even worse. Those people are at the end of their rope. What if they have a bad idea? And Xiaoping pinched the back of Teacher Ding's hand. She comforted her. Don't worry too much. Dr. Chen is not stupid. Besides, there are Lao Yu and Lao Lu as bodyguards. Lao Lu used to be a financial investor. He is not very good at predicting risks. If there is such a risk, they will adapt to the situation. Deng Lingxiang also comforted her. Medical disputes occurred in the past because medical staff were restricted by various parties and could not resist. Now the situation is very different. Deng Lingxiang's husband Lu Feng also went to see patients with the doctor, but Deng Lingxiang was much calmer. Teacher Ding also knew that her husband and Lu Feng actually took the same risks when they were both seeing patients, but Deng Lingxiang was so calm that she was always anxious. As soon as the doctor left, she was so worried that she couldn't sew the needle and thread on her hand properly. Despite everyone's comfort, and despite a lot of psychological preparation and counseling, she was very sensitive and worried about loss, perhaps because of the death of her eldest son. Teacher Ding fiddled with the curtains a few more times, but couldn't do it anymore. Deng Lingxiang said, "Okay, stop fiddling with the curtains and go take a rest." Teacher Ding had no choice but to nod. She also knew that she was too worried. Benefits and risks coexist. Doctors can get some benefits every time they see patients. Although not much, it is a very generous income in this closed and barren environment. Teacher Ding's seat was vacant. If no one supported it, the cotton inside would run around. Deng Lingxiang looked around. She waved to Chen Baoyi, who was already lying on the bed in the corner. "Baoyi, come and help us hold it." Chen Baoyi was stunned for a moment, then looked over here, but still put on her shoes and walked over. "I help too. I come too." Diao saw that Chen Baoyi was helping, and was a little bored playing games, so she wanted to help too. Children are naturally fond of learning from others' activities. Chen Rui quickly turned off the game console, sealed it with the original plastic wrap, put it in the bag, and ran over. Chapter 215. The two children found a way to surround Xiaoping and her group, and their two pairs of small hands smoothed the cotton inside the curtains. Chen Baoyi sat in Teacher Ding's original position. There was nothing to do, just holding that corner. The stove was right next to them, and the wood inside made crackling sparks. The not-so-strong flames cast the shadows of the group on the ground. Each of the beautiful figures was like the ladies sitting around embroidering in ancient times. There was not enough cotton, at most it could make a quilt, and many office chairs were stuffed with sponges. The children used scissors to cut the sponges into small pieces, piled them into two high buckets, and then stuffed them into the sewn double-layer curtains. "Okay, let's stop. It's too late. Let's rest early." After working all day and overtime until the evening, they finally finished this quilt. Aunt Xiaoping collected the things and let everyone rest. "What time is it? Why haven't they come back yet? It's almost 10 o'clock. Lu Xiaopeng looked at his mechanical watch and said, "Why haven't they come back yet at 10 o'clock? They left before 7 o'clock. Teacher Ding was a little worried and wanted to contact them with the intercom. But thinking that they were on a medical visit after all, if they didn't take the initiative to contact their families, it meant that they were fine. On the contrary, if they took the initiative to contact them, the existence of the intercom would be exposed, which would attract the covetousness of others. Just thinking that it was late at night, and they hadn't come back so late, I was panicked and worried. Mom, don't worry too much. I feel that Dad is busy saving people. He will be fine." Chen Rui got into Teacher Ding's arms to comfort her. Yeah. She was indeed a little worried, but her heart just couldn't calm down. Although the others were a little sleepy, they were a little worried that Yu Shifeng and the others had not returned yet. Wei Youqi stood up and said, "I go down and take a look." Lu Xiaopeng also said, "Yeah, it's a bit long, the two of us will go together, if nothing happens, use the intercom to report safety, you pay attention to the channel." The three of them usually have fixed channels for each person, and they only connect the frequency when they need to use it, and the signal accidentally presses the wrong frequency. If you are doing something in a public place, and suddenly receive an intercom signal, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Okay. The family responded, and Wei Youqi, Lu Xiaopeng and Luo Junxian decided to go out and see if Yu Shifeng and the others are okay. 26th floor. There are 4 studios on this floor, each occupied by 4 groups. When the doctor and Chen Bo hurriedly arrived here, an old man had a stroke and was lying on the ground unconscious. Uncle Chen rushed the old man to give him first aid, and after more than 10 minutes of rescue, the old man woke up. However, because no one in their team knew how to treat him, the old man was paralyzed on one side after he woke up, and there was no medical equipment on the scene, so Uncle Chen and the doctor could only use the most primitive massage method to help the old man. Uncle Chen also knew some acupoint stimulation, but unfortunately, he didn't have silver needles, so he could only use his fingers to press the old man's acupoints and help him treat and clear the acupoints for more than an hour. The old man finally woke up a little, and the paralyzed half of his body could move a little. The conditions are limited, and we can only do this for now. If he wants to recover better, you must find all the medicines I listed for you. In addition, I will come down to do acupoint massage for him tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. You should also let him maintain a certain amount of exercise. Uncle Chen urged. Okay, thank you. This is a big family, with 3 brothers and 2 sisters. Each of the 5 brothers and sisters has children, a total of dozens of people. Their old mother has passed away, leaving only this old father. The old father just slipped and didn't stand firmly. He fell and had a stroke and was unconscious. At that time, Li Ming was seeing a doctor on the nearby floor, so he asked Li Ming for help. This is what happened. The eldest son of the big family is a middle-aged man in his 50s. We don't have anything special in our family. These are the consultation fees for the 3 doctors. Thank you for saving my dad. Li Ming and the doctor accepted it without hesitation. You're welcome. We are just doing what we can. His condition is stable now. You can do the rest according to the doctor's instructions. We will come to help him massage tomorrow. Okay. The old man's children politely escorted the doctors out of the door. There were only a few medical staff on the entire floor, and the doctors were the only ones willing to help people with diagnosis and treatment without compensation. What's more unusual is that they are a combination of surgeons, internists, and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Therefore, even though there are some extremely vicious people among these people, they are all very polite and considerate to the 3 doctors. After all, who doesn't get sick sometimes? Therefore, such non-replicable non-circulating resources are extremely precious, and no one would be stupid enough to offend a skilled person under such circumstances. Doctor? I heard there's a doctor here. Help, doctor. Just as the doctor and his group were being escorted out the door, a sweaty man suddenly ran down from upstairs. The man happened to see Li Ming walking in front of him, and he grabbed Li Ming's arm, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Doctor? Are you a doctor? Save my wife. Save her quickly. What's the situation with your wife? Tell me clearly, don't worry. Li Ming held the man's arm with his backhand, and walked upstairs quickly with his strength. Yu Shifeng and others hurried to follow him. Then he heard the man say urgently, she was only 6 months pregnant, and she was born prematurely. Those sisters said that the fetus was in an abnormal position, and they did an episiotomy, but the fetus still couldn't come out. If the fetus can't come out again, my wife and child will not be saved. It turned out that the man's wife was 6 months pregnant, and she was frightened by the tsunami a few days ago, and there were signs of miscarriage. There were signs of premature birth in the past 2 days. He was afraid that his wife would die in the harsh birthing environment, so he asked for help and finally found several aunts who had given birth to act as midwives. They stayed with his wife all the time, fearing that there would be accidents. As a result, his wife's amniotic fluid suddenly broke tonight, and she was about to have a difficult birth. Several midwives made a C-section, but the baby still couldn't be born. The midwives suspected that the fetus was in an abnormal position, but they had no ultrasound equipment, nor were they real nurses or midwives. The only experience they had was their own birth experience, so how could they handle such a dangerous thing? Hearing that there were doctors in the building who often provided free clinics, the man came out to inquire and found the doctor and his group. The doctor followed him all the way to the 31st floor, and smelled the bloody smell and women's painful screams in the room, which was very scary. Chapter 216. The scene was in complete chaos. There were bloodstains everywhere on the ground, and there was a strong fishy smell and a special odor of the delivery room, as well as the shrill screams of women. People were standing everywhere, and at least 5 or 6 women were surrounding the Praetorian. It was night, and there was only a stove burning in the room, which made it even darker. When they saw the doctor and his group coming, they quickly dispersed. The doctor is here. Xiaofeng, hold on a little longer, the doctor is here. Doctor, save her. Quick! Most of the women had experience in childbirth, and they all knew the dangers of childbirth, especially for premature babies who were frightened. If they were not careful, it would be a double death. Although they did not know the Praetorian and were only there to help, they could empathize with her at this time. The anxiety and worry on everyone's face were real. However, the doctor and Li Ming were not gynecologists, and they knew nothing about gynecology. Only Uncle Chen was an experienced doctor with many years of experience in traditional Chinese medicine, and he might have some understanding of this aspect. So the doctor and Li Ming pushed the crowd aside and let Uncle Chen come to check directly. The husband of the Praetorian asked others to go out and take shelter. Then he ran to the Praetorian's side, held her hand, and cried like rain, crying more heartbroken than the Praetorian. Wife, hold on a little longer. The doctor is here to save you, hold on a little longer. Ah! The Praetorian still made a miserable cry. Uncle Chen could only bite the bullet and check the Praetorian's pulse, heartbeat, pupils, and other things. Then, based on the reports of other women around the parturient, Uncle Chen touched the parturient's belly and judged the direction of the fetus in the belly completely by his imagination. After making a rough judgment, Uncle Chen said to the husband of the parturient, "The parturient's fetus is in an abnormal position, the baby's neck may be entangled by the umbilical cord, and the fetus may have suffocated. I can only try to save the life of the parturient, and the probability is no more than 10%. Do you want to save it?" When the husband of the parturient heard this, the fetus might have suffocated, that is, it might be dead, and the probability of saving the parturient is no more than 10%. So, does it mean that the child will definitely die, and the probability of his wife's survival is only 10%? Doctor, please save her, you must save her. As long as you can save her, I will be your slave for the rest of my life and give you all our supplies, please. Li Ming grabbed the husband of the parturient, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. "We tried our best, but the parturient's condition is too critical, we are not sure." Although they did not encounter difficult patients during the free clinic period. But that's because none of the previous situations involved life and death. When a person's relatives pass away, it's easy for them to lose their minds and make irrational judgments. So Li Ming fully understood why Uncle Chen didn't save the person first at such a critical moment, but first explained the stakes to the husband of the parturient. "There's only a 10% chance, should we save her?" Uncle Chen asked the husband of the parturient again. The ants around said anxiously, "Don't talk so much. Save her. If you save her, it's a life. If you can't save her, we won't blame you." "Yes, yes. The amniotic fluid is almost gone. Save her, doctor. Don't talk so much. Save her. Save her. Save her." At this moment, the husband of the parturient finally nodded, agreeing with Uncle Chen's words. Uncle Chen asked for a needle at this time. First, acupuncture was performed on several acupuncture points of the parturient to let blood. This was the only way without silver needles, and it could also have a certain effect. Then Uncle Chen began to help the fetus move to the correct position with his bare hands. Uncle Chen had no experience in this area, but it involved 2 lives, and there was no doctor with more experience than him on the scene, so he could only bite the bullet and try his best to save the life of the parturient. As Uncle Chen moved, the parturient's screams became more shrill. It can be described as inhumane. This is a woman's childbirth. In ancient times, every woman who gave birth was described as going to the gates of hell. In modern times, after the development of modern medicine, fewer and fewer women died of dystocia, and people's fear of childbirth gradually subsided, and childbirth was no longer synonymous with death. However, at this moment, in this building, without any instrument assistance, Uncle Chen had to rely on his weak experience to save a pregnant woman. How difficult it was. Ah! The miserable screams made the residents on the nearby floors feel their hearts in their throats. Even those who did not go up to watch the excitement felt trembling with fear when they heard such sounds. Giving birth, this thing sounds too scary. Some unrelated men even shed tears of empathy. Even if the man's hands might be covered with blood, it would be difficult for anyone with empathy not to feel pain for her. Suddenly, "It's out! It's out! I can see the head! Hurry! Hold on a little longer. It be soon!" The midwife next to her saw the fetus head finally come out, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Great! However, the woman in labor was in so much pain that she almost lost all her strength, and her shouting gradually weakened. "Wife, hold on a little longer, the baby will come out soon, hold on a little longer, please. Wife, don't sleep, wife." Seeing his wife about to fall asleep, the husband could only shout at her loudly to cheer her up. The midwife gradually exposed the baby's head, but found that the baby's face had turned blue. The umbilical cord was still tightly wrapped around the neck, and the baby had suffocated to death. The woman in labor suddenly widened her eyes, but she didn't dare to say a word. She was afraid that once she said this, her mind and spirit would collapse, which would be detrimental to the birth. "The baby's head has been born, Xiaofan. Hold on a little longer, it will be soon, soon." The midwife could only shout like this. The parturient was almost conscious at this time. "Push! Push!" Uncle Chen said in anger to the parturient. Fortunately, the child was only 6 months old, a premature baby, and very small. Although the parturient had used up all her strength, the upper body of the child was still born before she fell into a coma. In this way, with the help of the midwife, the child was born smoothly. However, the child was entangled in the umbilical cord for too long in the abdomen and had been suffocated for a long time. Uncle Chen tried to rescue the child, but failed. The parturient had been fed red ginseng water and completely fainted. The women around her all shed tears, showing regretful and nostalgic expressions. "At least the parturient's life is saved," Dr. Chen, thank you. Uncle Chen sighed, very depressed. If there were medical instruments, she could directly choose a cesarean section in her condition, and both the child and the mother could stay. The doctor and Li Ming were still checking the parturient's body to avoid any problems. Just as everyone was thanking the woman for having survived, Li Ming suddenly screamed. Oh no, she's bleeding heavily. Chapter 217. Hemorrhage. The parturient is bleeding heavily. When they heard these words, the doctors, including Uncle Chen, all had deep red bloodshot eyes at the same time. In such a difficult environment, the only way out for heavy bleeding is death, but the three doctors still chose to give the parturient first aid. However, there is nothing how to save her. No medicine, no equipment, nothing. What to save? There is almost no doubt that the parturient lost her life in just over 10 minutes. The blood flowed down from the table like a waterfall, and spread like seawater on the soles of everyone's feet. It drowned people's hope, and also drowned people's despair. This blood-colored mirror reflects people's shoes. Looking at people from the perspective of blood, people's height is despairing. Looking at blood from the height of people, the blood is so thick that it is disgusting. Wife! Wife! Wife, don't die! Save her again! Save her again! No. The only sound in the room was the cry of the parturient's husband. Such a result is imaginable. Before the doctors and their team arrived, many people speculated that the mother might die. But imagination is one thing, and accepting reality is another. The mother, who was originally sentenced to survive, died quickly due to heavy bleeding. Many people could not accept such a reality, and ran to the side and cried. A woman came over and patted Chen Bo and the doctors on the shoulders, comforting them and saying, "Thank you, you have tried your best. I will take you out. Since the parturient has died, the doctors staying here will only add to the sadness. Let the parturient's family solve the rest of the matter. Even though the person has left, they still need to be respectful. It is not a good thing for the parturient and her family to have so many people here." The two women wanted to send the doctors out. They are not allowed to leave. Stop! They are not allowed to leave. Who knew that at this moment, the parents of the parturient suddenly stopped the doctors and their group. Her husband was still lying on the body of the parturient crying bitterly, but her parents ignored the doctor's determination and measures to save her just now, and rushed over to grab the arms of Uncle Chen and Li Ming, shouting that Uncle Chen should pay with his life. What? There is such a thing. After all, Uncle Chen is old, and he was dragged around by the two old people. As a son, the doctor must stand up and help his father get rid of the shackles. The two women who were about to send him out heard it. He immediately yelled, "They have tried their best. How can you say such nonsense? They don't charge a penny to help you deliver the baby. The mother is premature, and her life is in danger. The environment is bad, there are no medicines, no equipment, and the doctor is not a god. How can he save her?" Although there were sober people who spoke for the doctors, the two old men were still unwilling to let the doctors go. They even made a desperate gesture and wanted to take out weapons to beat the doctors and make them pay with their lives. When encountering such a thing, Yu Shifeng and Lu Feng certainly stepped forward and directly pushed the two old men away without any hesitation. They were not in the hospital. In the hospital, doctors dared not fight back when facing medical disputes, and they dared not even say a harsh word, for fear that they would be caught and put on the news to make a big fuss. At that time, the doctor will become rude even if he is right, and he will have to face the pressure of public opinion. However, this is not a hospital, this is the end of the world after the power outage. Therefore, Yu Shifeng can pull them apart without mercy, and throw them to the ground. "We have tried our best, don't make trouble," Yu Shifeng shouted. 2 or 3 women around him also spoke for Yu Shifeng and persuaded the two old people not to do such irrational things. The two old people lost their daughter and nephew, and they had already lost their minds at this time, or to think more rudely, maybe they did have some ideas. Anyway, when Yu Shifeng threw them away, they roared more angrily. Several women hurriedly pulled them apart and said, "Doctor, thank you. The two old family members must be too sad to do this. You go first. Let us handle this." "Yes, yes, you go quickly." Many sensible people at the scene asked the doctor and others to leave. The doctor and Yu Shifeng looked at each other. The person was already dead, and it was useless for them to stay here. It's better to leave to avoid getting into trouble. Several people left the place in a hurry. "Stop! You want to leave after killing 2 people in vain?" However, the 2 old men kept pestering him, and said such ungrateful words. Even the onlookers outside the door angrily accused him of not speaking human words. But the 2 old men were very fierce. The father of the pregnant woman pulled out a knife, and rushed to Li Ming's back. Be careful. Ah! There was a chaotic scream and swordsmanship at the scene. I don't know who was hurt. Anyway, it was not Li Ming, because Yu Shifeng kicked the hand holding the knife away, but there was new blood on the ground. It was an innocent midwife. She wanted to stop the old man, but he didn't stab Li Ming. She pulled the old man again, and he got angry and stabbed her back. So inhuman. Oh my god! Someone is injured. There was another chaotic scream. Seeing this, Yu Shifeng's eyes turned red, and he was going to find the old guy to settle the score. He was so angry at innocent people. It's so asshole. Stop. No. At the critical moment, Lu Feng stopped Yu Shifeng. Let's go notify the floor security first. Lu Feng turned around and said to Li Ming and his brother-in-law Zhao Chong, go to the 30th floor to find the security. The last time Wei Youqi and his friends encountered such a thing, Brother Long had awakened them. They should find the security first, otherwise they would be unruly. They are very powerful, and know the building well. Lu Feng is most afraid that they will take advantage of the situation and attack his group at that time, so they must be particularly cautious in such matters, and cannot leave any handle. Li Ming and Zhao Chong listened, although they didn't quite agree, but they still ran to the 30th floor to find someone. After all, they didn't see the scene of Brother Long's group dealing with people at that time, they just heard from Wei Youqi and others, and didn't know how powerful it was. But Lu Feng pondered this person, and felt that he must be cautious with this group of people. At the scene, the old man had been confiscated of his weapons, and the couple was pinned to the ground. Their family, that is, the husband's parents, did not help them. The doctor immediately stopped the bleeding of the woman, who was accidentally injured. Fortunately, the knife only scratched, and the wound was not deep. It only needed to be bandaged without stitches. Soon, the security guards called by Li Ming and others arrived at this floor. There were two tall and strong men, with a burly figure, who looked a little stronger than Yu Shifeng. From their walking posture, it can be seen that these two people's skills are definitely not three-legged cat kung fu. As soon as the two security guards came, the entire floor, including all the people watching the excitement, became quiet. Almost everyone knows about Brother Long and the security guards, as well as the rules they set. So how will they deal with today's incident? Chapter 218. As soon as the security guards arrived, the originally messy scene immediately quieted down. The two security guards were very burly and had fierce eyes. In addition, Brother Long and his team had warned and reminded them all the way, so almost no one at the scene wanted to touch their bad luck. Even a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, not to mention that no one present was a strong dragon. They were just homeless survivors. What happened here? The two glanced at everyone. A woman hurried out to explain the whole thing. After the security guards understood what happened, they apologized to Yu Shifeng and others and said, "You are very good and abide by the rules. This matter has nothing to do with you, you can leave." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they are still sensible. It's not just verbal skills. If this is how things are handled, it means that as long as everyone gets along as harmoniously as possible in the future, they can not only get the protection of Brother Long and his team, but also protect their own safety. Why not? The onlookers were of course very happy. Yu Shifeng and the doctor clasped their fists and said, "Okay, then I trouble you two brothers. We go first." The security guard nodded and watched them leave. The rest, the security guard asked the others to let go of the two old guys who were making trouble. The two old guys were also bullies, who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. They were confused by the huge pain before, so they did something irrational. At this time, being stared at by two burly men, the two old men immediately became timid. Their son-in-law finally came to his senses at this time, and quickly pleaded for the two old men. "Two brothers, my father-in-law and mother-in-law lost their minds, because they lost their beloved daughter. They didn't control themselves. Please be lenient with them. Considering that they just lost their daughter, don't be too harsh." The two snorted coldly. "Let us save face. Then why don't you follow the rules and maintain the harmony of the group for Brother Long's sake?" The man was so scared that he knelt down. "We know we are wrong. We must follow the rules in the future. Today is really... it's too painful. My wife died, and my child died. If I can't even protect my wife's parents, He was so sad that he burst into tears, and couldn't speak clearly. The people around him couldn't bear it either. They felt that the two old people must have been overwhelmed by grief. Since everyone is willing to admit their mistakes now, don't pursue them too much. They all pleaded for the two old people. The two security guards were not unkind people, and their purpose was to help people in the building live in harmony and let humans reproduce. Since so many of you have begged for mercy, and since these two are very old, we will temporarily bypass you this time. But you two hurt an innocent person for no reason, and you must be responsible for her injury. Also, I warn you once again that you must abide by the rules in this building. Everyone must live in harmony with each other. Fighting, arguing, and provoking conflicts are not allowed. If you have any problems, you can ask the floor security to help you deal with them. Private fighting is not allowed. Do you understand? I understand. Some people nodded like garlic. The two security guards comforted the injured woman again, and gave a verbal education to the old man and his son-in-law before leaving. After they left, the rest of the onlookers comforted the family and then dispersed. However, many people showed disdain after the security guard left. He is just a lousy security guard who took over the magpie's nest, and he is quite arrogant. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense. If someone hears you, it will be a waste for them to take action against you. TSK? What a bullshit. It sounds very high-sounding. What about living in harmony and continuing the human race? As if we are 3-year-old children? If they are really so great, why don't they share the supplies on the 72nd floor with us, so that we won't have such a miserable life? Those who don't know showed surprise. What supplies on the 72nd floor? Oh, don't you know? There are a lot of supplies stored on the 72nd floor of this building. Not long after the power outage, this group of people robbed several large shopping malls. What? Many people don't know about this. Only a few locals who happen to live nearby know about this. The period when the power outage just started is actually the best time to store supplies. As long as people with a little foresight and powerful groups have it, it is too easy to snatch supplies. Liang Shuyu and his team stockpiled early and happened to encounter an underwater market, otherwise they would not have been able to stockpile so many supplies. As for those with more manpower, such as some company groups, factory groups, etc., as long as they form a group to rob things, almost no family can rob them. The person who revealed this matter now is the one who suffered at the hands of Brother Long and his team. It's just that Brother Long and his team don't know him, but he knows Brother Long. So, they have a lot of important supplies? Even if they have, you can't get them. Do you know how many security guards there are in this building? How many? Someone asked. At least 100 people. What? 100 people? 100 people who can fight? But Brother Long has never brought so many people down, and at most no more than 20 people. It seems that there are still many people staying on the 72nd floor, guarding so many supplies. Some people who just had some thoughts gave up their thoughts in an instant. If 20 people can't do it, don't even think about 100 people. Just follow Brother Long's rules. The crowd dispersed. Only the man and his parents, as well as his parents-in-law, were left, guarding his wife's cold body. His parents came over to comfort the man. Son, don't be too sad, you have to take care of yourself. However, when his father-in-law heard this, he sneered. He took care of his body, but my daughter died. His father said, Father-in-law, this ending is what no one wants. Jungwon has tried every possible way to save her life, but sometimes, fate is hard to defy. Don't be too sad, take care of yourself. The son's protection of his daughter-in-law is very thoughtful. Before the birth, she had contacted women who had given birth. When she encountered a difficult birth, she went to ask for help. In the end, she still ended up like this, but she had done her best. His father-in-law snorted coldly. It's not your son who died, so of course you can't understand my feelings. My daughter was killed by those 3 unscrupulous doctors, and I have to swallow my anger here and watch my daughter's body gradually cool down. I'm willing to pay the price for my life. What? The man's father was shocked. He saw his father-in-law suddenly rushing out with a knife. Stop him. No. Chapter 219. Stop him. The man's father shouted, and the whole family rushed out to stop his father-in-law. As a result, his father-in-law was really determined to find the doctor and then to settle accounts, and he climbed to the 40th floor with a knife in his hand. The tip of the knife flashed brightly in the dark night. Because there are security guards stationed on every floor, Li Ming and his friends, who had left earlier, were stopped by the security guards when they arrived at this floor and asked about what happened just now. As soon as they finished talking about the matter, the 2 security guards saw the old man holding a knife and rushing up with a ferocious face. Yu Shifeng was surprised and said, What does he want to do again? Yu Shifeng's surprise was of course not because he was afraid of the old man's knife, but because the security guards had clearly warned and verbally taught him a lesson before, but the old man still refused to die. The 2 security guards said, He is the one who wanted to hurt you just now. Why did he come up with a knife again? I don't know. Yu Shifeng and his friends shook their heads. The two security guards frowned, grabbed the old man, and removed his weapons in less than a second. Old man, I have warned you, but you are still stubborn. Yu Shifeng and his group have retreated behind the two security guards, not because they are afraid of the security guards, but because they don't want to have anything to do with the old man. Because they all see that the old man is very difficult to deal with. It's better to hand him over to Brother Long's people, and see how they deal with him. The old man was caught by the security guards, but he still looked ferocious and unwilling to give up. They killed my daughter, I want them to pay for their lives. These quacks. Unscrupulous doctors. Damn it. The two security guards showed puzzled and unbelievable expressions. They saved your daughter, but you said they killed your daughter. You have no ability to distinguish. We have warned you once, but you still ignored our warning. In that case, we can only take you to Brother Long and see how he will deal with you. After the two security guards finished speaking, they dragged the old man upstairs. At this time, Wei Yoqi and Lu Xiaopeng, who had been waiting for Yu Shifeng and the others to come back for a long time at home, saw this scene just after they went down 2 floors. The security guard ignored them and dragged the old man upstairs. The old man yelled and even bit the security guard's hand with his mouth. He looked so arrogant that he had lost his mind. His son and in-laws also chased up together. Seeing that the old man was caught and dragged up by the two security guards, they quickly begged for mercy and begged them to let the old man go. The security guard simply said, "Since you are all here, let's go upstairs together and talk to Brother Long clearly." People who repeatedly break the rules should have a fate. The two saw that the security guards were unwilling to let the old man go, and they were worried that the old man would really suffer or be treated inhumanely. Although the father and son had no blood relationship with the old man, they were close relatives after all. We used to get along well. Of course, we couldn't just watch the old man being taken away by the security guards, so the two of them hurriedly followed the security guards. Wei Yoqi and Lu Xiaopeng saw this scene and asked curiously, "What's going on?" They saw Chen Bo, Li Ming and others covered in blood, but they didn't look injured, so they probably didn't ask. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Yu Shifeng was very cautious, and his tone was a little solemn. Wei Yoqi and Lu Xiaopeng looked at each other and felt that the atmosphere was very strange. They didn't dare to ask more questions, and they hurriedly walked home together. Arrived at the 42nd floor. Say goodbye to Li Ming and Zhao Chong first. They returned to their own home. They returned with blood all over their bodies, which scared everyone in the family. The women who were about to go to bed screamed, "It's okay, it's not our blood, it's the amniotic fluid of a woman who had a difficult labor, and we helped her deliver the baby. So that's it." The women breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Shuyu hadn't rested yet. Seeing that they all looked solemn, he said, "Say whatever you want, don't worry. Now we are a group, everyone should understand the risks outside, there is no need to hide, just tell the truth." In the past, when they went out, they mostly reported good news, but not bad news. Especially some things involving fighting and blood, they would mostly skip it, not wanting to worry their families or make their families feel that they had endured a lot. But now, this habit can be corrected. Yu Shifeng and the others sighed heavily and sat down by the stove. The rest of the people quickly gathered around. Liang Shuyu was lying on the bed, listening to Yu Shifeng. After a while, Yu Shifeng told them everything that happened. "This is too abominable. They were helping to save people for free, but they kept causing trouble for you. If this happened before the power outage, it would definitely be a medical dispute," Liang Wenjing said unfairly. "So they were taken to the 72nd floor by the security guards?" "Maybe, but I'm not sure," the doctor said. "I don't know how the security guards will deal with it." Lu Feng said, "We may know how to deal with it tomorrow. We can pay attention to their handling results and see what kind of person Brother Long is. If the old man was only treated lightly, it means that Brother Long is really a kind and human-hearted person as he shows. After all, he is a person who always talks about human reproduction. But if he does this, it also means that this person has a weak character, at least he has a soft side. That over time, they will definitely not be able to convince the public. This is a good thing, and a bad thing for Lu Feng and others. Fortunately, Brother Long may not be a threat, but the bad thing is that it is not easy to have such a person who can convince the public to protect their safety. In the future, there should be more and more people who despise them and disobey discipline. But if Brother Long punishes them particularly severely, it will be a mixed blessing for Lu Feng and others. Fortunately, the deterrent power is enough. As long as they do not break the rules set by Brother Long, they can get safety and protection. The bad thing is that once they accidentally break the rules, they may suffer a catastrophic disaster. Then, only if Brother Long and others can truly distinguish between rewards and punishments, it will be the best result for Lu Feng and others. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to do this. Even saints make mistakes, let alone ordinary people. It is too difficult to make them objectively reward and punish. So, we should be more careful in the future? Liang Wenjing asked. Lu Feng nodded. Wait for their results and see how they deal with it. Whether it is merciful or cruel, we just need to adapt to the situation. Yes. Everyone nodded silently. They chatted for a while until late at night. Everyone said good night and fell asleep. The heavy night permeated the air like ink. They got a good sleep. However, for some people in this building, night is synonymous with terror and death. They can't get a good sleep, only fear crawls all over their body and mind. Chapter 220. December 9th, 2032, the 78th day of power outage, the 4th day after the tsunami. 2 a.m. People who live in the light are lucky. People who have never seen real darkness are also lucky. People with relatives are lucky. People with lovers are even luckier. And in this building, there are too many people who have lost their relatives and lovers. When the tsunami comes, huge waves hit people's heads. When people witness their relatives being swept away by huge waves, when they see giant objects falling from the sky, smashing their relatives' bodies beyond recognition. What a heart-wrenching pain it is. When beloved relatives give their lives to protect themselves. When parents would rather let their heads submerge in the water to protect a child, they must hold the child to keep him alive. After reaching the shore, the ignorant and confused children can only watch their stiff parents being washed away by the flood. In order to live up to the chance of survival gained by the death of their parents, the children without relatives had to reluctantly abandon their parents and flee to an unknown direction. In this building, there are many such people, sobbing in the middle of the night. On the 27th floor of the building, there is a group of children who have lost their parents and relatives. A small half of these children lost their parents and relatives before the power outage. They gathered into a small group and have been surviving in the dark in the city. During the tsunami, they fled to this building. Here, they absorbed many children who had lost their parents and relatives. The original small group absorbed homeless peers and then occupied a studio on the 27th floor. That is, the studio next door where Wei Yoji and his team had dismantled the bathtub, but it was not at the same fire escape entrance, so neither party knew about it. The cold floor was covered with messy papers and folders, which served as beds. In the huge studio, there was also a bed made of 2 sofas, where the girls slept, using the curtain cloth they found as a quilt. There was a bright small stove in the room. But the children were still shivering with cold. They huddled together and hugged each other for warmth. Brother, I'm hungry. In the dim light, a girl sleeping in her brother's arms made a subtle cry. Her brother was not asleep either, and both of them were so hungry that their chests were pressed against their backs. The two lost their relatives in the tsunami. The sister was only 4 years old, and the brother was only 7 years old. The two were not docile in character, unpopular in the group, young, and not very smart. Today, they contradicted the elder brother Wengu in the group, so they did not get any food. The elder brother reached out and rubbed his sister's belly. He whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I will definitely go out and find something to eat tomorrow. Swallow some saliva, and you won't be hungry, dear sister." The younger sister really swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. It seemed that she was really not that hungry. The elder brother and the younger sister were both spoiled children in the eyes of others before, but they were much more obedient after the power outage. After their parents passed away, they became even more obedient, so obedient that it was scary. They didn't know how to read other people's faces before, but they learned how to read people's faces overnight. They didn't know how to behave in the world before, but they learned how to behave in the world overnight. But even so, they still couldn't figure out other people's feelings. Today, because of a wrong word, they made elder brother Wengu unhappy and punished them by not having food. Living under someone else's roof, you naturally have to look at other people's faces. The brother has silently decided that he must listen more, watch more, and talk less in the future, because he wants to live with his sister. Rubbing his sister's belly, he missed his sister who used to be chubby, but now she seems to weigh only 20 or 30 pounds, and can be completely hugged with a light hug. She is too thin, so thin that it scares him. In addition to them, there are more evil and fear hidden in the dark night of this building. A woman who has lost all her relatives, because of her perverse and unbridled personality, missed the opportunity to form a group with others, and offended people because of her unforgiving words. This night, she was sleeping in the corner of the large flat, and was suddenly covered by her mouth and nose and dragged out by several men. The people who heard the noise around and were ready to check the situation were held down by their pillows. The pair of black and white eyes were bright in the dark, without speaking, but the words "don't mind your own business" were clearly written. The people who were about to check the situation stopped breathing, and listened to the low shouts of struggle, which gradually moved away from here until they could no longer be heard. "Bitch, I let you go crazy. I let you go crazy. I tear your mouth apart. Let's see what you can say to me, bitch." The three men beat the woman, who was pulled out violently, slapping her one after another. The slapping sounded particularly creepy in the corridor, mixed with the woman's struggle after her mouth and nose were covered. Ugh! Ugh! But the struggle was useless. After more than 10 minutes of continuous abuse, the woman's struggling sounds and movements were visibly weakened. "Haha, that's all, can't stand a beating." Several men smiled at each other, and then saw something else in each other's eyes. A man looked up and down the corridor, and seeing that there was no one nearby, he loosened his belt, and the other two men also laughed disgustingly. Clothes rustled. Then, there was the sound of clothes being torn apart. This rude action aroused the woman's more intense resistance. Ugh! 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 Snap! Another loud slap. She was beaten to death. Spoil the fun. The man grabbed her hair, and made another rude move. Suddenly, there was a bang in the corridor. The three men who were moving stopped and looked at the source of the sound vigilantly. For a long time, there was no sound. "Who's there?" Pure black, almost nothing can be seen, only a little light coming through the window. "It seems that there is nothing." The man cursed and was about to continue his action. Suddenly, a black and agile figure fell from the sky, with a cold light flashing in the darkness. The next moment, a scream was heard, and blood splattered 3 feet. "Ah! Who?" The other two people saw that the situation was not right, and it was dark, so they had no intention of resisting at all. They ran away with their pants in their hands, not caring about the life or death of the other person. The woman on the ground was saved. Then, several footsteps were heard on the stairs, and the black and agile figure retreated, and the figures of several other women appeared in the darkness. The woman on the ground saw that it was them, and tears of regret flowed on her face, which was already covered with tears. "Ah!" She immediately fell to the feet of the woman in the lead, shouting and crying. "Humph! Now you know to rely on us. Weren't you very rude to us earlier?" The woman next to him said disdainfully. "Ah!" The woman on the ground cried and screamed without words. The two women next to her snorted again. They couldn't bear to see her go on like this. She was covered in wounds. If they rescued her, but she died of her injuries, it would not be worth it. The two women pulled her up from the ground. Although the leading woman didn't say anything and looked indifferent, she was actually very reluctant, otherwise they wouldn't have come to save her. Dragging the seriously injured person, the women left here quickly. Chapter 221. Although this woman was redeemed, it does not mean that she can live a good life from now on. She had offended many people before. After being taken back to a safe place by several women, the woman was thrown into the middle of the living room. This room is full of women. There are women aged from 20 to 50. Women and women who have no children, no husbands, and are left alone to survive, mostly gathered here and formed a women's alliance. With a snap, several women she had offended before came up and slapped her several times. The woman was already seriously injured, and she almost lost consciousness after these beatings. She crawled on the ground, and she didn't even cry. "Okay, we finally saved her. Don't beat her to death." The leading woman Fuyuru spoke, and the other women stopped. "Big sister, I don't understand. Why should we save a person like her when we can just let her die outside?" "Yes. Sister Lu was so pitiful today. I really don't understand why you didn't take in Sister Lu, but took in this woman instead. If you ask me, she deserved to be killed. Everyone wanted to take her in with good intentions at the beginning, but her mouth was really annoying. She was hurt because of her mouth. Why should we save her and give her another mouth to eat for no reason?" Everyone was a little dissatisfied, waiting for a reasonable explanation from Fuyuru. But before Fuyuru could speak, Sister Kongqin, who had always been the most trusted by Fuyuru, spoke. "Mothers are the most selfish people in the world. Once they take in women with children, they will only think about their children when they have good food and drink. At the most critical moment, they may even sacrifice their companions to protect the lives of their children. Are you willing to hand over your lives to such people?" When Kongqin said this, everyone was shocked and silent. Some people present were not married, Some lost their relatives in the power outage and tsunami, but some were abandoned by their husbands. Those who are married and have children naturally understand that if they are in danger of their lives, they are even willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their children. This is the greatest and most glorious point of life. But, as Kong Qin said, teammates with children are not trustworthy, because it is possible that at the most critical moment of life, she may give up saving teammates for the sake of her children. All of a sudden, they understood Fuyuru's good intentions all along. Sister, we think too naively, your idea is right. Yes, we listen to you. Everyone was convinced that they would not take in Sister Lu, but they still didn't understand why they took in this bad-mouthed woman. But why do we have to save her? Fuyuru said, we saved her, not because of her. It is difficult for single women to survive in this building. Women are a vulnerable group. If we let her be hurt and abandoned, and other people follow suit, our situation will be very passive. And tonight, their act of saving this woman can serve as a warning to those men with bad intentions. Women are not easy to bully. So that's the case, Big Sister is wise. We women are not little sheep that can be slaughtered at will. If these men want to play with us at will, we will teach them a lesson. Finally, they understood the profound meaning behind Fuyuru's actions, and the women admired her even more. It seems that the elder sister is really thinking about everyone. The group finally helped the woman to take care of her injuries, rewarded her with a meal, and moved a seat for her so that she could rest peacefully. Early in the morning, the light shone in from the window. It brought a little warmth, which made people unable to sleep. Liang Wenjing shook her head and turned over. She felt it was very dazzling and wanted to sleep for a while. As a result, she suddenly found out, where did the strong light come from? Opened her eyes. Liang Wenjing saw that the room with the stove burned out was dark, and a beam of light came in through the glass window, like a straight Milky Way, shining on her face. Liang Wenjing suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Without even wearing shoes, they went barefoot to the window and looked outside. The calm waves were only slightly undulating. The white light shone on the sea level, clearly showing all kinds of garbage and floating objects floating in the sea. The rain has stopped, Liang Wenjing shouted. In the room, Wei Yoqi and the others did not get up today because they had slept late yesterday, and it was cold at night, so they did not sleep well. Liang Wenjing's shout woke them up. Liang Wenjing pointed out the window excitedly. The rain has really stopped, and it seems that the sun has come out. Has the tsunami passed? The water should have receded, right? Can we leave this building? The latter words were purely a joke, causing them to get up. Because outside, they could only see a vast ocean and very distant mountains. Nearby, they could only see the top of the house, and their bodies were still submerged. How could the water recede? Really? Let me see. Lu Xiaopeng and the others jumped off the bed and took a look. What the hell, the 10-story building that was submerged the day before yesterday hasn't vomited out yet. But the rain has really stopped. There are still dark clouds in the sky, and the sun is not visible, but the sun has indeed come out. What did you say yesterday? The rain will stop today. Oh my, it's already 8 o'clock, and we haven't gone fishing yet. Is there any fish at this time? I don't know. Let's go and see. There will definitely be more and more people fishing in the future. We have to catch them as early as possible. Wei Yoqi and others hurriedly put on their shoes and coats, hung up their weapons and buckets, and prepared to go out to fish. Liang Wenjing also went to prepare. Annie Xiaoping and the others also got up and lit the stove in the house. In an instant, the cold hall was warmed up, and their bodies gradually warmed up. Let's go, let's go! 7 or 8 people each held a bucket, opened the wooden lock and walked out of the studio one after another. It was even colder outside in the early morning. As soon as I went out, I was shivered by the wind at the entrance of the corridor. It's still so cold even though the sun is out. Fortunately, it's not like those few days when the sun was out during the day and it snowed at night. This kind of weather is too terrible. Don't be such a pessimist. Liang Wenjing quickly covered her mouth. I don't think I've ever been such a pessimist. Lu Xiaopeng said contemptuously, Are you sure? Liang Wenjing knocked on his head. I'm sure. Several people went downstairs laughing and joking. At this time, many people had already gotten up. They were all self-conscious workers, much more diligent than when they went to work before. Many people passed by Liang Wenjing and others in the stairwell. Suddenly, some people who came up looked panicked. Wei Yoqi felt something was strange intuitively. Why are everyone's expressions so panicked? Something happened? No one knew. But they all raised their vigilance, walked down the stairs, and held their weapons. Ah! Suddenly, a horrified, piercing scream came from the stairwell below. Chapter 222. What happened? Someone screamed, "Is there a fight going on down there?" Wei Youqi and the others stopped immediately, and did not go down any further. Of course they were not stupid enough to go down to check the situation. It was even more impossible for them to get involved in a fight because of a stranger they did not know. This would not do them any good. So all of them stayed on the 38th floor and did not go down any further, waiting to hear what happened on the spot. However, apart from the screams of terror and fear coming from below, there was no other words or any other sounds of fighting. Although some people ran up in panic from time to time, Wei Youqi did not choose to ask these unfamiliar people. Although there was no sound of fighting, from these screams, it sounded more like a scream of fear, rather than injury or anything else. After listening for a while, the scream stopped, and there was no sound of fighting. Wei Youqi and the others decided to continue going down to see what was going on. But they were also more careful, without relaxing the vigilance. Soon they reached the 35th floor, which was a large flat. Walking down the corner, Wei Youqi suddenly stopped, turned around, and covered Liang Wenjing and Yu Min's eyes. Liang Wenjing shuddered all over. She remembered that the last time her eyes were covered like this was before the power outage. She and Liang Shuyu went shopping in the mall. Because of the power failure, the microwave exploded and blew off the hand of a mall employee. Liang Shuyu covered her eyes like this. What's wrong? Experiencing such a situation again, Liang Wenjing did not feel warm, but shuddered. Close your eyes and don't look. Let's go back first, Wei Youqi said, pushing the two girls back. Wei Youqi and Luo Junqian were the ones walking in front. They both saw it, but the people behind didn't see it. But given Wei Youqi's reaction, no one wanted to see that scene. Even Lu Xiaopeng, who was always slick, was very calm this time and didn't ask any more questions. Several people walked back in silence. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, which they hadn't smelled before. Maybe it was carried by the wind, so they only smelled it now. Liang Wenjing and the others guessed what it was instantly. Is it tragic? Did it happen last night? Murder? She thought someone had a fight in the middle of the night and dumped the body on the 35th floor. No, Wei Youqi said. Wei Youqi's face was very ugly. Liang Wenjing didn't dare to ask any more questions. I wonder if the scene was very bloody, so Wei Youqi was like this. As they walked, Luo Junqian suddenly said, "It should be the man from yesterday and his two elders." The man and two elders from yesterday? Who? They didn't react at first, but Lu Xiaopeng was the one who reacted the fastest, because Lu Xiaopeng and Wei Youqi had seen them last night, and Luo Junqian was guessing. Were they punished? Lu Xiaopeng said in surprise. His father analyzed last night that if the punishment was particularly severe, they must obey the rules in the future. In short, they must not touch the spearhead of Brother Long and his group, otherwise they might be used as a warning to others. But what kind of punishment would make Wei Youqi look like that? Torn apart by 5 horses? Lu Xiaopeng asked tentatively. Luo Junqian said, they were hung upside down in the stairwell. Oh! It's not that scary. Skinned. What? Lu Xiaopeng shuddered and almost fell down the stairs. Liang Wenjing, Yu Min, Luo Wei, Zhou Bai and others turned pale. Really? Wei Youqi nodded. In the future, you must be cautious when encountering things. Go to the security guard first, and don't solve it privately. This person is extremely perverted. He is warning everyone, so don't run into his gun. Everyone's heart trembled again and again. They had already imagined the worst possibility, which was nothing more than all 3 people being killed, but they never expected that they would not only be killed, but also. Fortunately, Lu Feng sent someone to find the security guard to solve the problem last night. If they solved it privately and caused trouble, wouldn't Brother Long use them as a knife? Brother Long and his group were too powerful, and they were no match at all. If they really fight hard, there is a high possibility that the whole army will be wiped out. It's too scary. It's really creepy. I thought I met a good person, but it turned out to be a pervert. Let's go home and discuss it with them first, Wei Youqi urged. Yeah. Everyone hurried home. At this time, there were sudden footsteps on the stairs. A few people looked up and saw Brother Long coming down with a dozen security guards. Wei Youqi led them to the wall subconsciously and greeted Brother Long. When Brother Long saw Wei Youqi, he thought he knew what happened last night and said, "Your people did a good job yesterday. As long as they follow the rules, I will protect them. But those who don't follow the rules, especially those who do not follow the rules repeatedly, you have seen the consequences." Wei Youqi pursed his lips. Brother Long has already reminded us specifically, and of course we will do our best to comply. Sorry to trouble Brother Long. Brother Long smiled and patted Wei Yochi on the shoulder. Okay, you are very sensible. I said that we should put human reproduction first. Only when humans coexist harmoniously can we survive better. Yes. Wei Yochi nodded. Brother Long nodded with satisfaction. I heard that there are doctors in your team who often come out for free clinics. This is great. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Thank you, Brother Long. I dare not trouble you. Oh, don't be so polite. We are all family. If you are willing to provide free medical services, it means you are good people. Good people will definitely be rewarded, Brother Long said with great loyalty. Wei Yochi could only nod in agreement. However, I heard that someone secretly killed a man last night and dumped the body on the 32nd floor. Have you heard about it? Wei Yochi's heart tightened, worried that Brother Long's words were full of ulterior motives. He explained, after the free medical services ended last night, we all went home and never came out again. I haven't heard about this matter. Luckily, Brother Long seemed to be asking casually. He laughed and said he had never heard of it. He also reminded them not to fight in private, etc., and led the group of people down. When they were completely gone, Yumin said, they should go to investigate the cause of death of that man. Should we go and see? Wei Yochi thought about it, and felt that if Liang Shuyu was there, he would also go to see it. They need to know more about Brother Long. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can avoid the key points. If you are afraid, you can stand higher, and a few of us boys will go down to see what's going on. I'm not that scared. If you hadn't covered my eyes just now, I would have seen it clearly a long time ago. Liang Wenjing pursed her lips. Are you sure? Don't have nightmares at night. Lu Xiaoping retorted. No. It's none of your business. Chapter 223. After reaching the 35th floor, Liang Wenjing finally didn't dare to look at the bloody scene. She hid at the corner of the stairs and listened to Wei Yochi and the others convey the situation. Luo Junxian stood at the front without changing his expression. This made Luo Wei anxious. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, just come back and let them see it. However, Luo Junxian ignored him. This child. Luo Wei could only sigh and worry with a frown. Zhoubai said, he doesn't look afraid at all. Don't worry. He is so old and will know his limits. But how could Luo Wei be at ease? It was such a bloody scene. He was worried that it would leave a shadow on the child. But Luo Junxian didn't listen to him, and he had no choice but to worry on the side. Lu Xiaoping prepared himself for a long time before walking to the front. He didn't dare to look up at all, but he could roughly see that there was a bloody red mass there, and he felt uncomfortable as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Take a deep breath and see what Brother Long and his group are doing in the big flat. Brother Long and his group walked into the big flat and first asked about the murdered man last night, but no one seemed to know. You don't want to tell me? Very good. If we find out who knows, then you will bear the consequences. A security guard said sternly. A small family consisting of a couple stood up. The woman hesitated for a while with some fear, but the man poked her and the woman had to speak. I may know something. Say it. But I'm not sure, because we didn't see it last night. I just heard that a big sister next to me was dragged away with her mouth covered, but I was drowsy at the time and didn't know if I heard it wrong. A woman was dragged away? Brother Long asked. The security guard below immediately answered, Brother Long, the man who was killed yesterday had his pants and clothes not in order, and his pants were half taken off, which means he had something to do with this woman. Brother Long nodded. Who is this woman? Find her. So they began to investigate the woman who was dragged away last night. Fuyuru and others also received the news quickly. They were on the 32nd floor in the room. Kong Qin and others were also a little panicked. What should we do, sister? That Zhao Zilong is here to check us. We left a lot of loopholes. They can easily find out here. What should we do? If it was yesterday, they wouldn't worry about that Brother Long. It's just a group of strong security guards. In fact, before today, there were many people who held similar views as them. However, just this morning, someone found that the family of 3 who made trouble because of the free clinic last night were skinned and hung upside down outside the 35th floor. Everyone knew how fierce Brother Long and his group were. So, it is certain that Kong Qin and his group are worried. Fuyuru thought for a long time, and finally said, take that woman, let's go to the 35th floor. Only they can take the initiative to admit this matter. Because of what happened last night, Fuyuru and her group can stand their ground, and the other side has 3 people, and they only killed one. No matter from which angle, it is justified. Even if Brother Long insists on killing them to scare the monkeys, Fuyuru could also risk her life. But before that, we still have to try to resolve the issue peacefully, and not risk the lives of our sisters. Although Kong Qin and the others were very scared, they still obeyed Fuyuru's order and took the unconscious woman out of the door. There were about a dozen women in the group, and they walked from the 32nd floor to the 35th floor. At this time, the security guards had just found the two accomplices of the man, and were about to find Fuyuru and the others. As a result, Fuyuru and the others came forward to surrender. The leader Fuyuru looked to be in her early 30s. Although she was wearing bloated and ragged clothes, and her clothes were even very old and heavy, she had an excellent temperament and was the type of strong woman. This woman must have been a successful person even before the power outage. Although Kong Qin was in her 40s, she was once a senior executive of a large company. The two hit it off at first sight, and cooperated very well with each other. The Women's League has always been very harmonious under their control. Fuyuru came forward. "We killed the people," said directly. Brother Long's expression did not change, but the security guards next to him frowned. "You actually don't follow our rules. Look at the three people behind you. If you don't follow the rules, you will get the same fate as them." Fuyuru remained calm. "What kind of rules? Do I just sit back and watch them hurt women?" Kong Qin stood up. "Last night, these three men dragged Liao Xiaomei to the stairwell and tried to do something illegal. We happened to hear it and rescued them. But we only hurt the man who resisted the most fiercely. After the other two escaped, we did not pursue them. We only rescued Liao Xiaomei and came back. If a group of women do not help other women when they see other women being hurt, and surrender when they are fiercely resisted by these evil men, is this the rule?" Kong Qin's words were powerful and well-reasoned, and it was not difficult to convince people. Several security guards immediately felt that the man should be the one who did not follow the rules. At this time, Fuyuru smiled gently and apologized to Brother Long, but it was indeed our fault to act rashly. "Brother Long, this is the first time I meet you today. I apologize to you first. I hope you don't bother with me." The situation was indeed more dangerous at that time. If we didn't take action, Liao Xiaomei would be hurt by them. But once we took action, they resisted fiercely. We really couldn't just sit there and catch them. Otherwise, we would be hurt as well. Fuyuru's voice was gentle and graceful, full of temperament, giving people a sense of comfort like a gurgling stream. Some bachelors in the flat were so stunned. Such a beautiful woman, even if she was wearing shabby clothes, could still exude a different kind of attraction. Several security guards were persuaded by Fuyuru and Kong Qin's arguments, and they all felt that their counterattacks were reasonable and well-founded, and it was difficult to find anything wrong with them. A security guard said to Brother Long, "Brother Long, I think they did nothing wrong." Brother Long snorted coldly, his face still stern. "Your starting point is indeed not wrong. However," Brother Long changed the subject, "in the future, if you encounter such a thing, you must never act first and report later. Remember, if anything dangerous happens, find the security guards first to solve it. This time, I can forgive you. But next time, if something similar happens again, I hope everyone present will hear clearly that harmony is our first demand. Only by unity can human life continue. So, if you encounter something, you must find the security guards to help you coordinate and solve it. Anyone who fights privately will end up like this if I find out." Brother Long pointed to the three bodies in the stairwell. Everyone in the scene was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 224. "Brother Long, do you want to be the absolute ruler? You have to go to the security guard for anything. If your life and property are in the hands of others, how can you go to the security guard if you don't resist to save your life? Even the police don't dare to say so, but Brother Long dares. Because they have iron-blooded skills. Don't accept? Then the end is hanging here." In the flat, there was silence, and no one dared to refute. This is the real right to not even resist. Although Fuyuru escaped punishment, Brother Long still warned her that if there is a next time, she will be severely punished. Fuyuru and others could only nod in agreement. Brother Long's majestic eyes swept over them one by one, and he was sure that these people did not have any hypocrisy before he took them upstairs and left. After passing Wei Yochi and others, they quickly stepped aside, and Brother Long and others came one after another, and finally disappeared in the corridor. Everyone in the field breathed a sigh of relief. "It's too exaggerated. Is it necessary to do this? What kind of dictatorship is this?" Someone murmured. "Shh. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die?" The man immediately shut up. Fuyuru did not communicate with the people in the peace floor. She walked out and stood under the three upside-down bodies. She stared directly at the bloody mess. The women behind her all closed their eyes cruelly, and almost no one dared to look. But Fu Yuru followed these three people, and saw Wei Youqi, Luo Junqian, Liang Wenjing, Yu Min and others on the stairs. Fu Yuru just glanced at them, stayed on Luo Junqian for 2 more seconds, and then retracted her gaze. Everyone has seen clearly that this is the consequence of violating the rules. I, Fu Yuru, would like to advise you here that if you want to hurt our female compatriots, you'd better think about whether your skin is tight enough. Of course, she said this to those people with bad intentions in the flat. Since she entered this flat, even in front of Brother Long, she has received many disgusting looks. In a society without order, human legal awareness is weak, and the desire to harm others has soared sharply, so we have to be on guard. After Fu Yuru finished speaking, she led everyone downstairs. Big sister. A sister suddenly called her. Little sister Liao seems to have died. Little sister Liao was seriously injured last night. Her health was not very good to begin with. No one was in good health after the power outage, and there was not enough medicine. Just now, Kong Qin and others pulled her up, but she didn't hold on and died directly. Fu Yuru checked Liao Xiaomei's pulse, and she was really dead. Fu Yuru's face flashed with sadness. Take her back first, put her outside, and find a time to deal with her. There is no condition to bury her. It is likely that she could only be thrown out of the window. The sisters looked at each other, and saw sadness in each other's eyes. The person is dead, so it can only be like this. Fu Yuru and others took the dead Liao Xiaomei away. The flat was instantly half empty. Wei Youqi and the others had already understood the details, and there was no need to stay here. Let's go back. Everyone walked home. In the future, if we encounter danger, can we only escape and not take action? Liang Wenjing felt a little uncomfortable. What if we fail to escape and are killed? Even if the other party is skinned and pulled out, it can't bring back our lives. Why do we have to do this? The society is in chaos, and we still have to do this in such a high-sounding way. Zhou Bai said, it seems that we will really have to live under someone else's roof and depend on others' faces in the future. I don't know if the seawater will recede after the rain stops. Do we really have to build a raft to escape? In fact, the materials they currently have are not suitable for making rafts. Solid wood is not used to make rafts. Even composite expansion wood boards will not work. This thing will sink. Lu Xiaopeng frowned at them. Are you stupid? If you knock down the opponent's weapons and tie them up, won't it be safe? Why are you running away? Everyone, It seems to make sense. Liang Wenjing suddenly realized, as if she saw the dawn again, she was obsessed. If you're not satisfied, stab him a few more times, as long as he doesn't die. At worst, we can say that he resisted fiercely and was accidentally injured in self-protection, and then tie him up and throw him to the security guards, and that's it. Lu Xiyuan, I'm the first to find out that you're so smart. Just kidding. I've always been so smart. Lu Xiaopeng shook his bangs proudly. Just show off. The group ran home quickly, and when they were about to get home, they ran into Li Ming and Yu Shifeng, who came out. Yu Shifeng saw that they didn't get any water or catch any fish. Why are there so many people? Something happened downstairs. Let's go back first. Li Ming and the other two went to their house together to hear what happened. In the room, the others had already gotten up. Liang Shuyu was sitting on the bed, and Liang Ying had just helped him change the medicine. Wei Youqi and the others sat directly next to Liang Shuyu, and a group of people gathered together. What's wrong? What happened? Wei Youqi told everyone everything they saw just now. Ah! Aunt Xiaoping screamed and covered her mouth. You mean they were? Yes. And they were hung in the large flat on the 35th floor. The purpose is to let everyone who passes by see, to serve as a warning to others. Why is it like this? Isn't that Brother Long? They couldn't believe it. This person has psychological problems. Lu Feng pointed out, what he wants is submission and obedience. But one thing is strange. Why does he repeatedly emphasize unity, and his style does not seem like someone who only speaks politely? Maybe. That's what he thinks in his heart. Liang Shuyu said, maybe he has some obsession in his heart, so he keeps emphasizing it. Every person who eventually behaves differently from ordinary people has had a shadow or blow in his childhood. This so-called Brother Long must have experienced something when he was a child, and these things are the source of his obsession. But for Liang Shuyu and his group, knowing this is useless. It can't help them deal with Brother Long and his group. Everyone must be more careful in the future. If you encounter something, avoid it if you can. If you can't avoid it, just tie it up and throw it to the security guard. As long as we don't violate his so-called rules, he has no reason to do anything to us. Yeah, everyone responded. But they also know that this is not a long-term solution. In the long run, it will definitely greatly expand the vanity of Brother Long and his group. Once they are in control of all the situations, their fangs will become more and more intensified. Today they abide by the so-called rules. When Brother Long and his group master the rules, they will modify the rules. At that time, everyone can only become the dead souls under their rules. They have to find a way to leave here. Chapter 225. However, how easy is it to leave here? The vast sea is all around, and now this building has been submerged for 22 floors, which means that the sea level has risen by at least 66 meters. Even if they want to make a raft, it is not easy. The wood found in the building cannot be used to make a raft, unless they find a lot of large empty bottles, and put the empty bottles under the raft. They can try to use them. Or use tires. But if there are tires, there will be cars. Will cars still be submerged? So, they are all trapped here now. There is nowhere to escape. Thinking of this, everyone sighed quietly. Although everyone put forward their own ideas, after analysis, none of them can really play a role. Unless the seawater recedes by itself, or they find a way to swim away from here, there is almost no other way. Today, the building was completely messed up because of the operation of Brother Long and others. It can be said that people are panicking. Yu Shifeng and others did not go to see patients. In the afternoon, Wei Yochi and his companions still carried their backpacks and weapons and went to search the upper floors. Although the floors above the 45th floor were not renovated, after the lower floors were flooded, people who had nowhere to go moved upstairs. There was a lot of construction waste in these ruins. Wei Yochi and his companions could still pick up a lot of things if they wanted to. As long as they felt that anything was useful, they would move it home without leaving any room. On the 27th floor, the children on this floor were also frightened by the 3 terrifying corpses. Usually at this time, they would go out and find ways to collect some edible and useful things, but today, because of fear, no one dared to go out. Even when Wengu whipped them with a rope, no one dared to go out. Okay, you all have grown up, right? Those who don't want to go out to find things, all get out. You are not allowed to live in my territory. Wengu is 15 years old this year. When he was in school, he had leadership skills. He was not a gangster or a bad student, but he had been bullied in school. After the power outage, his character became more fierce when he shuttled through the city with his parents. After his parents died, he was even more heartbroken. Even his home was occupied by others. The homeless Wengu teamed up with other children who had lost their relatives at that time to run around and survive. But as his companions starved to death, died of illness, and more people died, Wengu's character became more and more paranoid. He often thought of his dead relatives and friends, and he was afraid of death, so his brothers and sisters were more demanding. From time to time, he got angry and whipped people with a rope, and no one could stop him. More than a dozen ropes were whipped again. The few people who were beaten in the corner refused to go out. They didn't dare to resist or go out to find food. Because most of the time, they went out to steal. Sometimes, they also robbed. They were young and agile. The adults were so cold that their hands and feet were stiff. Sometimes they couldn't catch up with them, so they could often succeed. But stealing and robbing should be against the rules. If they were reported, their fate could be imagined. So, no one dared to go out today. Even if Wengu kept whipping them with a whip, they refused. Okay. You all won't go out? Sure, I go. But you all can't eat? Wengu was so angry that his eyes turned red. He stopped beating these cowardly guys, and decided to go out to find food by himself. Because the food at home had been eaten up, if he didn't go out, he would starve to death. However, before Wengu walked out of the door, a thin boy appeared in front of him. I go. It was the guy who was scolded by Wengu yesterday, and was not allowed to eat. But I want 2 portions. I have a sister. The boy said timidly, not even daring to look at Wengu's eyes. Wengu sneered, You want 2 portions before you find anything? Naive. Then he walked forward, grabbed his brother's collar, and dragged him out. His sister was so scared that she kept calling brother behind her, but Wengu ignored her. The 2 of them came out of the fire escape all the way, and asked the people inside to guard the fire door before leaving. There was only 1 fire escape on their side, and they only had 1 studio, so it was very safe. And they had searched all the places that could be searched in this fire escape, and almost nothing valuable could be squeezed out. Wenwu led his brother up the mountain, looking for things everywhere. Sometimes they came across dilapidated studios, such as those with broken doors, where no one lived. Wenwu would climb into the vents, and then look for food or things to take away in other studios where people lived. Unfortunately, they were unlucky today. Either they encountered a group with many people holding hands, and they had no idea where to start. Or they encountered a poor group with nothing, and they couldn't even find garbage to fill their teeth. Wengu's temper got worse. He beat and scolded his brother all the way. The two searched for a whole day until it was dark outside, but they didn't find anything. It was a complete failure. Wengu paced in the stairwell. If there was nothing, they would be hungry all night. In fact, Wengu didn't eat anything last night. He gave it to the weaker children. He regretted it now. He shouldn't have given it to those cowardly guys. They ate his food, but didn't do anything for him. Why did he support those cowardly guys in vain? Wengu kicked the handrail of the stairwell in frustration. It was completely dark, and the stairwell was even darker. He couldn't see anything. He was completely helpless. There was no way. Wengu could only go up. He had to go to the 35th floor and find his own fire escape from the large flat to get back to their studio on the 27th floor. However, since there was no light in the stairwell, Wengu suddenly kicked something soft and fell down hard. His head just hit the stairs and scratched a little. Wengu was so angry that he punched and kicked the soft thing, and then with the faint starlight in the sky, he saw that it was the body of a woman who had been dead for a long time. Unlucky. So unlucky. Wengu was so angry that he kicked her in the face a few more times, and he had no respect for the dead at all. He buried his parents. He also buried his friends. What dignity can the dead have? Dead is dead, and you still want dignity. Dream on. After beating, his body was hot, but his stomach was even hungrier. Wengu was deflated, and had no intention of venting anymore. He still had to save his energy. Maybe he could find food tomorrow. Wengu walked back without looking at the body. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Chapter 226. Wengu never thought that he was a bad person. Or a disgusting person. When he was a student, he was just an ordinary person in the middle of the class, with neither good nor bad grades, average looks, and an ordinary family background. He experienced school violence when he was young. Perhaps because of these experiences, he saw the cruelty of life and death after the power outage, and instead developed a fierceness. He grew up with fighting, and hardly did anything bad. The classmate who used to commit school violence against him had abused and killed cats and dogs, but he had never, and even dared not to read such news. Although he had never raised cats and dogs, he was sure that he was definitely not a person who would abuse cats and dogs. So overall, he must be a good person. Moreover, after his parents died, he helped many people. Especially those homeless children like him. He even helped two brothers fight for their lives, and almost caused his own death, although the two brothers later died to save him. Death is very fast. Just like the renewal of cells. All of Wengu's original companions had died. At first, he would seriously remember the names of his companions, their home addresses, their parents' names, and some of their hobbies, etc. Later, he even forgot their names. Although they had known each other for a short time, those people were dead, and he was the only one who survived. So what was the point of remembering their names? However, even though all his original companions were dead, Wengu still continued his original idea. Establish a gang of children, and then help these homeless children to survive. This is Wengu's original intention. So he is a good person. Many of his decisions are also made out of kindness. In order to survive, isn't it right? On the 27th floor, the girl set up a stove. In this building, it is not very difficult to get wood. In comparison, fire is very precious. Their entire group only has one lighter left. And there is only half of the gas left. Above the stove, there is a small iron bucket with a T pattern printed on it. It used to be a tea can, but now it is used to cook food. The water in the can boiled. The girls put the washed meat in. There is no salt, no oil, and no soy sauce. This meat has a very strong fishy smell. It's cooked. It seems to be no different from the others. It's just a little red in appearance, as if it is not cooked, but Wengu knows that it is cooked. Eat it, or you starve to death. Wengu didn't say much. He poked one with his dagger. It was a bit disgusting, but it was okay. Soon, the tea can was eaten up. He continued to cook. Everyone should be able to eat their fill today. The elder brother got 3 portions, originally 2, but Wengu gave him some more. The younger sister curled up in the corner. Neither of them was very popular. Other girls could sleep on the sofa and use curtains to keep warm, but she could only sleep in her brother's arms. Eat something, you won't be hungry after you eat it. The elder brother took it. The younger sister blinked innocent tears. Is it fish meat? The elder brother hesitated for a moment. Yes, eat quickly. The younger sister quickly grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth. The taste was strange, but she knew that it was normal to be strange without oil, salt, or soy sauce. She knew what kind of environment they were in now. so she would not make trouble anymore. She ate half of it very obediently, but the younger sister refused to eat it, and wanted to leave it for her brother. The elder brother choked, "Yes, my sister is really obedient." At night, the stove was burning vigorously, and when Gu's mood became very good, and he began to chat with everyone, the small group was suddenly filled with laughter. The children fell into a sweet dream under the reflected firelight. "I believe that tomorrow will be better." Midnight. Get up quickly." "Huh? What time is it now? It's not even dawn yet." Lu Xiaopeng rubbed his sleepy eyes. Wei Youqi dragged him down from the sofa. "Will there be fish to eat when you fall asleep? Hurry up and go catch fish." "Oh my god." Lu Xiaopeng looked up at the sky and sighed. "Is it harder than when I was in school? It's only 4 o'clock in the morning. There are many people catching fish in the morning. If you go late, there will be no fish bones." There was no choice but to get up in the dark. The stove in the room was extinguished, and it was freezing cold as soon as you got out of the quilt. It was a quilt with cotton and sponge that Deng Lingxiang and the others had sewed together. If you cover it with a curtain alone, I don't know how cold it would be. Zhou Bai hugged his arms and shivered with his teeth trembling. "It's so cold, I hope the sun will come out today." The rain stopped yesterday. If there was a little sun, their life would definitely be much better. Lu Xiaopeng said, "Are you serious? It was sunny in the daytime, but it hailed at night. It's useless to have a sun." "That's true. This weather is really terrible." Lu Wei sighed. "If only we had left this area earlier, maybe we wouldn't be trapped here." "Yes. If they could have passed the Shijiang Bridge in half a day, they wouldn't have been trapped here by the tsunami. Because the Shijiang River extends directly to the sea, and the area they are in is equivalent to being surrounded by the entire Shijiang River, so the sea water came, and they were washed away by the sea water coming from the land. Lack of luck. We could have left, but we were trapped. We can't think too much about this. Thinking about it will shake the morale of the army." Wei Youqi and the others sighed, and went out of the door arguing. As soon as they reached the stairwell, the cold wind blew in from the window. Liang Wenjing's sneeze probably shook the whole floor. "Ah, cold." They hurried downstairs. Thinking that they would have to fish in the water later, they felt so bad. They soon reached the 35th floor. Compared to Wei Youqi and his friends who got up early, these people were no less late. Everyone seemed to have gotten up to work. This place was already crowded. Wei Youqi had a bad feeling. There must be a lot of people fishing. They could only walk down quickly to see if they could catch anything. As a result, when they reached the 32nd floor, Wei Youqi and his friends stepped on the ground and found it was sticky. Why is the floor so sticky? According to everyone's experience, there is only one possibility that can make the floor so sticky. Without waiting for others to tell him, Lu Xiaopeng had already lit the lighter. Swish. Everyone's vision was hit by a quantum critical strike. What? Perhaps the shock they had received recently was too great. None of them screamed. Lu Xiaopeng quickly turned off the lighter. "Let's go, don't worry about it," Wei Youqi said. He quickly led everyone away. Silence remained in the darkness. Chapter 227. But Wei Youqi and his friends were too naive. Since the news that fish could be found down there spread, many families and groups came down early in the morning to catch fish, and some even waited all night. So there is no earliest, only earlier. When Wei Youqi and his friends arrived here, the stairwell had already been occupied, and the flooded floors were so crowded that there was no place to step, let alone catch fish. Forget it. Everyone was speechless. Forget it, let's go search for something. It seemed that catching fish was hopeless. However, in fact, all the places that could be searched had already been searched, and some had already been occupied and could not be searched anymore. There were hundreds of people on the entire floor, and there might even be thousands of survivors. Where Wei Youqi and his friends wanted to go, others also wanted to go. Where they couldn't think of, others also wanted to go. So they searched for a whole morning, but nothing came of it. There was almost nothing valuable to be found in this building. Back home. There is nothing left in the building, Liang Wenjing said. Yes, we went around today and found nothing. The places where we can search have been occupied by others. The places that are not occupied are just empty shells. If we continue like this, we will sooner or later run out of food. With so many people and so many mouths, they will definitely starve to death. What a jinx! How is that possible? What should we do now? If we can't collect supplies, it will be a dead end for us. We won't be able to hold on for long. Is there any way we can make a fishing net? Wei Youqi asked. Liang Wenjing thought about it. Suddenly, I remembered that the garbage they had picked up before had a green bag. which was usually used to pack lines or overweight items. The scientific name should be nylon bag, but it is also different from the nylon bag for rice. In short, maybe we can try that thing. Since we thought of it, we did it immediately. At first, they really couldn't make a fishing net out of this material. But God will not let down those who want to do something. As long as you study it seriously, you will succeed. At night, they made a simple fishing net. After a rough test, it was quite strong. Liang Wenjing picked up more garbage bags, so at least the fishing net could be expanded by twice. But for the sake of safety, the remaining garbage bags were stored. Let's test the water with this first. After dark, Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng brought quilts and thick clothes, etc., and prepared to squat on the 22nd floor for half a night to see if they could catch any fish. They hung the fishing net on the window. Let the rope go a little longer. Hang it in the water. Then just wait like this. If you are lucky, you can catch a fish. After waiting for several hours, in the middle of the night, there was movement in the fishing net. Is there a fish? Pull it up and have a look. The two people hurriedly pulled the rope up. It was cold in the middle of the night. Although they were wrapped in quilts, their hands and feet were stiff and their limbs were numb. It was very difficult to pull the rope. Besides, the rope was being pulled hard, so there must be a fish in it. The two people were even more excited, but they were afraid of breaking the fishing net, so they had to be very careful. Finally, the fishing net was pulled up. What a big fish, at least 7 to 8 catties. It was a fish from the sea. It is rare to see such a big freshwater fish. The two were overjoyed and quickly packed up the big fish and took it home. The violent swinging sound of the fish woke up An Xiaoping and the others. When they got up and saw such a big fish, they all shouted in surprise. Such a big set of fish, enough for them to have a full meal. So An Xiaoping and the others processed the fish overnight, because they were worried that the fish would die in the middle of the night, and would not be fresh tomorrow, and the fishy smell would be even stronger. After processing, everyone ate the fresh and tender fish soup and fish meat early in the morning, but there were no ginger and other ingredients to remove the fishy smell, so the fish soup and fish meat were extremely fishy, and several people who didn't like the smell of fish almost vomited. So they vomited while eating. The fishy smell in the room lingered for a whole week and didn't dissipate. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had been trapped in this building for a full half-month. A lot of things happened in the past half-month. The atmosphere in the building was getting weirder and weirder. But Wei Youqi and his team were doing well. They had 2 doctors and a surgeon ally, so they were highly respected in the building, and most people didn't want to have conflicts with them. Who hasn't been sick one day? Doctors are an important resource, so no one wants to offend them. Doctors often go out for free clinics, which can bring back a lot of valuable things, but this is only one of them. These alone cannot guarantee the food for 21 people. Wei Youqi and his team also made a larger and stronger fishing net, and went to the bottom to catch fish every day, almost catching 2 or 3 every day, which guaranteed everyone's food. Diao has gained a little weight. In addition, Liang Wenjing accidentally found dozens of boxes of expired mooncakes in an abandoned garbage dump on the 68th floor. Although expired, they looked very intact. The mooncakes were very filling, very delicious, and could provide a lot of energy. But even so, after half a month, they only had 1/3 of the original supplies left. And the supplies that could be squeezed out of this building were almost squeezed out, and it was impossible to dig out new things. So they had to leave here. Fortunately, they were also prepared. During this half-month, the tsunami had completely stopped, and there was a big sun every day. It was said that some people had successfully left the building by floating barrels and swimming. After the sun went down at night, the temperature difference between day and night was extremely terrifying. Sometimes, it was even cold enough to form a thin layer of frost on the sea surface. But it didn't freeze to the point of freezing, otherwise they could leave here smoothly. Every night when night falls, countless people are frozen to death. Every morning, you can hear the sound of diving. Naturally, no one has the leisure to swim early in the morning. It's just that the dead people are thrown in. And the atmosphere of the building becomes more and more weird as time goes by. There are many big men weighing 140 to 50 kilograms. When they are thrown into the water after death, only 70 to 80 kilograms are left. The weight removed is probably not that hungry overnight. However, Zhao Zilong and his team have repeatedly inquired about the discipline. As the number of deaths increases, those people are also very smart not to leave any traces. Without surveillance and video recording, it is difficult to investigate the criminals' deliberately disguised evil deeds. The number of people in the building is also visibly decreasing. At first, there were many unfamiliar faces, but later, only familiar faces were left. And the number of familiar faces is also slowly decreasing. Up to now, there are only about 300 to 500 people left in the building. In just half a month, more than half of them have been eliminated. Some died of starvation, some died of disease, some died of cold, and some were killed. Chapter 228. Compared to those who have a hard life, Wei Yoqi and his people's life is like heaven. They have fish and meat to eat every day, a stable income of snacks every day, and occasionally a meal of fruit or canned meat. They stored a lot of wooden boards earlier, and when they couldn't find the wooden boards later, they began to dismantle plastic pipes, and even pried open the wall to pull out the wires inside, and the wire skin can also be burned. Anything that can be used to burn to keep warm will not be spared. So much so that later, the walls of this building were all riddled with holes, without a single piece of good skin. But plastic is toxic. In order to keep warm, many people do not open windows for ventilation at night, and the burning fuel toxins invade the 5 internal organs. The doctors have received many patients with plastic poisoning, but all died. It is very cold at night. At the coldest time, a thin layer of frost will appear on the floor. Even if the stove is burning all night, everyone will shiver with cold if they hug each other and nestle in the quilt. Not to mention those who have no stove or quilt, who are almost dead after a few days of cold. There are also many people who died of heat stroke. Because it is too cold at night and too hot during the day, some people go out in the sun all day long, regardless of the scorching sun. After being frozen at night, they will definitely get heat stroke if they go out in the sun the next day. But there is not a single pill of heat-relieving medicine or cold medicine in the entire building. The number of deaths from heat stroke is much higher than the number of deaths from colds. Sometimes we say that the more things people experience, the more mature and objective they will become. If you see too many deaths, it is the same. It cannot be said that you are numb, but you can only say that it is commonplace. There is nothing worse, the worst is death. Some people begin to fear death sharply, some people completely look down on death, some people are afraid of the rising of the sun every day, afraid of the coming of night, and some people live indifferently, cherishing every minute and every second, not knowing how much life is left. Liang Shuyu's injury has improved a lot. He can do some heavy work, but he still can't go up and down the stairs, which will easily pull the wound, but it will soon be back to normal. They are one of the rich people. However, in this building, the richest and most comfortable people are obviously not them. The most comfortable group is the group of women's league led by Fuyuru. I don't know when Fuyuru and Brother Long got together. As the sister-in-law, I heard that she knows her limits, and did not ask to go to the 72nd floor in violation of the rules. She still guards her sisters on the 32nd floor, but Brother Long and his subordinates will send them things from time to time. There is everything, even fresh vegetables. This also indirectly verifies another fact, that is, there must be precious materials that people want on the 72nd floor. The reason why many people have not died is that they are hanging on by the extravagant hopes of the 72nd floor. But Brother Long and his men are too powerful, and have too many people. Rumor has it that there are hundreds of people, although only more than 20 people have appeared below, but according to Fuyuru and others, there are sisters among them, who have gone up to serve those people. One sister said that those people are very energetic, and sometimes she almost couldn't hold on when there were 7 or 8 people together. This shows that their materials are very, very sufficient. It is conceivable that they can support so many people, and still be so energetic. 15 days, seemingly short, is enough for many things to happen, and not to become a hell for some people's lives. In this building, some people laugh, some people cry, but no one has a good end. But these have nothing to do with Liang Shuyu and his friends. Because they have made all the preparations. They plan to leave here. They tied the mineral water bottles in their hands into a row, and collected some other empty bottles to make floating bottles that can float on the water. When Liang Shuyu's injuries get better, they can leave. Today's harvest is good, 2 big fish again. There is fish meat to eat. The fish in the sea are generally much larger than freshwater fish. The 2 fish weigh 7 or 8 kilograms together. Last night, Luo Wei and Luo Junxian watched all night before they caught these 2 fish. Since they made fish nets to catch fish, many people followed suit, and the competition became more and more fierce. Simply catching fish like before is no longer possible. And the windows on each floor are limited. If you go too late, there will be no space. But Wei Yoqi and his family are family members of doctors, and are very respected, so they have a dedicated window, and no one will take the initiative to occupy their window. And some people will even stay in one place for 24 hours to occupy the window, and dare not move at all. In order to survive, Humans can think of any way. There is nothing they can't do except what they can't think of. Today I made fried fish, which is the method with the least fishy smell after research. After the cooked fish is put into the oil pan, it emits bursts of fragrance, and then sprinkled with cumin and 13 spices, it can't be more fragrant. They had never been treated so well in Ceylon before. I remember the only time they had fish was when Luowei gave them fish. At that time, it was said that it jumped out of the village chief's fish pond. If the village chief's family was unlucky, they would probably have. And the neighbors nearby, whether they had conflicts or not, have all been wiped out. Things in the world are really unpredictable. It smells so good, Liang Wenjing said happily. Liang Shuyu pinched her nose. Be careful of thorns, you got stuck yesterday, and you didn't learn your lesson today, eat slowly. Humph, it won't get stuck today. Deng Lingxiang picked out some noodles, and added them to Liang Shuyu's bowl. Why do you eat so little? Eat more. I don't work, so I'm not very hungry. Liang Shuyu picked up the noodles, and gave them to Wei Youqi next to him. Wei Youqi smiled. You are not allowed to be lazy tomorrow. Come with us to walk around and get familiar with the environment. Okay. Liang Shuyu smiled. Yu Shifeng came over, and sat in front of everyone. They sat around the stove. After half a month of close contact, their relationship has become very casual and intimate. Yu Shifeng thought, it's getting more and more sensitive recently. I feel that some people may want to unite to attack Brother Long. Should we avoid it? They can almost contact half of the people in the building when they go out for treatment. They are also very clear about the personnel deployment in each studio. Even if some people's private actions can be hidden from others, they can't be hidden from Yu Shifeng and others who often enter for the first time. During the half-month, several groups with names emerged. In addition to the Women's League and the Youth Organization, there is also a group called the Assemblers. Most of the members of this group are lonely survivors who have lost their loved ones, such as a family or a group that has lost most of its relatives, leaving only 1 or 2 people. These people united again and became a new large group. And these members have always believed that Brother Long and others have occupied a large amount of supplies and did nothing to help, but instead regarded themselves as dictators and exploited the poor people below, so they waited for an opportunity to rush to the 72nd floor. Chapter 229. These people also want to instigate Yu Shifeng and others to fight back together, but how could Yu Shifeng go to this muddy water? These days, undercurrents are surging everywhere. People are shrouded in the shadow of death. In addition to this group of gatherers, there is another group organization that claims to be the Avengers. This so-called Avengers group is more miserable. Usually they are the family members of the deceased. If the deceased with strange causes of death are not properly handled at the scene of death, the next morning, either there is no body left or only a pile of bones. The scene is usually very bloody. There are also some deceased who are obviously not dead yet. They are seriously ill or starving, and they lost their lives inexplicably. Some people do not handle it properly, preferring to steal it, strip it of weight and throw it back. You can imagine how someone feels when he sees his relatives are only a pile of bloody bones, which will inevitably stir up a huge anger and hatred. The Avengers are a group of people like this. They are not many in number, but they are often angry about the world and full of hatred for the survivors. The leader of this Avengers group is also very special, just a 16-year-old girl. It is said that her brother died a violent death, and she saw her brother's body with her own eyes. Those hateful corpse thieves. After stripping her brother clean, in order to satisfy some unknown desire, they deliberately placed her brother's body next to her pillow in the early morning of the 3rd day. She was almost crazy at that time. However, Brother Long's team investigated so many corpse-stealing cases, but did not catch a single suspect. The madman's hands and feet were very clean, leaving no traces. A living and healthy person just disappeared like that. The girl was so angry that she united several survivors, who had the same experience, and initially formed a revenge gang. They dared not hurt people at will, because Brother Long did not allow it. But they would track the suspects they thought of at night. As long as they did not leave any handles, Brother Long and his men would not be able to do anything to them. No matter how smart the dictator is, he cannot completely control the actions of his subordinates. Moreover, Brother Long and his men were not very smart. They were caught by the sisters of the Women's League so quickly. Even heroes are hard to resist the beauty, let alone non-heroes. During the day, doctors and others went out to see patients, and Wei Youqi and his men had not gone out. It was too chaotic outside, with invisible fighting and struggle everywhere. It was only 15 days. Any filth that humans can imagine has been staged in this building. People can only see the surface piece at best. It was another morning. Wei Youqi, Liang Shuyu, and Lu Xiaopeng went downstairs to hand over the shift to Zhou Bai and Lao Chen, who were on night duty last night. Although Liang Shuyu's injuries had mostly healed, he still felt a hissing pain when he went down the stairs. The way he walked with his legs spread was very funny. Every floor the three of them passed by would greet them. Because Liang Shuyu had never been out of the house, they only knew Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng, so they called them Little Wei and Little Lu. Wei Youqi also greeted them warmly. On the surface, it was a scene of harmonious neighbors, a model of the end times. However, no one knew what they were thinking in secret. Wei Youqi helped Liang Shuyu down all the way, and Zhou arrived at the 22nd floor. Since the sun came out, the seawater has been steadily submerged on the 22nd floor, neither retreating nor rising. It seems that the tsunami has stopped, and this coastal area will probably continue to be submerged like this. The water is just under the steps. There is a window with the best position here. At this time, Zhou Bai and Lao Chen are wrapped in hand-sewn quilts and sleeping soundly. Lu Xiaopeng walked up and poked Zhou Bai's face and pulled Lao Chen's stubble. Get up, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Zhou Bai and Lao Chen woke up at the same time. Seeing that it was Lu Xiaopeng, Zhou Bai snorted and said, I was having a beautiful dream, and you interrupted it. What beautiful dream? Lu Xiaopeng smiled. It won't be some erotic dream. Pa! Why don't you keep your mouth shut, little brat? Zhou Bai was speechless and climbed out of the quilt. The sun hadn't come out yet, and the air was still very cold, making him shiver. It felt like the weather had been getting worse. If they hadn't had the wooden planks on the ground and the stove burning next to them, they wouldn't have been frozen into ice at night. After the two of them got up and moved the quilt aside, Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng came forward to help pull the rope. Don't say it, the rope was quite heavy today. Maybe there would be a big fish. Wow, be careful, don't tear our fishing net, Lu Xiaopeng said. After a while, the fishing net was dragged up. Wow, 4 fish. It was estimated that they weighed more than 10 pounds in total. 4 big fish. They could have a good meal today. After pulling the fish up quickly, Wei Youqi and his friends took out their knives, processed the fish on the spot, and put them in a bucket. These sea fish have a strong fishy smell. It is not only inconvenient to take them back for processing, but also the whole house will be filled with fishy smell. Besides, there is running water below, so it is more convenient to process them. Wei Youqi has a lot of experience in dealing with this. After a few cuts, he was as neat as a fishmonger. It was processed cleanly in a short while. There are still more than 10 pounds of fish after processing. Such a big fish was caught. Others passing by said enviously, looking at their fish with shining eyes, but although they were envious, they stood far away and did not dare to make any moves. One of the safest people in this building is Wei Youqi and his group, because they are family members of doctors. Not only can they enjoy a window alone, but no one dares to have conflicts with them. After all, everyone has been sick and injured. Some of them have also received the kindness of doctors, so they are grateful. Yeah, we're lucky today, Zhou Bai said with a smile. The few people didn't leave after they finished speaking, and waited for Zhou Bai and his friends to catch fish. These people were waiting for Zhou Bai and his friends to leave so that they could occupy the window that they didn't use during the day. No one would grab it at night, and it would be very lively during the day. Zhou Bai and his friends didn't occupy it during the day, and usually they would let others use it. There were few fish during the day, but more at night. Help us watch the board, thank you, Wei Youqi said to them when they left. Hey! Okay, don't worry. Several people smiled politely and watched Wei Youqi and his friends leave with the fish and quilt. Liang Shuyu also climbed the stairs slowly. It was finally more comfortable when he went up than when he came down, and he didn't pull his wound so much. Splash. Suddenly, a person emerged from the water in the stairwell, a woman who was soaked all over, and on the wooden fork in her hand, there was a big fish. Chapter 230. Although the fish was forked, it was still alive and kicking, and it looked like it weighed 5 or 6 pounds. After the woman came ashore, the fish tried to escape by wagging its tail, which prompted the woman to punch it hard with her fist. The fish then stopped and tilted its head, without making any big noise. The woman finally smiled, revealing 2 small white tiger teeth. But the smile was fleeting, and was soon replaced by the indifference and vicissitudes between her eyebrows, as if a 3-year-old child suddenly became an emperor with the heavy responsibility of the world on his shoulders. She neatly wrung out the water stains on her body, and the cold water soaked her body, as if she was not cold at all. There was still frost on the wall next to her, but she was soaked all over. Others were shivering with cold even though their clothes were dry, but she was like an ordinary person. She also took out a knife and started to process the fish, swishing and swishing, with very neat knife skills, and her hands were obviously frozen purple, but still very flexible. Perhaps she felt the attention. She finally raised her head, her sharp eyes swept over, looking at the source of the gaze. Liang Shuyu was holding the railing of the stairwell, and was caught by her. After a brief gaze, she seemed to recognize Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu had seen this girl before, and she didn't expect to meet her again here. That meeting was after 60 days of heavy rain. On the day when the sun came out, Liang Shuyu was pulled by Wei Youqi to shuttle through the crowd. Suddenly, she was hugged by a strange woman and kissed. Now suddenly seeing her in person, Liang Shuyu didn't feel embarrassed, but just had a strange feeling of surviving a disaster. A very strange feeling. It's not quite appropriate to say that I saw my old friend was still alive. But there seemed to be no other feeling that could be described. In short, most of my heart was happy. Liang Shuyu thought that her emotions were similar. Because Liang Shuyu saw the smile in her eyes for a moment, and the sentence that seemed to have not been asked yet, "Are you still alive?" But no one spoke or laughed, but the eyes of both sides stayed silently for about 10 seconds, and then moved away. "What's wrong, Lao Liang?" Wei Youqi finally found that his little friend Liang Shuyu was still there, and had not moved away from the stairs for a while. Liang Shuyu responded, looked at her again, and then slowly walked up the stairs. The woman didn't say much, and squatted down to continue processing the fish. It's just that she was probably happy in her heart. A special emotion, unrelated to friendship and emotion, it can be said to be called touching. Liang Shuyu was the same. The touch of life is a feeling of relief, that someone you once knew is still alive, after such a dangerous disaster. Back on the 42nd floor, the sun had risen. There was a golden light in the room. And Xiaoping and Dangling Xiang moved small stools, and sat under the sun, enjoying the sun. Qin Baoyu was in the corner and said, "The sun is too strong. You should stay out of it less. I am slightly allergic to the sun. My skin will turn red when I get out of it. But it wasn't like this before. I was only allergic to the sun at noon, but now it's only at 8 o'clock in the morning." Teacher Ding said, "It's okay. Stay out in the sun more to disinfect and sterilize. It can also remove moisture and keep warm. But you really can't get too much sun. It's easy to get heat stroke." Dangling Xiang said, "The sun is much hotter now than before the power outage. You can't sunbathe after 9 o'clock. Teacher Ding and the others quickly responded that it was indeed. The sun was so hot now that it was terrifying. After 15 days of getting along, Qin Baoyu became more cheerful, and would chat with Teacher Ding and the others when she had nothing to do. Although she still looked a little cold, it was much better than when she didn't talk to anyone at the beginning. "Big brother, you are back. Wow, what a big fish." Du Yao's exclamation finally shifted their attention. Liang Shuyu took out the biggest fish from the fish, and showed it to them. If you want to say when is the happiest time of the day, it is when they catch fish every morning. Guessing how big the fish is today is their only fun. Let me guess, today there are at least 8 jin. Du Yao said. "I guess 9 jin. Qin Rui said. "I guess 12 jin. Yu Shifeng said in the corner. After a while, almost every number had been said, so everyone waited for Uncle Qin to come out and judge. He was the most accurate here. As long as something passed through his hands, he would tell it how many pounds it was, absolutely not a cent or an ounce off. After all, he was an old Chinese doctor, and his skill in prescribing medicine was not to be underestimated. Uncle Qin laughed. "Okay, let me weigh it." Then Uncle Qin weighed the 4 fish they caught today in his hands. 113 pounds. Mine is the closest." Teacher Ding smiled proudly. "Today's fish eyes belong to me." Everyone laughed, and the person in the whole room who liked to eat fish eyes the most was Teacher Ding. Even if he didn't guess the eyes correctly, they were still hers. So Aunt Xiaoping and the others rushed to process the fish, and the people in the house started to get busy. Some were making fire, some were fetching water, and some were even looking around and shouting, "Come on." A room full of people, lively and fun. This is the daily fun. There are no entertainment activities, no computers, no mobile phones, no TV shows, and all the energy is used to chat and joke. If they didn't have embroidery needles, they might sit here and embroider like the women in ancient times. Although their house is full of joy, it does not mean that the whole building is like this. The woman Liang Shuyu met on the 22nd floor was suddenly attacked from behind when she was carrying her fish back to her floor. The person who attacked her was not after his life, but the fish in her hand. There are too many people waiting to eat in this building, and too many people who can't catch fish and starve to death and robbed. If you can only choose one, then the answer is obvious. The rules that Brother Long had set before were now a piece of waste paper. Now, before and after they started to act, they would be careful not to leave any traces. So it was not that there was no crime, but that there was a crime, but the murderer could not be found. Give it to us. If you don't want to die, give the fish to us. 3 skinny men who were starving attacked the woman together, but the knife in the woman's hand was much faster than theirs. But after all, there were 3 men, and it was still a bit difficult for a little woman like her to deal with so many people. Swish, paw, the woman stabbed them, but was also slapped by them. Ha ha. The injured man suddenly sneered, "You dare to hurt me? Then I will not only eat your fish, but also your meat." You said that the meat on the chest is the most tender and delicious. Especially for a young and beautiful woman like you. I haven't tried it yet, I will try it today. Chapter 231. The 3 men had fierce eyes and ferocious faces, and they were determined to fight the woman to the death. At first, they just wanted her fish, but now they are interested in her as a person. As long as they do it cleanly and don't get caught, they can do it without anyone noticing. If the woman falls into their hands, it is conceivable that not only will her innocence be lost, but she may end up with red eyes and white bones in the end. There was a legend in the market. It is said that in the past, farmers who sold cattle would tie the cattle tightly to make the beef taste fresher, and cut off its meat one by one while it was still alive. The seller stood by and said, "I want this piece, I want that piece," so the seller cut it off as he said. The cattle cried in pain. It also couldn't win the sympathy of the seller and the sellers. Whether such beef tastes fresher, people who have not eaten it have no say. Therefore, only practice can tell. The expressions of the 3 men became more and more ferocious, and their attacks became more and more ruthless. And the woman seemed to be fighting back more and more awkwardly. Therefore, the 3 men became more and more proud and arrogant. It seemed that they could imagine the satisfaction of having a good time, and having many meals after they succeeded. However, they did not notice the cunning eyes of the woman in her awkwardness. After the woman could not beat them, she retreated step by step, and was forced into a dead corner. Seeing this, the 3 men became even more proud and arrogant, thinking that they had succeeded. Who knew that one of them suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Then he lost consciousness all over his body. Soon he realized that his spinal nerves were injured, and he was instantly paralyzed and fell to the ground, but he was able to be tenacious and not die. He could only watch himself bleed to death or freeze to death. Ah, ah! After a few more panicked screams, the 3 men all fell to the ground, their eyes showing astonishment and fear. The woman sneered. She put away the knife and looked down at the 3 disgusting lunatics. 2 men also appeared from behind them, called the woman Sister Shaoling, and then said, "Ha ha! Evil will eventually be punished. This is your own fault. Don't blame others. Karma, reincarnation is not bad. When you hurt and eat others, do you think about the end of today? Now, let you taste the taste of watching yourself die." One of the middle-aged men looked at the 3 people on the ground cruelly and hatefully, and slashed the people on the ground with a bloody knife, knife by knife, piece by piece. The touch of the knife cutting on the meat made him feel unprecedented pleasure of revenge, supreme satisfaction, and incomparable comfort. The man on the ground could not feel the pain well, because of the damage to his spinal nerves. His body was numb and unconscious. But his eyes could see every move of the middle-aged man, including the elegance, meticulousness, and even the enjoyment of the middle-aged man in cutting his body. The mental blow and fear were far greater than the physical. The man could not make a sound, but his eyes could stare, until they were bloodshot, until his whole body twitched reflexively because of the huge fear. Shaoling frowned at her companion's actions. Seeing him cut one person, and then cut another person, she couldn't help but stop him. Enough, that's enough. Let them rot here. If they are unlucky, they may be discovered by others, and the fate is self-evident. The middle-aged man grinned cruelly. They are cannibals. I don't know how many innocent people have no peace, and no bones left because of them. If we let them die so easily, our families will definitely cry to us in hell in the future. Another young man persuaded, Uncle Lin, we don't need to do it. As long as they are not rotten or smelly, they will definitely be discovered. If we treat them in their own way, they will not be much better. There is no need for us to do it ourselves and dirty our hands. The middle-aged man sneered. What about our innocent dead relatives? Are we going to let them stay in the underworld and watch these people get away with it? The young man said, these people have already been like this, and have received the punishment they deserve. But if you still do something to them, what's the difference between us and those cannibals? Bullshit! The biggest difference between us is that we are still human, and these people are no longer human. We couldn't let them get what they deserved when they were alive. So are we really going to wait until they die and wait for retribution? If there is really retribution in the world, then why are these people still alive? And why do we have to kill them? The so-called good and bad rewards for good and bad people are simply nonsense and ridiculous. Enough. Xiaoling glanced at the middle-aged man coldly. Let them rot here, and the rest of the things should not be done by us. They will get what they deserve, whether to die peacefully or be eaten alive, is their own destiny. Xiaoling knew that the middle-aged man had lost his 2 children and his beloved wife, which led to his current appearance. And she herself, didn't she live with such hatred? But despite this, she didn't want to dirty her hands. After being stopped by Xiaoling, Uncle Lin stopped torturing the 3 people. The remaining 2 men were relieved. After all, if they could die peacefully, who would want to suffer inhuman torture before death? However, Xiaoling looked at them coldly, and suddenly stepped hard on their chests. The blood on their backs sizzled out, making the ground a river of blood. The 2 screamed in pain. Xiaoling snorted coldly. Then she took the young man and Uncle Lin away from here. 42nd floor. Liang Shuyu and others checked the buoys, ropes that could float on the sea, and all the available supplies in the house. Their supplies can provide them with stable food for about 15 days. They have eaten fish every day for half a month, and the excess fish is smoked into dried fish for storage, so their supplies are sufficient. With these supplies, they can survive even if they drift on the sea for 20 days. Wait until the remaining fish are smoked and dried a little more, and we can set off. It will probably be done in 2 days. Lao Liang, how is your injury? Can you go into the water? Liang Shuyu said, I told you not to worry about me. I can go at any time. Yu Shifeng and the others smiled. Okay. I hope we can get ashore smoothly. Yeah. Then, they reorganized the supplies, and divided them equally among everyone according to the previous method. They still had portable fuel in their backpacks that they had never used, and there was still a lot of wood at home that had not been used. If they left, they would have to throw it all away, which was a pity. Chapter 232. However, if they continue to live in this building, it is not just a pity. The reason why Liang Shuyu and his friends can survive safely until now is all thanks to the 2 doctors at home. If there were no doctors, and they were practicing medicine outside, how could anyone give face to Liang Shuyu and others? Maybe there will be many conflicts because of the window for snatching fish. And the doctor's amulet is not omnipotent. Sooner or later, they will encounter problems that cannot be solved. Fortunately, they have collected enough empty bottles during this period, which is a good thing. It's night again. I go to watch the night today, you stay at home. You still have injuries on your body, let's go. Liang Shuyu said, it's almost healed, and there is a layer of scabs. It's not a big wound. Liang Shuyu insisted, and Wei Youqi and others couldn't do it. Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian were responsible for today's night watch. It's not a difficult thing to watch the night, just a change of environment to sleep. The family prepared wood, stoves, quilts, fishing nets, etc. for them. Big brother, can I go with you? Just as they were about to leave, Dia stood up expectantly and looked at Liang Shuyu eagerly. She hadn't been out since she came to this building, so she wanted to go out for a walk. But she was still a child, and the adults were afraid that she would be in danger and refused to let her go out. She finally waited until the big brother was on duty today. She had the best relationship with the big brother, so she wanted to give it a try. I want to go too. Seeing that Dia was going, Chenrui also stood up and applied. Teacher Ding quickly pulled Chenrui back. You go? What do you want to do? It's so cold sleeping by the water at night. Be careful, you won't be able to sleep due to the cold. Chenrui pouted. He just wanted to make a contribution to his family. However, if he went, his elder brother and others would definitely be distracted to take care of him, and it seemed that he would cause more trouble, so he had to forget it. Diao had no relatives here, and was only a little familiar with Aunt Xioping. Diao had already talked Aunt Xioping through it, so no one stopped her. She looked at Liang Shuyu with big eyes. It seemed that if Liang Shuyu refused, she would cry immediately. Liang Shuyu had to say, follow the arrangements, and never do anything wrong. Du Yao was overjoyed. Yes. Hee. Liang Shuyu handed her the quilt to hold. Such a heavy quilt was almost as big as Du Yao's body. But in order to go down with her big brother to take the night duty, she had no complaints at all, but followed them with a smile. Liang Shuyu, Luo Junxian, and Diao went out together. Liang Shuyu carried the stove and wood, Luo Junxian carried the fishing net, and little Diao held such a big quilt that she couldn't see the stairs at all, but because she was afraid of being disliked by her big brother, she forced herself to grope. Anyway, she couldn't let her big brother see that she was not qualified for this job. Liang Shuyu looked at it and laughed. He simply took the quilt in his hand. You'd better walk well. Diao pouted. I can do it, let me take it. Follow the arrangement. After this, Diao could only obey and didn't dare to refute. Following the elder brother, the three of them went down all the way, but this time no one greeted them. First, Luo Junshuan's presence was not high, and Liang Shuyu had never come out. Although those people knew Luo Junxian was not as outgoing as Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng, and was relatively unfamiliar. When they arrived at their window on the 22nd floor, the man was still here fishing in the morning, and it was unclear whether he had any harvest. When he saw Liang Shuyu and the others coming, the man immediately recognized Liang Shuyu and the others. You are here? Wait a minute, I will be ready in a while. It's okay, you go ahead. Liang Shuyu smiled, put the stove on the ground, took out a lighter and lit it. It was getting dark, and the temperature dropped quickly. The 22nd floor was surrounded by water, and it was much colder here than the 42nd floor. They could touch the cold air as soon as they came down, so they had to light the fire early to keep warm. Crackling. The stove burned. The two men guarding the window were already shivering with cold, and seeing the bright candlelight, they couldn't help but lean over here. Liang Shuyu didn't stop them. Diao hid behind Liang Shuyu, and didn't say anything. After a while, the two men finally pulled up the simple fishing nets they made, but they didn't catch any fish, not even a shrimp. It seems that they will be hungry again today. Guarding for a day in vain. There is no way, there are few fish during the day, and today is probably not lucky. In the past, there were at least one or two, but today there was nothing, alas. With a sigh, the two men had to leave with their fishing nets. But when they left, one of them wanted to talk to Liang Shuyu. But seeing that Liang Shuyu was only focused on the stove, and didn't look at them at all, and Luo Junxian looked indifferent, as if he didn't want to see strangers, they finally gave up the idea and left with a sigh. After he left, Liang Shuyu cleaned up the wooden planks on the ground, put down their own fishing nets, and then the three of them wrapped themselves in quilts and roasted by the fire, and the night began like this. Diao sat in the middle of them, with only her little head sticking out. It's so warm, it's not that cold down here. Luo Junxian said, it's coldest at 3 in the morning, it's still early now. Diao sighed, how cold is it? Luo Junxian said, the ground will freeze. In the quilt, Diao leaned towards Liang Shuyu. Brother, have you ever made a snowman? No. Although it's so cold at night, it hasn't snowed yet. I don't know what snow looks like. You'd better not expect snow. In this weather, this temperature, only hail. Liang Shuyu still remembers his car that was damaged by hail. On the highway. As the night deepened, there were many people around who came to watch the night and fish. Some of them had fixed windows, and some did not. Conflicts were very common, and people on this floor often fought over fishing windows. Liang Shuyu and his team had the best windows here. And inside the office on the 22nd floor, there were other windows. But if you want to go in, you have to go through the flooded stairs, which means you will definitely get wet. If you stay on the water all night with your clothes wet, won't you freeze to death? So they built tables, chairs and benches in the middle of the water and stepped on them to get through. Therefore, these tables and chairs also have owners. If you want to use these tables and chairs, you have to pay a toll. More and more people come to catch fish, and gradually there is no longer only the sound of gurgling water around, but also all kinds of chats, quarrels, and insults. Such an environment is always accompanied by loud noises and endless verbal battles, not silent silence. Chapter 233. Some people would come to Liang Shuyu and his friends to rub the stove. After all, there were few people who had stoves here, and even fewer people who allowed others to rub their stoves. Wei Youqi and his friends did not stop such behavior, so Liang Shuyu continued to do so. As long as these people did not touch their stoves, he would not stop them. It seems to be getting a little colder. Diao leaned towards Liang Shuyu again. Liang Shuyu put his arm around her shoulders and squeezed closer to Luo Junxian in the quilt, so that there was less space between the three of them to keep warm. It's not too late to be scared now. I can take you back. No, no. Diao shook her head quickly. I have to stay here to catch fish. I don't want to go back. Ha, this child is really well behaved. A man who was rubbing the fire next to him said. Diao smiled at him. Liang Shuyu and his friends did not say anything. The man stopped talking and continued to wrap himself in the quilt with his companions, looking at their own positions and fishing nets. Time passed quickly. It was getting colder and colder, especially living near the water. Even with a stove and a few people hugging each other, Their hands and feet were cold and stiff. Diao shrank into Liang Shuyu's arms again. Liang Shuyu put her hands and feet in his coat, but even so, it was still difficult to warm them up. Firewood was added twice at night. The floor was indeed covered with a layer of ice in the early morning, and the temperature reached below zero. On the other side, Xiaoling and her group had a total of 7 people, but unfortunately they didn't get anything yesterday. The only thing she got was the fish she brought back in the morning. So at night, Xiaoling still took a few men to the 22nd floor to keep watch. See if they can catch some fish? However, Xiaoling and her men only went down to the 20th floor when they heard some light footsteps. Judging from these light and messy footsteps, there were at least dozens of people on the other side, and in order not to make too much noise, the other side deliberately slowed down their footsteps. They even tried to reduce the friction of clothes as much as possible while walking to reduce the noise. Midnight is the coldest time. Unless they go downstairs to catch fish, why would so many people go upstairs? Considering the tense atmosphere in the building and the actions of the group of people who went in and out of various small groups to lobby in recent days, could it be that they want to attack the 72nd floor? I wonder how many people planned this action, and how confident these people are? Should they take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters? After Xiaoling thought quickly, she looked at a few of her men, and several of them flipped out of the window in the stairwell to avoid this group of people. There was a rain shelter outside the window, just right for them to stand. Living in this building, they could encounter any situation, so they had already observed clues like this. The fire door in the stairwell would be closed and guarded at night, so this was the best place to hide. However, once they got outside, the cold wind blew almost against their skin, and several people couldn't help but shiver all over, and their hands and feet became stiff instantly. Xiaoling didn't notice it, and listened carefully to the movements of this group of people. The subtle footsteps went up one after another. Xiaoling and the others climbed outside the window. Their hands were stiff and almost numb, and these people hadn't finished walking yet. How many people were there? After more than 100 breaths, there was no movement inside, but Xiaoling did not rush in. She listened for a long time, and made sure that there was no one inside before she took a few men in. The air in the corridor seemed warm. Fuck, it's so cold. A man cursed in a low voice. Sister Xiaoling, why are they all going upstairs? Are they going to? Xiaoling said, I guess so. Okay, you are brave enough. Didn't they say that Zhao Zilong's group is more than 100 people? They can't gather 100 people no matter how many they have. Even if they really gather 100 people, can they compete with the professional security guards? Humph. Xiaoling snorted. Hundreds of people? Only you would believe it. I know all the faces of Zhao Zilong's group. I have definitely met no more than 30 people. Could it be that the other 70 people have been hiding on the 72nd floor? Yes, I have suspected it too. But the rumors have been spread by locals. Someone reacted instantly. I know he is bluffing. Not too stupid. Xiaoling glanced at the subordinate and said, What should we do now? Follow them and see? Take some advantage of the situation? Xiaoling thought about it. The group of gatherers is not a good thing. If they really succeed in killing Zhao Zilong and his group, life in the building may be even more miserable. Let's follow them and see. When Zhao Zilong is in power, at least he will not kill people casually, and he will also give justice to some law-abiding people. Although Zhao Zilong and his men are cruel and outrageous, they do not hurt others indiscriminately. But some people in the building are so crazy that they can do anything without any bottom line. If these people really take control of the power and get Zhao Zilong's materials, the others may be exploited miserably. Okay, let's go! The subordinates obeyed the order and surrounded Xiaoling and slowly went up. Their footsteps were very light, trying not to attract attention. From the 20th floor to the 72nd floor, the footwork of 50 floors is very strenuous even for a strong person. And the people in the building are all malnourished so far, so it took at least more than an hour to climb these 50 floors. Fortunately, climbing is a sport, which will only make you sweat from the heat, not stiff from the cold, otherwise the situation would be even worse. Xiaoling and her friends stopped moving when they reached the 67th floor, because there were people all up there, crowded with people, and there was no decoration near the 67th floor, all of which were bare houses, so Xiaoling and her friends hid in the corner of the bare house on the 67th floor and listened to the noise outside. It was late at night, and it was even colder on the high-rise building. However, the noise outside was not cold, but full of blood and passion. Not long after Xiaoling and her friends hid in the corner, they heard the sound of heavy objects hitting the door, as well as screams of fighting and killing. Such sounds lasted for a long time, and they had already started fighting. The battle lasted for a long time, so long that Xiaoling and her friends stayed there until their hands and feet were all stiff. When the noise became a little quieter, Xiaoling took a few men out to check the situation. Going up the stairs, there were wounded people and corpses all over the stairs, from the 67th floor to the 72nd floor, like a meat blanket made of living people. Drip. It was blood flowing down the stairwell, solidified into red icicles by the cold temperature, hanging on the ladder, railings, windows, and under the eaves. Just like the cruelty of war. This is almost like war. Ah! Just as Xiaoling and the others were about to reach the 72nd floor, they heard women screaming from above, including the voice of Fuyuru, who Xiaoling was familiar with. So Xiaoling knew that Zhao Zilong and the others had lost. And their guess was correct. Zhao Zilong's manpower was no more than 30 people at most. Chapter 234. It was late at night. The frost and dew were heavy. Liang Shuyu held the shivering Diao tightly in his arms, and moved closer to Luo Junxian. The three of them almost hugged each other. The stove was already burning at its peak, but they could not stop the cold from invading. Diao finally understood why they would sleep for half a day every time they came back from the night watch, because it was too cold to sleep at night. In her heart, there was a little bit of regret. It was really too cold. Big brother, why do we have to stay here and not go home to sleep? Can we come back tomorrow to get the fish? Little Diao asked. Liang Shuyu didn't sleep either, and was half asleep all the time. Besides, they couldn't sleep at all in this position, which was very uncomfortable. Tomorrow morning, will the fish still be there? Diao said. Yes, I forgot about it. If no one is guarding the fishing net, let alone the fish, even the fishing net will be gone tomorrow morning. Big brother, don't you miss home? Diao suddenly asked. She missed home very much. At first, she didn't miss it. At first, she thought it was enough to survive. She was satisfied with having a meal and a drink of water every day. But gradually, looking at the endless sea level outside, she began to miss home. Unfortunately, her home was submerged under the water. Sister Wenjing said that if no major incidents occurred, the area might be sunk in the sea forever and become a historical relic. It would be difficult to see the light of day again. So her family, her parents were all buried in the sea. She heard that the souls of those who were not buried, especially those who were buried in the sea, could not rest in peace. These dead can only drift forever on the boundless sea, helpless and unable to find their way, lost all day long. So she missed home. Liang Shuyu glanced at her. It's okay, not too much. But I miss home so much, I don't know how my parents are doing in heaven. I haven't even burned paper money for them. Will they blame me? How could it be? It's not that you didn't burn it for them, but you can't burn it for them. They know everything about you in heaven and won't blame you. Really? Are they really watching me all the time? Of course. Humph. Diao snorted. Big brother lied to me. I knew it was a white lie a long time ago. People are dead. There is no heaven or hell at all. They won't become angels and ghosts to protect me. Those are just comforting words. Oh. You even know this? Diao snorted again. Of course. Don't look at my young age. I actually know a lot. Liang Shuyu smiled and stopped talking. Diao raised her lips proudly and began to list the things she knew. Shu. Suddenly, Luo Junxian interrupted Du Yao. Listen carefully, there are strange sounds. After Luo Junxian finished speaking, Diao quickly covered her mouth and dared not speak. Her big eyes stared at the darkness, trying to see something from the darkness. But she saw nothing. She heard nothing. Liang Shuyu also listened attentively, but he didn't seem to hear any strange sounds. At this time, they could only hear the sizzling sound of the stove, the sound of people chatting in the room in the distance, the snoring of several men nearby, the sound of water flowing outside the window and inside the room, and the whistling sound of the wind. But the strange sounds seemed to be unnoticed. However, since it was Luo Junxian who reminded him, Liang Shuyu did not relax his vigilance and listened carefully. After a long time, everything seemed normal. But neither of them spoke. They perked up and did not sleep again. Perhaps it was the high concentration that made Diao finally fall asleep, and Liang Shuyu let her sleep horizontally on his and Luo Junxuan's legs. Diao exhaled an even snoring sound, very thin and very regular. For a long time, Liang Shuyu was a little drowsy. Suddenly, there was a ping-pong sound from above the stairwell, as if something fell on the stairs. The two looked at each other, and both held the knife handles on their waists, but did not act rashly. The violent falling sound quickly woke up the other people who were sleeping soundly, and the first one to wake up was the fisherman on the 23rd floor. What's wrong? Who is it in the middle of the night? Can't we sleep? What fell? Who? After several questions, there was no response. Someone around cursed for a few words, but after no response, no one paid attention. Continued to sleep. But after a while, footsteps suddenly came from above. Noisy footsteps, then followed by screams. A man's roar. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Swish. Stab. For some reason, it seems that a fight suddenly broke out, and someone was fighting with a knife. The reason is unknown. On the 22nd floor, everyone, including Liang Shuyu, stood up instantly, got out of the quilt, and was invaded by the cold. Everyone shivered and their teeth trembled involuntarily. What's going on? Who is fighting up there? The bearded man closest to Liang Shuyu asked in surprise. Actually, the people who can come down here to fish, to be honest, if they are willing. How much does one person weigh? How much does a fish weigh? If they are really cruel, do they have to come here to watch the cold wind at night? So, in the absence of conflicts of interest, these people refuse to have struggles and contradictions. Therefore, although there was a struggle above, the first reaction of the people below was to wait and see, and then find out the situation, rather than rushing up to see what was going on. It is of course good to save a lot of trouble, who is willing to participate in other people's conflicts and struggles. But who knew that there was a voice from above? What are you doing? What do you want to do? Then there were waves of splashing sounds. The people below finally realized that something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be a simple struggle. It seems like revenge? Or something else? Could it be the Avengers? But the Avengers target the scavengers, and most of the fishermen here are not scavengers. It seems a little wrong. Let's go up and take a look. Finally, several men decided to go up and check the situation. Although these people did not belong to the same group, they were familiar with each other. After confirming it, the two sides went up together. As a result, when they were only halfway up the stairs, two people with knives suddenly jumped down from the top of the stairs, using the upper position to hurt the lower position. The two people had almost no room to resist and were killed on the spot. Ah! A scream was heard at the scene. Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian grabbed Du Yao and jumped up from the template on the spot, and other people on the floor also pulled out knives to protect themselves. For a while, this narrow corridor entrance became a war scene. Why? How could someone suddenly rush out and hurt people randomly? Liang Shuyu and his friends didn't care about their stoves, fishing nets and quilts at all. While others were fighting, he and Luo Junxian dealt with an unknown person guarding the corridor entrance and rushed up with Du Yao in their arms. Chapter 235. After coming up, I found that someone had come down from above to kill people for no apparent reason. And the purpose was unclear. Remnant eaters? Impossible. Remnant eaters cherish their lives very much. If they are not sure, they will not act easily. Once they act, they must succeed. And these people who rushed out were desperate at first glance, and they had no idea why. In addition, it was too dark, and it was just dawn. Liang Shuyu could not see the appearance of these people clearly, and did not know what camp they belonged to. But these are not important at the moment. The most important thing now is to leave here safely. Together with Luo Junxian, Liang Shuyu held Du Yao. Du Yao was very well behaved, did not cry or make a fuss, and kept holding Liang Shuyu's shoulders tightly. She was afraid of hindering Liang Shuyu's actions, and was very careful not to restrain him. The narrow stairwell was full of war, and Liang Shuyu and his men had to go down. Liang Shuyu's left hand had been recovering a little bit, and was not as flexible as before. Holding Du Yao, it was even more inconvenient to move. Fortunately, Luo Junxian has been training these days, and he is decisive and skillful in killing. The two of them cooperated well. Liang Shuyu and some other fishermen rushed out. After reaching the 25th floor, there were no crazy output here. What's going on? Why is it like this? The man who spoke just lost a companion. He didn't feel sad, but angry. The anger of questioning. Such an environment is simply enough, being hurt inexplicably, witnessing the death of relatives and companions inexplicably, sometimes facing disgusting cannibals, and sometimes like this, without even a reason. The man covered his forehead in discomfort. He probably wanted to cry, but couldn't. Don't worry about it for now, we're still alive. Let's go home first, don't come out tonight, check tomorrow. Another person said. No. My fishing net is still down there, we only have this one fishing net. If we lose it, what will we eat and drink? We starve to death. Yes, their wealth is down there. But there are still sounds of fighting down there. They can't just rush back and grab the fishing net back in the chaos of war. Forget it, let's wait here for them to finish, then go down and see. One person came up with a solution, then sat on the stairwell and started waiting. That's right, they can just sit here and wait until the people down there finish fighting. If the fishermen win, everyone will be happy. If the others win, they have 7 or 8 people here, maybe they can make a beautiful comeback. The materials used to make the fishing net are too difficult. Once we leave tonight, the fishing net will definitely fall into the hands of others, who would throw away the only thing that feeds the whole family. So the others thought it made sense. So they all stood by and waited. Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian looked at each other. The two also decided to wait here. There is a fire door, and a big wooden door at home. There is also a barrier lock designed by them behind the wooden door. It is safer than ordinary houses. Moreover, there are so many people at home, with Yushifeng, Yumin and others, so there is no need to worry about the safety of their families. So it is better to wait here. If it is just a small-scale war, but the food is lost for this, it is not worth the loss. They might drift on the sea for a while in the future, and the fishing nets are still very useful. If they can stay, they will naturally stay. So the two of them stood in the corner and waited. The sound of fighting below lasted for about 10 minutes. Until the last scream died down, Liang Shuyu and the others waited for a while to make sure it was safe before going down to check the situation. Once they got down, there were corpses all over the ground. Diao screamed, and with a sound of awe, she dived into Liang Shuyu's arms. And on the ground, there was another person holding his chest, blood gushing out, but the others were indifferent, and no one paid any attention to him. He seemed to be forgotten, paralyzed in the corner, with a pale face, and expressions of despair, relief, regret, etc. on his face. He also knew that he had no hope, and could only wait to die, so he did not make any move to ask for help. Here, death is so simple and straightforward. Only a few people who are seriously injured can survive, for example, Liang Shuyu. But the others were not so lucky. There were many fishermen below, and only a dozen people came down from above to kill, so the outcome was predictable. These people seemed to be from the gatherers. Why did they suddenly come down to kill? What's wrong with them? Could something have happened up there? I heard that the gatherers wanted to attack the 72nd floor these days, but they failed. No, if they failed, why would they come down to kill us? What does it have to do with us? Did they succeed? If they succeeded, why would they come down again? Yeah, what's going on? Did these people go crazy for no reason? Something must have happened. Go to the 72nd floor, and you know. Are you crazy? Didn't Brother Long say that no one can go to the 72nd floor? What if they suddenly attack? Can we come back? That's an exaggeration, right? You listened to him? Are you Xiao Zilong's dog? How can you talk like that? Okay, everyone, stop guessing. If you want to find out, go to the 72nd floor. If you don't want to go, just stay here and fish quietly. I believe everyone here can tell the difference, so why bother arguing? Okay. If you want to know the truth, follow me up. If you can get some benefits, it will be worth the trip. Get benefits? It's good enough to come back alive. Some people mocked. The man snorted coldly and ignored him, leading people up. Some people were persuaded by him, and finally decided to go to the 72nd floor together after hesitation, and Liang Shuyu, of course, stood there without moving. They were not interested in participating in such things. The rest of the people cleaned up the bodies on the ground, pushed them out of the window, and throw them into the sea. This is the only thing the living can do for them. At least, they won't stay and be caught by the disgusting cannibals. That would be a real death, a death worse than life. Thank you. When Liang Shuyu and the others threw a person out, the person didn't lose consciousness completely, and said thank you. Liang Shuyu paused and smiled at him. It was decent. The man smiled with relief, closed his eyes, and accepted the ending. After cleaning up, there was only a piece of red and black sticky on the ground. Liang Shuyu and the others were not in the mood to sleep. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was a lot of turbulence tonight, and it didn't seem to be a good choice to stay here. Let's pack up quickly and leave. Let's go home first. Although the fishing net was only put out for half a night, there were actually 2 fish in it. Fortunately, there was a harvest. After packing up, go home and sleep. Chapter 236. Big brother, I'm scared. On the way, Diao hugged Liang Shuyu tightly, trembling. Liang Shuyu had no choice but to pick her up with one hand, and Diao took his shoulder and buried her head in his neck. Are you scared now? You asked for it yourself. Diao groaned. I didn't know it would be like this, so scary. Why would they hurt others? Can't everyone live in peace? It would be great if everyone could live happily together. Heh. Luo Junxian laughed, naive. Diao cried. Liang Shuyu said, get down and walk by yourself. Then he put Diao down. Diao was scared to begin with, and now she realized that Big Brother seemed a little angry. She was afraid that Big Brother would be angry. What if Big Brother didn't like her and wanted to drive her away? So even though she felt wrong when she was put down, she didn't dare to argue for herself. She didn't even dare to hold the Big Brother's hand. She walked step by step, feeling the cold stairs, which made her feet become more and more stiff. The frosted stairs would slip. She was afraid of falling, and she was afraid of being left behind if she walked too slowly. In the dark, she could hardly see the road, so she could only be more cautious. Big Brother. Diao bit her lip. I said something wrong? I know I was wrong. Big Brother, please don't be angry with me. What did you say wrong? You didn't say anything wrong. Your idea is correct. But Diao didn't know whether the Big Brother said this in a positive or negative way. But you have to know that the current environment is completely different from before the power outage. You should not have extra fantasies and extravagant expectations about this world. Although you are still young, you should also understand this world objectively. Diao didn't quite understand, but she nodded quickly yes. I know, I won't be so naive in the future, I promise. If you have too good expectations for the world, you will be disappointed. So at the beginning, don't think it is too good. Luo Junxian said. Yes. Diao seemed to understand. Liang Xiu glanced at Luo Junxian. In the darkness, Luo Junxian's cold face had no expression, but unlike before, Luo Junxian was more reliable and assertive now. Luo Junxian had changed a lot since Liang Xiu saw him during the power outage. Have you ever had good expectations for this world? Liang Xiu asked suddenly. Luo Junxian looked forward. Yes, so I am disappointed. He glanced at Liang Xiu. Do you too? Liang Xiu's heart choked. Suddenly, Luo Junxian sneered. But it has nothing to do with you. But when I was a kid, I did hate you for a while. But then I thought back, you were younger than me? How could you know more than me? It's just that I had expectations of you that were beyond your ability to bear, so I was disappointed. Liang Xiu knew what he was talking about. That was the incident. At that time, he was stopped by Lao Chen, who was Qin Yiqing back then, and then ordered not to go to any of his brother's houses to play, so he escaped. Not long after that, Wei Youqi came from his hometown to study, and he met Wei Youqi. In addition, Luo Junxian inexplicably ignored him, and his personality became more and more strange. He and Luo Junxian drifted further and further apart. I'm sorry, Liang Xiu said. Don't. Luo Junxian hurriedly said, it's none of your business. I have already avenged the instigator myself. At that time, you didn't understand, and I didn't understand, and my dad. Heh. Luo Junxian chuckled. He doesn't understand anything either. Liang Xiu looked at the chuckle on his face, and felt pain all over his body. Obviously, everyone was an innocent child back then, all innocent. But the crime was hidden among these children. The children didn't even understand, and didn't know how to protect themselves. For no reason, they were overshadowed by a lifetime of darkness. How innocent. But now it's all over. Luo Junxian smiled again. I have forgiven you a long time ago, or rather, it had nothing to do with you, so there is no way to forgive. It's just that I did hate you at that time, and I hated why you went to play with Wei Youqi and ignored me. I was also surprised that you ignored me at that time. Were Big Brother and Brother Xian good friends when they were young? Yes, Luo Junxian said, but later there were some misunderstandings. So we have been estranged for many years. The misunderstanding has been resolved now. Liang Xiu also said, is it resolved? Luo Junxian asked curiously, is there any misunderstanding? No. Liang Xiu smiled, he just wanted to confirm. Wow. Great. Diao smiled, feeling that the atmosphere was a little relaxed. She also seemed lively, ran to the front, and held the hands of Big Brother and Luo Junxian. I wish you will be best friends for life. If I can live to that time, it should be possible, Luo Junxian said. Soon, they reached the 42nd floor, and they didn't meet anyone else along the way. But one strange thing was that many floors they passed by felt empty, because on normal floors, someone would light a fire, and the flames would show through the cracks in the door. However, they found that many floors that used to have stoves were now completely dark. Could it be that those people really went to the 72nd floor? Will the 72nd floor change ownership? With such doubts, they walked faster and knocked on the door. It was too late, and everyone in the family was asleep. After knocking for a long time, they heard Yu Shifeng's question. After reporting their identities, Yu Shifeng and the others opened the door, and saw Liang Xiu, and the other three standing outside. They asked curiously, What happened? Why did you come back in the middle of the night? Don't ask me first, come in first. It's so cold outside. Come quickly, see how cold Du Yao is. Yes, yes, it's cold and dark, so scary. They hurried in. The noise was not loud, but it still woke up most of the family members. Liang Wenjing and the others thought something had happened when they saw Liang Shuyu coming back in the middle of the night. It's okay, you guys are asleep. It's very cold outside. Don't get up. Why did you come back suddenly? Du Yao said, there are a lot of bad guys. It seems they are from the assembler. Oh, they rushed down and hurt people randomly, so we came back. Yes. We suspected that the assemblers attacked the 72nd floor tonight, but it was strange that some of them rushed down and hurt the fishermen. Although they were all stopped, several innocent people were killed and injured. What? The assemblers went crazy? Really attacked the 72nd floor? Aren't Zhao Zilong and his men very powerful? They are all trained security guards who know martial arts. Do the assemblers really dare to attack the 72nd floor? It's really possible. When we came up, I found that there were no stoves on several floors. These floors are where the assemblers gathered. Chapter 237. What will happen if the gatherers really replace the 72nd floor? I think it will be worse. Zhao Zilong and his men at least have a pattern. This group of gatherers say that they are a gathering of survivors, but in fact there is no unified leadership, and there are all kinds of internal struggles. I am afraid that if they really get the supplies of the 72nd floor, they will fight to death first. Let's talk about whether they can replace the 72nd floor first. Lu Xiaopeng said. But if they really replace the 72nd floor, won't we be affected? It doesn't matter. We will leave here soon. At most, we won't go out for a few days, stay at home, and don't participate in anyone's struggle. Does anyone want to do anything to us? That makes sense. No matter how many good things there are in the 72nd floor, it has nothing to do with us. Correct answer. After discussing for a while, they finally reached a consensus. Today's harvest is not much, only 2 fish, which have not been processed. Let's put them aside for tomorrow. Everyone go to sleep, and get up in the sun tomorrow morning. Liang Shuyu said. Yes, yes, everyone go to sleep, don't think too much. Tomorrow morning, get up and bask in the sun, it will be another beautiful day. So Liang Shuyu put the fish away, packed up the fishing net, and went to bed. Diao usually sleeps with Aunt Xiaoping, but she was cold all over in the middle of the night, so she didn't dare to disturb Aunt Xiaoping, for fear of freezing her. So she went to sleep between Liang Shuyu and Luo Junxian. Big brother, I want to sleep with you. No, go back to your own bed. Liang Shuyu refused. They were already crowded here, and if there was one more child, how crowded would it be? Du Yao stood there and refused. She looked at him eagerly. Liang Shuyu ignored her, and lay down by himself. In the end, Du Yao still stood there, motionless and aggrieved. Liang Shuyu turned over and saw her standing there. In the end, he had to compromise. I knew that big brother is the best. Du Yao quickly got into the bed, as if she was afraid that Liang Shuyu would go back on his word, smiling. Her face seemed to be blooming. Liang Shuyu was helpless. Luo Junxian directly pressed Du Yao's head down. Sleep well, don't move around at night. If you dare to move around, I will drive you down. Du Yao snorted. Brother Xian is the most annoying, always mean to me. Luo Junxian, ? Your big brother is the best, but he said he hates me the most? I gave you candy the day before yesterday, and you forgot about me so quickly? Luo Junxian asked. Du Yao's face choked. Well, it seems to be true. She quickly changed her face to a smile. Brother Xian is the best. Du Yao also likes Brother Xian. Liang Shuyu hummed beside him. He is the best. What about me? Du Yao This. Du Yao finally had a bitter face. The two brothers actually teased her. How could she answer this? You two are bullying a child, isn't it childish? Suddenly, Wei Youqi next to him couldn't stand it anymore, and spoke to relieve Du Yao's embarrassment. Du Yao smiled happily. Huh? That's right, childish. You two are so childish. Then she got into the bed, and refused to stick her head out again, as if she was afraid of being caught by Luo Junxian and Liang Shuyu. No words were spoken that night. Sandwiched between her elder brother and Brother Xian, Du Yao slept soundly, and didn't want to wake up in the morning until Aunt Xiaoping said that the breakfast porridge was almost finished, and then she reluctantly got out of the bed. Breakfast, porridge and wafer paste. Porridge tasted the worst. Du Yao had to endure the discomfort before eating it. She then drank half a bowl of porridge to wash it down. Only then did she feel alive again. It's not that bad. I think it's quite fragrant. Teacher Ding was watching from the side and laughed. Let's not go out today. It's a mess outside. I guess there are struggles everywhere. Let's pack up and get ready to leave in the next 2 days. Liang Shuyu said. Great. We're finally leaving here. I'm almost suffocating. I'd rather drift in the sea than be trapped in this disgusting place. Liang Wenjing happily agreed with both feet. See if our fish is dried. Don't let it get stale on the road. If it stinks, it can't be eaten. It's dried. It will be dried in 1 day at most. There's more than enough time. Then do we have salted fish to eat? You look like a salted fish to me. Oh damn. Because there's nothing to do during the day, it's impossible for everyone to stay at home and get stale, so they get together to play poker. A group of people playing poker. Anyway, they're just sitting around doing nothing. The losers will be labeled with notes, and the room is full of joy. Look how happy they are playing. Andy Xiaoping sighed. Before the power outage, everyone's time was occupied by electronic products. Even if there was an extra hour and a half, they wanted to bury their eyes in their mobile phones. Except for the New Year and festivals, when everyone gets together, how can they be so relaxed and happy at other times? Sometimes she vaguely feels that power outages are a good thing. It pulls people's spiritual world away from the electronic world and returns to reality. It's just that this reality is a bit cruel. Let's play too. Don't we have 2 decks of cards? Teacher Ding said. They usually have things to do at home, such as washing clothes, cooking, and other chores, and they are not as free as today. Now it's a mess outside, with fighting and war everywhere. It's not easy for the whole family to get together. If they can play something fun, of course they have to play something fun. Okay, come on. Anne Xiaoping hurriedly went to find cards, so there were a bunch of ladies, and a bunch of men here, all playing poker. Don't say how leisurely it was. The sun gradually illuminated the room, and the cold of the night completely faded away, leaving only the scorching heat and the terrifying high temperature. At noon, Anne Xiaoping didn't even need to light a fire. To exaggerate a little, she felt that she only needed to put the rice and water in the sun, and the rice would cook by itself. But she always felt that the sun was very strange, and she was worried about excessive ultraviolet rays, so she didn't do it. Although Chen Baoyi has been getting closer to everyone recently, and occasionally chatting with everyone, she still did not participate in everyone's activities today. Looking at the bright sunlight beam refracted from the window, Chen Baoyi slightly stretched out her arms to bask in the sun. After about 2 or 3 minutes, she felt her arms burning hot. Then that area would turn red. That was an allergic reaction. But Chen Baoyi's allergic reaction was not so severe before. Was it the sun that changed? Or her allergic reaction that intensified? She guessed that it was the sun that changed. But if they wanted to swim out of the building, they had to leave during the day when the sun came out. Otherwise, it would be freezing cold at night, and they would be frozen to death before they had time to swim just after entering the water. Is it feasible to travel during the day? Chapter 238. I heard before that many people have left here by swimming. They all left during the day. But since these people left, it is impossible for them to return to the building. So how can Chen Baoyi and others know whether they can leave during the day? Therefore, they can only know that someone left during the day, but it is unknown whether they are dead or alive. Liang Shuyu and others have observed that they only need to follow the flow of the water to return to the shore, because the waves are hitting the shore. However, the submerged city is too wide, and they cannot see the shore even with a telescope. Lu Xiaopang calculated based on the focal length of the telescope that if they want to reach the shore, they have to swim at least 10 kilometers. The road ahead is difficult, and difficult to estimate. So is it feasible to continue staying here? The answer is no. They have limited supplies, and the only way to obtain supplies is to go fishing. But according to their recent observations and calculations, the number of fish that can be caught around the building is slowly decreasing. Once they can't catch any fish, they will be like being trapped on an isolated island, with nowhere to go, so they have to plan to leave while they still have supplies. But what Chen Baoyi is worried about now is that the sun is so strong, and they are traveling in broad daylight. Although the sea is not cold, will they be affected by the sunlight? The sun during the day is as hot as a blazing fire, and it is unbearable to just expose your hands to the sun for a few minutes. If they swim under the sun all day, even if only their heads and backs are exposed, wouldn't it be very scary? They also have to find a place to sleep before nightfall, assuming they don't swim out of the sea for a day. But I think there must be a lot of people on the buildings that are not submerged. So Liang Shuyu and his team hesitated for a long time about this decision. They made this decision after considering all the pros and cons. It would be great if they could swim to the shore within a day, which would save a lot of trouble, But Lu Xiaopang said that they couldn't see the shore with a telescope. 10K was too far, as if it was an astronomical number. Qin Baoyi tested the temperature of the sun again, and it was still scorching hot. It was so hot that she didn't want to go out in the sun to bask in the sun. Do we have sunscreen masks prepared? Qin Baoyi suddenly asked Aunt Xiaoping and her friends, who were playing cards. There are sunscreen masks, yes, but not many. Girls definitely have some, but boys don't. When the time comes, just use a piece of clothing to cover your head. Are you afraid of the sun? It doesn't matter, there will definitely be one for you. No, I just think the sun is too strong. I'm worried that if we swim under the sun, it may affect our bodies. The sun is so strange now. I wonder if the radiation in the sun has increased. Radiation? Solar radiation? Ding Lingxiang stopped playing cards and looked up at Qin Baoyi. Yes, solar radiation. Our naked eyes cannot observe these radiations. Only special equipment can detect them. But now we are isolated from the world. No one will warn us that radioactive radiation is going on in this world. So I am worried about this problem. I heard from Uncle Yu and others that more and more people have started to have headaches and nausea recently. I have learned before that these symptoms are present in the early stages of exposure to radioactive radiation. What are the early symptoms of radiation exposure? Qin Baoyi said, headache, nausea, hair loss, and even severe recurrence of some diseases, etc. Ding Lingxiang and others asked the doctor, "Doctor, is this true? Is there really a possibility of radiation?" The doctors over there were playing cards and didn't hear it. Teacher Ding ran over to Yiheng and kicked the doctor's foot. "I'm asking you a question. Answer it quickly." "Oh, what's the matter? Have you received many patients with headaches and nausea? Is it really radiation?" "Oh, this matter, I'm not sure about this." The doctor said, "There are no instruments, nothing. There are many situations for headaches and nausea. It's hard to say. As for hair loss, some people do have hair loss. But without the help of instruments, it's difficult for me to diagnose the cause." Uncle Chen said, "There are too many reasons for these symptoms. Even I find it difficult to judge. But this situation doesn't seem to happen in our family. I think the possibility of radiation is not high. It should be that the living environment of those people is too bad, the adverse reactions caused by subhealth, or even the drinking water conditions. There are too many possibilities." "Oh yes, has anyone in our family had this situation?" "It seems not, really not." "It's true." Qin Baoyi thought about it, and it was true that no one in her family had this situation. Or she was worrying too much. Assuming it is solar radiation, the radiation should be stronger since they live on such a high floor. Theoretically, this may be the case. So those who have headaches and hair loss below may really just be caused by malnutrition or unclean drinking water. Qin Baoyi breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the scorching sun outside, she still felt a little nervous. "Sister Baoyi, will you play cards with us?" Du Yao shouted. Qin Baoyi glanced at them, thought for a while. Okay. Time passed quickly. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Yang Shuyu and the others did not go out for the past 2 days, preparing everything they were going to leave at home. At the early hours of that night, all their things had been packed, and at this time, a knock on the door sounded outside. Liang Shuyu and the others exchanged a secret code with the people outside and let them in. "No, look at the stove and wood. These things we can't take away are all left behind." 3 men came in, and Wei Yochi pointed at the things in the house and said to them. The 3 men looked at their environment, and then looked at the wooden boards, quilts, sofas, etc. You find that the living environment of these people is simply a world apart from theirs. There are such thick quilts and 2 stoves. If 2 stoves are lit at night, living here is like heaven. Okay, since we have already agreed, let's do it. The 3 men were overjoyed. 2 men were left behind, and the other man took Liang Shuyu and the others out. This was the deal Yu Shifeng had negotiated with them before. Because they had to leave the building in the morning, but they were all carrying packages on their backs. It was as if they were writing "rob me" on their faces when they left with so many things. So Shifeng found a buyer on the 23rd floor. They exchanged their own house, and then they went to the 23rd floor tonight to stay overnight, and set off early tomorrow morning. They left here unnoticed and unnoticed. Chapter 239. For the quilts, wood, etc. they collected. They couldn't take them away. Quilts become very heavy when they come into contact with water, and extra wood is even harder to take away. So wouldn't it be better to just give them to others? They left their home where they had lived for half a month with their packages on their backs, but they didn't miss it at all. Because the memory of this building was too bad for them. At first it was the tsunami, then the endless struggle in the building, and the struggle became more and more intense. People died almost every day. Later there were even some so-called cannibals. In short, they were very happy to be able to leave here, walk out of their own house, and go to the hall outside. The doctor knocked on Li Ming's door. They had informed Li Ming and his family before, but Li Min and his family did not give a final answer. There was only one chance to leave or not. Dong dong dong. No one responded. Probably not leaving. Let's go, they may not leave. The doctor put down his hand and prepared to leave with Liang Shuyu and others. At this moment, the door of Li Ming's house opened. The four of them stood together. Li Ming and his sister, brother-in-law and their children. Let's go! Yu Shifeng shouted, and Li Ming and others hurriedly followed. Everyone carried the packages together and walked out carefully in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. Only two of the three men stayed, and the other was responsible for leading Liang Shuyu and others. Because the men's house and Liang Shuyu's house were not in the same fire escape, they needed to go up, walk to the 45th floor, and cross the large flat to reach the other side's fire escape. If you go down to the 35th floor, it will naturally attract other people's attention, so you can only go to the 45th floor. But it's nothing. Although there was chaos outside for a few days, it has gradually settled down. I heard that the 72nd floor has been replaced by someone. I only know that Zhao Zilong and his group no longer exist. But the final winner is not the group of the assemblers. It is the Avengers led by a 16-year-old girl, the girl whose brother was cruelly eaten. The team she led occupied the 72nd floor. Why she was able to occupy the 72nd floor so easily is because after defeating Zhao Zilong, the assemblers did not rush to stabilize themselves, but instead had an internal conflict. The reason for this internal conflict was actually because of the original eldest brother's woman, Fu Yuru. Fu Yuru and his group had previously hooked up with Zhao Zilong and others, and lived a stable life. The assemblers did not have a completely unified leadership. As a result, after defeating Zhao Zilong, the first disagreement was about Fu Yuru's distribution. Several men thought they had the ability, and with Fu Yuru's instigation, these men's forces started fighting each other, and after a war, they were wiped out by the Avengers who came later. So Fu Yuru escaped unscathed. The assemblers who rushed down to kill people indiscriminately that night were because they could not bear the stimulation and could not beat the Avengers, so they simply came down to injure people indiscriminately to vent their anger. As a result, they were also wiped out. To date, it is estimated that no more than 200 people are still alive in the entire building. Unfortunately, in the news that came down, except for Fu Yuru and the gossips of the assemblers, no one revealed what was on the 72nd floor. But Liang Shuyu and the others were not interested in these things. They would leave here far away and never come back. Soon they reached the 23rd floor below. The man's family members were all waiting here. When they saw Liang Shuyu and his group coming down, they all smiled and looked happy. Is it done? Are you sure? Are there really beds? Is there a stove? Is it warm up there? Liang Shuyu and his group went in, and these people started to ask questions. After all, the 23rd floor is close to the water, and it is very cold at night, but at least there are 2 sofas and benches here, so they don't have to sleep on the ground. At least it is a place to live. But they couldn't find a better place. If they went to an undecorated bare house, there would be air leaks everywhere, and there would not even be a sofa or bench. They would have to sleep on the ground at night, and the environment would be even worse. So when they could exchange houses with Liang Shuyu and his group, these people agreed without thinking. Liang Shuyu and his group's conditions were really good. It's confirmed. 2 stoves, lots of beds and quilts, all thickened, and 4 or 5 sofas, so it's warm to sleep at night. There's still a lot of wood, which can burn for a long time, so you won't be afraid of the cold at night in the future. Really? That's great. That's great. The 2 children were so happy that they threw themselves into their parents' arms, jumping and jumping, very lively. Hush. Keep your voice down. The man said to Liang Shuyu and the others, you gave us so many things for nothing, and you cured my child. I really don't know how to thank you. I kowtow to you. Don't. Liang Shuyu and his group quickly helped the man up, but the man and his other companions, his wife and children all questioned whether to kowtow to Liang Shuyu and his group to thank them. The doctor established the bond between them. The doctor met them during the free clinic and thought that they were easy to get along with, so he decided to exchange houses with them. Otherwise, people who are not familiar with them would not do such a thing rashly. After bowing to the doctor and others to express their gratitude, the group said, "Are you really sure you want to leave? Although I have heard that others have left before, it is uncertain whether they are alive or dead. Who knows whether they succeeded in the end. Besides, the sun is so strong during the day that it is unbearable to stand in the sun for more than 10 minutes. If you are swimming in the sun, you must pay attention to protecting your head. Swimming in the water is too easy to get heat stroke. The man reminded worriedly. Okay, we will pay attention. We have considered this point. Thank you. Yeah. After a few more greetings, Lo set them out, and then everyone came in and locked the door. Using the small stove they brought with them, they lit some chopped wood, and finally the cold room was ignited with a blazing flame and became warm. It was not that they did not take the wood with them, but there were too many large pieces of wood to take with them. However, they must have left some wood for heating, otherwise, if they found a suitable place to rest at night in the water, they would be frozen to death. It is really cold down here. No wonder those people would rather live in rough houses than here. It is so cold that people shiver. Teacher Ding stood at the glass window and looked out. The sea surface under the moonlight reflected the soft light of the waves. The scenery is beautiful, but from time to time, there is something floating above, which is creepy. Chapter 240. It's cold and scary down here. What are those things floating outside? It's just corpses. What's so strange about them? Especially in the past few days, things are thrown down from above every day. I heard that a corner of the building is just under the water flow. That place is now full of things, like a mountain. It is said that some people are paying attention to those things and want to climb out to fish them out. Really? Is there such a thing? This is too disgusting and too inhumane. Why do they do this? Can they eat this? That's because you have never been hungry. When you are really hungry and about to die, you can even peel off the wall dust and eat it, let alone the delicious meat. If you have a choice, don't you choose meat? Aunt Xiaoping really has nothing to say. Because her family has never been hungry. Not only have they not been hungry, but they have also lived a little happily during this period. They have fish and meat to eat every day, and Du Yao has even gained a little weight. As for the others, many of them were starved to the point of being skinny and unrecognizable. Entering this building means that the living environment is even worse than before. In Deep Blue City, some people still caught large snails with parasites to eat. Why can't they eat something else here? Come and warm yourself by the fire. Don't stand by the window. It's so cold. Teacher Ding said. Aunt Xiaoping came over quickly. A group of people sat on the ground around the only stove. The red and yellow flames reflected on their faces and eyes, flickering like infinite hope. It's great to have fire. I finally know why ancient people worship fire. In that period, hunger and cold accompanied them at all times. The existence of fire brought warmth to people like a god. No wonder they worship fire. Fire can not only bring warmth, but also drive away some ferocious beasts. The ancients not only fought against hunger and cold, but also competed with wild beasts in the mountains for food. Yes, and fire is also a symbol of hope. Only with fire can people eat cooked food. When you say that, I suddenly thought of something else. Lu Xiaoping. Don't interrupt. What a good atmosphere. Lu Xiaoping smiled, grabbed Wei Youqi and Liang Shuyu's arms, and arched his hands to move closer to the direction of the fire. How can I interrupt? This is just a random association. Huh? Liang Wenjing hummed. The night passed quickly, and the morning came quietly. Although Liang Wenjing and her friends wanted to stay up late, they couldn't help but fall asleep in the last 2 hours. The sun gradually rose, and the weather gradually warmed up. People's footsteps, voices, and noises were heard outside. As if the revived spring had come, the earth had woken up, and people began to move. However, Liang Shuyu and his friends observed the water temperature on the sea surface, and when they felt it was about right, they woke up their family members. Everyone did some simple exercises together, stretched their shins, and decided to go into the water. Are you all ready? You must be stable in your mentality. Don't panic when encountering things, and everyone should help each other. Understand? Understood. Okay, I lead the way. Everyone, take your things. Yu Shifeng took the lead, covering his face with clothes, even his head, and wrapped in thick clothes to protect against the sun. Everyone was tied with a rope, and each group of 3 people had a floating bottle. At least one person in each group could swim. Now they decided to go into the water. Okay, let's go. I hope we have good luck. Good luck is a must. Their first goal is a building that can be seen, about 1 kilometer away. They only need to reach there within today, dry their clothes in the afternoon, and have a good sleep there at night. As for all the people and things in this building, goodbye. Dong dong dong. Groups of people went into the water from the 23rd floor one after another. At this time, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun had risen long ago, illuminating the water surface with warmth, and many people had already started daytime fishing activities. Look! So many people jumped into the water. Many people on the 22nd floor and other floors discovered their actions and came to watch. Although some people left in this way before, it was the first time that so many people left together, more than 20 people, in this building. Although there are many groups with many people, as time goes by, there are many struggles between groups, and the originally unstable groups soon fell apart. At this time, there are still a group of more than 20 people, which is actually quite small. And soon someone recognized that this is the group of doctors. Look, is it Dr. Lee and Dr. Chun? Why are they gone? After they leave, who can treat us? Although there are more doctors in this building than just Liang Shuyu, there are even nurses. But the group willing to provide free medical treatment is only Dr. Li Ming and Dr. Chen. Other doctors either require a high consultation fee or are even arrogant because of their own medical ability. Originally, there were nearly 10 doctors and nurses in the building, and no less than 4 of them lost their lives inexplicably. Some died because of their arrogance, and some died innocently. But only Dr. Li Ming and Dr. Chen, father and son, were respected. So, no matter what era, people who are not greedy may not have a tragic end in the end. They left? What should we do? Who will treat us in the future? Doctors? Doctors? Come back. It's over, everyone is finished. What's over? Aren't they just 2 doctors? What's so great about it? We still have to live our lives. The people above were talking about it. However, Yu Shifeng had already led the team away from here. In a corner outside the building, in the morning, there would be many people here to find treasures. Brother, this is so fresh. A pair of siblings and other young people were climbing on the crowd. The sister looked only 4 or 5 years old. Her face, which should have been full of baby fat, was skinny and exposed. She looked like she weighed about 20 to 30 kilograms, and was terribly thin. Well, not bad. The sun is getting bigger and bigger. Let's hurry up and go home early. Brother Wen is still waiting for us. Yes. I'm coming. Brother Wengu has been getting more and more crazy recently. The original group of dozens of people has only 4 of them. Among the 4 people, there is a girl with a disabled foot, so only he and his sister can go out to find food. If they can't find food, the 4 of them will starve to death. There is no food in the building. They can't steal anything even if they want to. So, they have only one choice. Chapter 241. Finally, the elder brother collected enough food and left with his sister. The other foragers here also found enough food. They supported each other and left without talking or fighting. They returned to their families silently. Brother Wengu, we are back. The elder brother and his sister returned to where they lived. The disabled girl in the house came to help them open the door, but elder brother Wengu was still lying on the ground with his eyes blank. Why don't you cover him with a piece of clothing? He is so cold. The elder brother blamed the disabled girl and hurried over to pick up the clothes that fell to the ground and covered elder brother Wengu with them. Well, cold. Cold. Wengu's scattered eyes looked blankly ahead, without any expression, and he looked completely stupid. Hurry up and cook something. I think brother Wengu may be too hungry to hold on. The disabled girl snorted coldly. Why are you wasting food on him? He is already stupid, and now he is a lunatic. He will die sooner or later. Instead of wasting energy on ourselves, we should think about our own life and death. Don't say that. Brother Wengu will get better. Get better? How many people didn't become stupid before they died? This is retribution. We will all have retribution. We will all die. The brother glared at her. If there is retribution, we would have died like everyone else. We are still alive, which means retribution has not come yet. Before retribution comes, live one more day, isn't it? The disabled girl choked. Yes. You are right. The younger sister said, Brother, we don't have enough plastic anymore. What should we do? What will we burn in the future? Without fuel, we will freeze to death. The elder brother said, Don't be afraid. We will go out to find it after breakfast. Yeah. The younger sister nodded obediently. They cooked the food, and the elder brother fed half a bowl to elder brother Wengu first, but elder brother Wengu couldn't eat anything. Just like the others, he was stupid at first, then couldn't eat anything, and finally starved to death. Brother Wen, eat more. You will definitely get better. Didn't you say you would take us away from here and live in a place with abundant supplies? Brother Wengu. Also, you said you would take us to the mountains. We will find a piece of land to cultivate, grow rice, potatoes, corn, carrots, and then we will have more than enough food. Brother Wen. The disabled girl couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you so nice to him? He has no soul. His soul was taken away by those people. He beat you and humiliated you so much before. Shouldn't you be happy now? I think you are such a mean person. The elder brother roared. If it weren't for Brother One, all of us here would have died. Have you forgotten that when the tsunami came, your legs were inconvenient, and it was Brother Wengu who carried you to survive? Are you so ungrateful? Of course, I haven't forgotten. But I haven't forgotten how he beat us when he was angry. My best friend was beaten to death by him. I will never forget these. The elder brother stared at her with hatred, speechless. The disabled girl snorted coldly. Forget it. I'm too lazy to waste my breath with you. Eat quickly, and then we go out and find something to burn, otherwise we be frozen to death, and we won't have food to eat tomorrow. The brother sighed on the spot, and seeing that Wengu hadn't gotten better for a long time, he had to give up. On the other side, Liang Shuyu and his friends had been swimming for more than an hour, and they happened to be lucky enough to reach the top of a building, which might be around the 22nd floor. Although it was submerged, it was just right for them to step on, allowing them to step on it easily. When I first came down, the sea water was a little cold, but now it's completely warm. I feel like I'm in a hot spring. Are you tired? If you are, take a break. You may not be so lucky to find such a building next time. Not tired. This bottle is quite useful. It can just float on the water. It's just that the sun is a little hot, and it's hot even with a headscarf. Bowie, why is your face so red? I'm a little allergic, Chinbowie said. She has tried her best to cover her face, but the sun is too hot, and the area around her eyes is inevitably exposed to the sun, so the circle has turned red. Hey, does anyone have a pair of sunglasses? I think I saw one before. I have one here. Come on, Brother Wei, help me get it. Here. Finally, Chinbowie put on the sunglasses, and then she felt a little more comfortable in the sun outside. She was a little allergic to ultraviolet rays, and now she was dizzy. Fortunately, she was in the same team with Wei Youqi, and Wei Youqi was a good swimmer and could lead her. In the team, only Wei Youqi, Liang Shuyu, Yu Shifeng, Yu Min, Liang Wenjing, Lu Xiaopeng, Teacher Ding, Liang Ying and others can swim, and most of them are girls. Many men can't swim. Almost all the people who can swim are girls, which is awkward. Let's go, have you rested? Let's set off again, and try to reach there before the sun sets. Yu Shifeng pointed to a small building emerging from the water in the distance. Okay, let's go, I've rested. Let's go! So everyone continued to set off. Unfortunately, most of their sunglasses were lost in the tsunami. If they had a lot of sunglasses, they wouldn't have to worry about swimming on the sea. Now the sea surface reflects the dazzling sunlight. They not only have to prevent strong ultraviolet rays from being exposed, but also have to squint their eyes to prevent their glasses from being stabbed, so it is even more uncomfortable to move on the water. Unknowingly, they have been swimming for more than 3 hours. Everyone was a little tired and dizzy, and everything they saw became blurry. The only thing that guided their will was the blurry black in their eyes. It was the only lighthouse for them, and only that could lead them to their destination. The eyes were too stimulated by the sunlight, and everything they saw was blurry. The head was dizzy from the sun, and even the consciousness gradually became blurry. Everyone could only keep wetting their head scarves to cool down, but they didn't know whether this was good or bad. The top of the head felt like smoking from the sun. Everyone, hold on a little longer, we be there soon. Wow, I feel like I can't do it anymore, my mouth is dry, and I feel dizzy and want to vomit. I'm almost out of strength. Isn't there a place to stay nearby? It's just ahead, hold on, it be soon. Yu Shifeng said encouraging words, but in fact he knew that the place that seemed close was actually still far away. Chapter 242. However, no matter how far they are, they can only persist. There is no other way. Since they have decided to embark on this direction, there is no way back, only persistence, persistence, and persistence. If everyone is too tired, let's rest here. Drink some water and rest. They have a floating bottle, which can take a short rest on the slightly calmer sea surface. Okay, rest for a while, I really can't do it anymore. The sun is too strong, and everyone is dizzy from the sun, which is not ordinary. So under the leadership of Yu Shifeng, they rested here for about 20 minutes, drank some water, ate some food to fill their stomachs, and set off again after feeling that their heads were a little more comfortable. Just like that, after drifting on the sea for a few hours, the houses that appeared in front of them finally got closer and closer. When they saw it from a distance at first, they thought it was just one house. But now it seems that it is a group of buildings. There are more than a dozen houses. With so many houses, there must be a place to stay. Even if they can climb outside the house, they will not be exhausted or drown tonight. However, swimming in the middle of the sea is like climbing a mountain. It seems to be approaching from a distance, but it is still far away. They thought they could reach the housing area before the sun sets today, but it was still not far away after dark. If it weren't for the telescope to confirm that there was really a housing area there, Yushirfeng would have doubted whether they saw the high-lit building after nightfall. The temperature of the sea water dropped sharply, almost like milk tea made with ice cubes just taken out of the refrigerator. It is cool to drink in summer, but it is deadly to drink in winter. They were frozen stiff soon. The body parts under the sea were fine and could maintain a certain level of motion, but the arms and heads on the sea surface were completely frozen and unconscious. Especially being exposed to the sun during the day and being so cold at night, several women with weaker resistance sneezed, but the only good thing about swimming in the sea was there was a fire in that area. In this dark and endless ocean, there was a star-like shining fire in front of them, leading them to move forward in that direction. It was because of this fire that they did not get lost in the sea. "We're here! We're here!" Yu Shifeng shouted. This time we really arrived. From a distance, Lu Xiaopeng used a telescope to observe that the height of this building was about 33 floors, and it was submerged to the 24th floor. There were many floors above that were independent of the sea level. Lu Xiaopeng used a telescope to select a top floor. He did not see any signs of human movement on the top floor, but he knew that there must be many people living on the top floor. Although it was cold, there must be people living on the top floor, but he chose a building that looked less crowded. Which building? Let's go! Soon, they swam to the side of the designated building, climbed over the wall through the window of the floor, and entered. At this time, they had used up all their strength and body temperature. Ding Xiaoqin had a foot injury before, and it had never healed. Now she fainted several times after being soaked in cold water. Zhou Bai carried her on his back and swam over. Yu Shifeng went in first. As he guessed, the way of survival of the people here was the same as theirs, relying on fishing for a living. So many people on this floor kept watch here at night and fished. Some people in the stairwell were stunned when they saw him come in. Who is this? A stranger. From which building? Hey! Brother, from your building? Going out to swim in the middle of the night? You are so brave, you are risking your life. Yu Shifeng came up and greeted them with a smile, but because his whole body was too cold, he couldn't make any expression. His brain was slow to react, and it was even more difficult to speak. Come on, you must be frozen stupid. Others laughed. Yu Shifeng initially judged that the atmosphere in this place didn't seem to be too bad, at least it was much better there. It was almost impossible to make such a joke to strangers there. Even if they saw a stranger, everyone would show a vigilant look and stay away, and would never talk to him easily. Wow! Why are there so many people outside? A person leaning against the window saw a group of people still floating outside. Which building are you from? Did someone take over your territory and drive you out? We don't have any extra space here. Don't come up. Go away, don't come up. The rooftop is full of people. There is no place for you here, hurry up. When the man saw the group of more than 20 people trying to climb up, he quickly drove Yu Shifeng and the others out. The second person to climb up was Wei Youqi, who was better than Yu Shifeng and could speak a few words. Brother, we have been frozen all night, But he didn't speak clearly. When the fishermen in the stairwell heard this, frozen all night. Where did they come from? Wei Youqi didn't say anything, just an expression asking them to have mercy, and then pulled the people behind him up. The people inside also saw that they were freezing so badly that some people who were originally crowded in the stairwell to keep warm all made room for them, so that more than 20 people could all climb in through the window. Oh! So many people? All strangers, you are not from our side, right? One person said in surprise. Wei Youqi, Liang Shuyu and others were almost frozen into idiots, and several ladies were almost fainted from the cold, so they had no time to answer these people's questions. Shivering, he took down the small stove hanging on his shoulder, put in the broken wood and poured a little gasoline to light it. With the warmth of the fire, everyone drank some water from the thermos cup that was still a little warm, ate a little, and then everyone huddled under the window and shivered by the stove. These fishermen saw that they were so cold, and several of them looked half dizzy, so they didn't rush to ask what was going on, and just waited there. One of the older brothers even brought his stove to Liang Shuyu and his friends to keep them warm. Liang Shuyu couldn't even say thank you properly. Okay, keep warm. Don't catch a cold. If you catch a cold in this weather, it's going to kill you. Where do you think they came from? They're all strangers, and you see, everyone has an empty bottle hanging on their body. Did they swim here from somewhere else? Ah, but there are no other houses nearby. Their residential area is the only one that still maintains an independent water surface. The low houses nearby have long been submerged. Many people in them also swam here for refuge, but that was a long time ago. 3 days after the tsunami, almost no outsiders came here. Chapter 243. Tell me, where did you come from? I remember that there were few buildings above 20 floors in the nearby communities. Could it be the technology building? It's more than 4 hours drive from here. If there is a tallest building, it would be the technology building. They guessed and got a nod from Yu Shifeng. And Xiaoping was completely exhausted, so Liangying was taking out purified water and a small iron pot to boil red ginseng water for everyone on the stove. Once the water was a little warm, they gave it to everyone to drink. Otherwise, they would have to wait a long time before they could drink it. All they carried was filtered purified water, which could be drunk directly, so they could drink it without boiling it. What? Did you really come from the technology building? The technology building seems to be the tallest building here. It seems to have more than 70 floors? Yes, there are 72 floors. Are there a lot of people up there? Are there many survivors? Is there a lot of food? Hi. On the day of the tsunami, when the water had not yet completely risen, I was going to the technology building. In the end, I thought that there was a lot of food at home, so I went home. Fortunately, we were not completely submerged here, otherwise my life would be in vain. While they were chatting, Liangying and the others had already boiled hot water, and everyone drank a little, but it was still not enough. Because their clothes were all wet, in such cold weather, the air was freezing, not to mention the whole body was wet. They had to change clothes. But this was not too difficult. After drinking the hot water and having a little strength, the men surrounded the periphery to block the view from outside, and the ladies changed into clean clothes inside. The remaining men can just change clothes casually, without worrying about being seen. Finally, after changing into dry clothes and taking care of the stove, they finally warmed up, drank a lot of red ginseng water, and most of them regained their normal sanity. In fact, before setting off, they considered the possibility that they could not reach a place to rest before dark, so in the past half-month, they would take a cold shower every night, and once in the morning to improve their resistance to cold. In the past half-month, they themselves could not feel any changes, but judging from the current recovery state, the half-month of suffering was still useful. However, Deng Xiaoqin seemed to have some symptoms of fever, and Deng Lingxian was not very well, and the 2 children were not very well either. They all took some antibiotics and vitamins secretly. Seeing that this group of people finally recovered, the fishermen in the stairwell started to chatter again. These people looked quite gentle, at least they did not fight and kill right away, not to mention that they accepted Yu Shifeng and others, and they were considered to be Yu Shifeng and others' lifesavers. I chatted with these people for a while. Told them the situation at the Science and Technology building. I just omitted most of the cruel situations, and beautified them a little. Otherwise, seeing the state of these people, it is likely that they cannot accept it. There were too many people in the Science and Technology building at the beginning. There were several thousand people at the beginning, but now there are only about a few hundred people. You can imagine how cruel it is. Those who died of starvation and freezing were only a small part of all the deaths. Most of the deaths were unnatural deaths. Oh my God, you actually swam from the Science and Technology building for a whole day. Isn't this too scary? No wonder you were all frozen like idiots just now. You were soaked in the water for 3 or 4 hours. It's good enough to survive. Yes, we almost couldn't hold on. Hey! Are you the only ones who came out of the Science and Technology building? What about the others? Yu Shifeng said, many people swam away before us. Have you not seen any new faces here? No. You are the first. Have any of you seen people coming from outside? No, I haven't seen anyone. Look, you are the only ones who have come here. Yu Shifeng and his team checked the geographical location with these people again, and found that this place is farther from the coast than the Science and Technology building, which means that they have gone in the right direction. As for the others who have come out, maybe they just happened not to come here. Originally, Yu Shifeng thought that they could not find a place to stay in the stairwell for one night, and wondered if there would be a fight if they went to the rooftop to compete with others for a place. Unexpectedly, these people were willing to give them some space and lend them a stove for warmth, so that they could survive this night. In the evening, Yu Shifeng and Lu Feng chatted with them, mainly about the situation of the technology building and the 12 buildings here. I realized that there were indeed few struggles here, because most of the survivors here were owners in the building. Even if there were people who escaped from outside, most of them died because of lack of food. The owners were very united. The owners of the flooded floors below would help each other, and even many families lived together. Unlike the technology building, there were many people, and they were all strangers, so there were constant struggles. And the existence of Zhao's alone in the science and technology building was probably the beginning of the fight. There should be many survivors in the science and technology building. Not sure, many people don't go out, so we don't know, and it's impossible to count them with this thing, and they won't cooperate with us. Wei Youqi said. Ha ha ha. That's right. It's different here. We have people who are specifically counting the number of people. We have a full 1,360 people here. 3 people died the day before yesterday, and there are only 1,657 people. Alas! Life is so cheap. A life was so precious before, but now several people die every day. We had nearly 2,000 people here at the beginning. By the way, are you leaving here? Yes, we will leave. We will only rest here for one night. After the sun comes out tomorrow, if the environment on the water is still good, we will leave. Okay, if you really stay, there's no place for you to stay. Our building is too crowded. Why is there no place to stay? Then where are they staying now? I think it's best for you to recuperate for at least a day or two, because you've been frozen in the water for so long tonight, and it's easy to get heat stroke if you go out in the sun tomorrow. Yes, that's right. It's easy to get heat stroke. What these people said makes sense, but Yu Shifeng and his team really didn't dare to stay any longer, and they didn't dare to reveal that there was a doctor in their team, for fear of causing any accidents. Although these people seem kind, who knows if the side they show is real? Chapter 244. Morning. Liang Xiyu and his team roasted the fire all night, and except for Deng Xiaoqin who felt a little uncomfortable, everyone else was in good condition. Although Deng Xiaoqin felt a little uncomfortable, after Chen Bo helped her massage and took some medicine, the symptoms were relieved a lot. Her feet were a little inflamed, but they still didn't get better. Dr. Li Ming said that Deng Xiaoqin's feet had better be rested. If she continued to toss and turn, she might even need amputation in serious cases. So Yu Shifeng and his team needed to confirm whether they could leave today. If not, it would be best to let Deng Xiaoqin rest for a while. But there was no extra space here to accommodate them. The sun came out at around 6 o'clock in the morning. Yu Shifeng confirmed through the telescope that there was indeed a place near them that could be used as the next stop, but that place was only a small black dot in the telescope. Judging from Yu Shifeng and his team's first trip, this small black dot must be closer than before. Before, they couldn't see where they were at the science and technology building at all. Moreover, they had more experience this time than before, and it was easier for them to swim in the water. Otherwise, maybe they could reach this small black dot in half a day, but the telescope could only see a small black dot, which could not prove that it was a house. What if it was not, but just something else? Once they arrived there, there might be risks. But it didn't matter, there would be risks when they came out. What's the point if we are always tied up? My feet are really fine, I think we can go. We are unfamiliar with this place. It is dangerous to stay here for one night. I don't recommend that we stay here for too long. It is more sensible to stay here for such a small group. Take the risk. It should be okay to wrap Sister Xiaoqin's feet with plastic wrap? As long as we can arrive during the day and be careful not to soak Sister's feet in cold water, it won't be so bad. Yes, the reason why it was like that yesterday was because we had no experience at sea, and this house was too far away. It took us too much time. Okay, then let's pack up and set off now. While the sun is not too strong. If we wait until noon to set off, it will be bad again. It's bad again. So Aunt Xiaoping and others quickly prepared breakfast, and let everyone eat something hot before setting off. Are you really determined to go outside in the sun? It's so dangerous. Oh, they are just talking. There is still room for you here. I really suggest you take a rest for 2 days before leaving, but you soaked in cold water last night, and it's too easy to get heat stroke if you go out in the sun today. The person who persuaded them was a very simple elder brother. He was also the one who lent them the stove last night. Thank you, but we want to leave here as soon as possible. The simple elder brother saw that persuasion was not working, so he had to give up. Then you have to be careful, there have been sharks here, but we are safe in the house, you must be careful on the water. Sharks? Yes, haven't you ever seen sharks there? Yes, there have been sharks near the science and technology building, and there have never been sharks there. I heard that someone had caught a fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. I have heard the sound of dolphins, but I have never seen them. But if there are sharks nearby, they should be careful. Yu Shifeng thanked the big brother, and then everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Finally, breakfast was finished, and the wet clothes were dried, wrapped in plastic wrap again, and put in the school bag. Everyone had at least 2 sets of clothes to ensure that they could swim on the sea. Let's go! Soon, Liang Shuyu and others went into the water again. Their figures quickly disappeared in the water. From the perspective of the people in the building, the big people turned into small ants. It didn't take long for them to disappear in the sea level. They are too vigilant. I didn't find a chance to attack them last night. Yeah, I didn't find a chance either. I tried to persuade them today, saying all kinds of good and bad things to them, even bringing out the shark, but they wanted to leave. Fuck, I worked for nothing all night. If there weren't so many of them, I would have done it a long time ago. I've said it before, I just stab them when I see them next time. They just came out of the water, and have no strength at all. Why wait until they recover their strength before attacking? And what's the point of doing emotional bonding here? In the end, nothing was gained. You're right. I should have listened to Lao Lu earlier. Why are you messing around here? Look, the fat sheep has run away again. After Liang Shuyu and the others left, the people in the building kept talking, slapping their thighs and sighing, regretting why they didn't act earlier. As a result, there are so many fat sheep. Yu Shifeng, who had left long ago, certainly didn't expect that those people were all pretending. It was only when they were halfway through the swim that Lu Feng found out that something was wrong with those people. Why didn't you tell us earlier? It's hard for me to tell you because there are too many people there, and since you have decided to leave, I won't tell you anymore. If you decide to stay, I will persuade you. Really? You said they were pretending, but they look very much like it. Although they are not very enthusiastic, they act very naturally. But I can't be wrong about the way they look at our packages. Suppose my guess is true. Then they must be regretting it now. They may have tried to do it in the middle of the night, but they didn't find the opportunity. Besides, there are so many of us, they acted rashly, and were not absolutely sure, so they wanted to persuade us to stay a few more days. We arrived at a Longmen Inn. I thought there were really such good people there. I almost believed it. I thought there was little competition and peace there. You take it for granted. There can't be peace now. There is only killing and fighting. They have a strong ability to adapt. They felt very uncomfortable being exposed to the sun yesterday, but they are much better today. At noon, when the sun was at its hottest, they floated on the sea to rest for a while, using their backpacks to protect their heads from the sun. Although it was still very hot, at least they were in the water instead of standing on the main road, which provided better sun protection and cooling effects. After spending the hottest half hour at noon, they continued to set out and moved towards the black spot. As they got closer, they found that it was a black spot and something like an antenna. The antenna was not very clear, but it did exist. It was bad. The building might have been submerged to the point where only the hair was left. Chapter 245. Some buildings are designed with no house or rooftop on the top floor, but a lighting rod like an antenna, and there is no place to step on the roof. When they saw the antenna, Yu Shifeng and his friends were already half-hearted. It doesn't matter. Even if there is no place to step on, as long as we can hold onto the wall and spend the night in the water, at least we won't be drowned. Holding on the wall and soaking in the water that is almost frozen in the cold weather, this is a joke. After saying this, Teacher Ding didn't even believe it himself. Like last night, they couldn't stand it after only soaking for a few hours. How terrible it would be to soak for a whole night tonight. It is estimated that less than half of them will be frozen into stiff bodies, not to mention waiting until the sun comes out the next day. Before the sun comes out, they will all die. Okay, don't think too much. Let's talk about it when we get there. We can always find a way. Yeah, maybe we find another house when we get there. We should always have ideals. You're right. Let's speed up. I feel we're almost there. I feel we're almost there too. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, you guys. Why are you so slow? Liang Wenjing swam forward quickly, and soon left the others behind. Because of yesterday's experience, they were not so nervous on the road, unlike yesterday when they were in a state of anxiety all day. Everyone has experienced strong winds and heavy rains, so this little thing can still be tolerated. If you don't praise this face every day, as if you are about to die, life will be too difficult. Even if you are facing life-threatening situations, you should smile. Don't worry, I saw that there is a place to step on. And this design must have a door. We can sleep in the stairwell, which can block the wind. Really? Show it to me. Liang Wenjing took the telescope and saw that there was a guardrail similar to a watchtower on the top of the building, surrounded by a circle, where people could stand. This design must have a door and a fire escape. Otherwise, there is no way to get up. Great, they don't have to sleep against the wall tonight. I told you that things will work out when the time comes. You worry too much. God has not given up on us. Ha ha ha, yes, God has not given up on us. The fact that we are still alive is proof of that. If there is a God, I hope he will drop a watermelon on me right now. It's so hot. I want to eat watermelon. If it were me, I would want bananas and kiwis. Are you serious? You only want these things. Don't you want Coke? Then Coke, my Coke, I remember I also saved a lot of drinks. But they were all washed away by the tsunami. How cruel. Don't say it, it hurts me to think about it. I know all the things we have, and I even keep the list. And my sister. Huh? What sister? A sister is a sister. Quick, stop talking, we're here, hurry up. Soon, they swam to the bottom of the building. The top floor of the building was designed in the shape of a pacifier, and it was not convenient to climb up the part exposed above the water. But who is Yusherfong? This little thing can't stop him. Yusherfong climbed up quickly, and the people below were hanging on ropes, and soon they went up one after another. After going up, the width of the watchtower designed for standing people was less than half a meter, but there was indeed a door on it, and there must be a certain amount of space inside the door, so it would be warm to live inside at night. Dong dong dong. To be on the safe side, they still knocked on the door first to confirm whether there were any survivors inside. Of course, it was basically impossible. The final answer was also consistent, and there was no response. Finally, Yusherfong smashed the door with a hammer. When he smashed the door, everyone avoided it to avoid bacteria that had grown after the death. However, after opening the door for ventilation for a while, Yusherfong smelled it a little, and there was no strange smell. Maybe there was a locked door under the watchtower, so no one had come up after the tsunami. After ventilating for a while, he went in and branched out. Inside was a staircase going down, and after walking 2 circles of the stairs, there was water, and there was nothing else. Although the space is not spacious, it is enough for all of them to stay inside and avoid the wind. Maybe they can rest here for a few days before setting off. Some people in the team need to rest. It's safe inside, and there is no odor. There should be no dead people underwater. Even if there are dead people, they may be far away, and there is no odor at all. Ah! Great! We finally have a safe place to live. It would be perfect if we could grow vegetables here. Maybe we can even stay here. Hurry up and put on clean clothes, take off the wet clothes and dry them. The sun will only be there for a few hours at most. Okay, let's change clothes. The ladies went inside to change clothes first, then took out the wet clothes and wrung them out, and hung them on the railings. They would probably be dry before dark. Hang them carefully. It's windy here. Don't let them blow away. If they blow away, you have to run naked tomorrow. Don't worry. My arms and legs are tied up. Also, I won't run naked. If I don't have any clothes, I take yours. Liang Wenjing said. Lu Xiaoping despised. Liang Wenjing stuck out his tongue. None of them gave in. Liang Shu came over and hit one of them on the head. You two, go put out the fishing nets. You've been bickering all day. Can you be quiet? Liang Wenjing snorted. It's because of our bickering that we have fun. Aren't you happy? Yeah, happy. Perfunctory. Liang Wenjing stuck out his tongue and went to put out the fishing nets with Xiao Yuanmin. They have decided to rest here for a few days, and of course they will catch some fish at night. And their water reserves have been used up a lot, so they need to replenish some today. Because water is too heavy, they didn't bring much. After all, it's in the sea, and it can be replenished everywhere. It's time for you to eat. Soon, the smell of rice floated on the top of the building. Aunt Xiaoping and the others had already prepared fragrant rice and noodles. Today's noodles are the last noodles. Everyone has worked so hard for so long, so eat something good to reward them. In addition to noodles, everyone has a quarter of a moon cake. There are not many moon cakes left. It is the only thing with oil now. Their oil and soy sauce have been used up, and the 13 spices have also been used up. The only seasoning is salt. So salt should be saved a little. I'm going to eat. Chapter 246. It feels so good to eat. It feels so good to be alive. It feels so good to be with my family alone. Dr. Li, come eat with us. Aunt Xiaoping saw Li Ming and his friends avoiding her, and quickly called them to come and eat together. During the time in the Science and Technology building, although they took care of each other, they did not share meals and supplies. Although everyone had a good relationship, Li Ming was a very gentle and proper person. He was very sensible about such important things as supplies. So their family did not move towards this side at all. Yu Shifeng also said, "Yes. Dr. Li, we are grasshoppers on the same rope in the future. Our two families have cooperated for so long. Don't be awkward. Come and eat with us. We will take care of each other for a long time to come." Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi and others also persuaded. The personalities of Dr. Li Ming's family are very kind, especially Li Ming, who is very gentle and elegant. Before the power outage, he was still a very talented young genius doctor. During the time in the technology building, Li Ming often took care of Dr. Chen and Uncle Chen, and taught them carefully about surgical diseases. So far, Dr. Chen can be regarded as a half-untrained surgeon, all thanks to Dr. Li Ming. Seeing that they tried their best to persuade him, Li Ming was not the kind of person who liked to say polite words. He was always straightforward and said what he wanted to say, and didn't like to hide things. "Okay, we will all walk together and live together in the future, so I trouble you." Then he shared his family's meals, and enjoyed them with everyone. There was nothing special about their meals, mainly dry food, which was given by others during the medical consultation. If you want to eat hot food, you can take a small bowl and boil it with hot water on the stove. Anyway, it will be a lump, so you can eat it without any preparation. There are 4 people left in Li Ming's family, including his sister Li Rui and brother-in-law Zhao Chong, and their 14-year-old daughter. Her name is Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian is shy and has autism. During the period in the science and technology building, she never interacted with Yu Shifeng and others, and never went out. It is said that Zhao Xian's condition had improved before the power outage, but after this incident, her condition worsened greatly. Now she hardly speaks, and does not communicate with anyone except her mother and Li Ming. Even her father Zhao Chong finds it difficult to say a word to her. 25 people standing in the observation railing on the top floor are really crowded. If some people had not hidden in the stairwell, there would be no room for people outside. I guess everyone can have a seat at night, but they can only sit, and there is no extra space for everyone to lie down and sleep. After dinner, everyone basked in the sun outside again. Soon it was dark, and everyone hid in the stairwell to warm themselves by the fire. This place is also close to the water, and it is very cold and damp. They don't have a quilt now. Although their clothes and coats have been dried and wrapped around them, everyone is huddled together and lit the stove, but it is still very cold. His lips trembled when he spoke. "If we can get fish tonight, we will stay for 2 more days to see, and Sister Shaoqing can rest more. I'm really fine, don't think about me. As long as I don't soak in cold water, I think I'm fine." Deng Shaoqing said. "It's good to rest for 2 days. Although you are all fine now, I am still worried that you will get heat stroke if you are exposed to the sun every day. Everyone, take it easy. If you feel uncomfortable, you must report it in time. Okay. Oh, it's so cold, I can't sleep. Lean closer here, come, I hug you," Wei Youqi said. "Yeah, okay, annoying Lucy Yuan, please don't be so naughty." Lu Xiaopeng rolled his eyes at Liang Wenjing. "I'm not talking to you." "Ugh. Good." Next, they rested here for 3 whole days, and only decided to set off again after everyone's condition had recovered. This place can catch fish, and it's big fish. The fish caught on the first day fed the 20 or so people for 2 whole days. Unfortunately, although this place is good, it cannot guarantee such a big fish every day, and it is too cold at night, and they can't last long, so they have to leave. If they can find such a place after landing, there is no one else, only them, and they can grow vegetables and have a stable water source. It would be wonderful. Then let's go to Sichuan and Guizhou to find a hilltop where we can grow vegetables, and occupy the hill as the king. I don't know how free and easy it is. There was an earthquake in Sichuan and Guizhou. Can we still go there? I forgot about that. They were trapped in the science and technology building for so long that they forgot that their original goal was Western Tibet. Oh, it would be difficult to grow vegetables in Western Tibet. The Sichuan and Guizhou earthquake should only be in one area. Sichuan and Guizhou are so big that it is impossible for the earthquake to occur everywhere. I remember that they didn't want to go to Sichuan and Guizhou because they were worried about the spread of plague. But now I don't know if the plague is still there. Anyway, there is definitely no plague on the coast. When the tsunami comes, all viruses will be washed away. There will not be many living people left, let alone the plague. In the morning, after they had enough to eat and drink, they also put some hot fish soup in the extra thermos cup on their bodies. This fish head soup is so nutritious and delicious. It's a pity to pour out so much that we haven't finished it yet. Let's go, we should be on the road again. It feels like we have been on the road since we left Shenlong City, and this road has been endless. That's not the case. It's endless. Let's go, let's go! After chatting for a while, they picked up their bags and jumped into the water to start a new journey. One journey after another, it seems that there is no final destination, always on the road, always resting, always setting off. This time, even with a telescope, no buildings, not even small black dots, could be seen near the building. So they could only rely on the direction of the waves, the position of the sun after observing the stars at night, and hope that their luck would not be too bad. Leave everything to fate. In the sea, it can only be like this. Set off. This time they were well fed and well drinking, and the distance was far, so they sped up. As long as they saw small black dots within their sight, they would be safe. Time passed quickly. At noon, they ate some dry food in the sea. This time, they didn't even have time to rest at noon, because they still didn't see any buildings, not even small black dots. This is somewhat unreasonable, because this is the urban area. There will be at least more than 23 floors, even more than 25 floors. But this time, there was not a single one. Yu Shifeng was a little worried that he couldn't find any buildings to stay after dark. Chapter 247. After noon, they drifted in the water for a long time, but still did not find a suitable building. On the way, they passed some places where they could stay, but the buildings were submerged in the water, so they could not rest and take shelter there. So after thinking again and again, they left there. But since then, they have not encountered any buildings that have emerged. Instead, they found a big driftwood in the sea, so more than 20 people could easily hold the driftwood and swim more comfortably than before. It will be dark in a few hours, and there is still nothing around, so everyone is a little worried. Don't be afraid. If we can't find it, at most we will swim here all night. If we hold on, maybe we can find a suitable place in the middle of the night. Yeah. Although it was a comforting word, they still listened to it. What else can there be besides comfort at this time? At most, we will die together, which is not a big deal. If you have the ability to survive, then survive. If you don't have the ability, just die together. At this time, they actually have the leisure to make such a joke. I'm serious. Look at how many people died in the tsunami, and how many people died in the technology building. We were able to survive for so long because of God's gift, so I'm already very satisfied. Even if I die now, I don't feel regretful, haha. Actually, I think so too, haha. Several young people talked happily, and the atmosphere was not so heavy. But An Xiaoping held Wei Youqi's hand, and Liang Ying also held Liang Wenjing and Liang Shuyu with one hand. It was not because of fear, but because she hoped that at least before she died, she could touch more with the people closest to her. It's okay. Liang Shuyu whispered, we will definitely survive. Liang Wenjing snorted, even if we die, it's a blessing for our family of 3 to die together. Hee. Liang Shuyu knocked her head. Liang Wenjing covered her forehead, groaned, and glared at Liang Shuyu several times. Okay, put aside your last words. We should be close to the shore. Suddenly, Lu Xiaopeng, who was holding a telescope, said, Ah? Is this true? We are about to reach the shore. You are not lying to us, are you? Hey Lu Xiaopeng, if you dare to lie to me, I will kill you now. Here's the telescope. You can see for yourself. Liang Wenjing took the telescope and looked in the direction that Lu Xiaopeng had just looked at. Wow, 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 wow. Really? Really? We are reaching the shore. Let me see it too. What is it? Are we really reaching the shore? Yes, yes, yes. I see a row of black things in front of me. It must be the shore. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a dense cluster of buildings. But it looks quite far away. According to our previous experience, it will take us at least a whole day to swim there. We have to work harder. Go faster. The rest of the people were very excited and looked in that direction with their binoculars. It really looks like the shore. Hurry up, let's go faster. Try to see if we can get there before midnight. After midnight, the temperature outside will drop sharply. When we were in the science and technology building, a layer of frost would appear on the ground and walls after midnight. It's hard to imagine how terrible the temperature was outdoors and in the water at that time. So they could only speed up as much as possible and swim in that direction. But that place was too far away. They could only see a dense row of small black dots with a telescope. It took them half a day to reach the shore after leaving the building yesterday. Even if they speed up now, it would take at least half a day to reach the shore. But now there are only a few hours left before dark. They will have to arrive after nightfall, or even in the middle of the night. We don't need to go fast. Everyone should take care of their health. If you feel like you can't hold on, you must tell us. We can take a proper rest. No, I'm fine. I'm fine too. I think we can go faster. We have driftwood now, which saves a lot of effort. Let's work harder. Maybe we can reach the destination before dark. Yeah, come on, come on. Let's go. Go, go, go. Ha ha. Because there was hope, everyone was in a good mood. They swept away the previous gloom and swam to the shore with all their strength. Lu Feng had speculated before that the people in the building were pretending, but now Yu Shifeng believed it. It seems that the building must be one of the only ways to the shore. Many people must have stopped there. It is impossible that no one has been there, as they said. If those people did not die there, then the chance of returning to the shore is still very high. Soon, it was dark. The cold of the night eroded the water surface and their bodies, but it could not hide their burning hearts, because they had confirmed through the telescope that the small black spot before was indeed the shore. They are about to go ashore. Hopefully, after going ashore, they can find an uninhabited place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, where they can live quietly and wait for the recovery of electricity and the world economy. Maybe it will take a long time, maybe 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, or even decades, but as long as there is still a human being in the world, agriculture, economy, and all convenient and easy life will be developed, and everything will become better. We are here. The shore. Quick! Everyone come up. Although it was late at night when they arrived at the shore, it was cold, and the soil on the shore was covered with a thin layer of frost, and the shore was also filled with all kinds of garbage and rotten meat, but they didn't care and were full of joy. When they finally stood on the shore, they finally felt that the world was solid. Have we really gone ashore? I'm not dreaming, am I? It's true, you're not dreaming, we're back on the shore. Liang Wenjing stepped on the solid ground under her feet. Really? Ah! It's so cold. She hugged her arms and shivered. Hurry up, let's find a place to change clothes first, don't catch a cold. Are you in good health? Ding Xiaoqin, how are you? Report. I'm fine. I'm so happy now. Come on, there's a truck over here, get in the car, we rest here tonight, I light the fire. Hey, where are we going next? Still going to Western Tibet? Well, it seems we need a few more cars. Don't go to Western Tibet. Don't you think the sun is too strong? The altitude of Western Tibet is so high, you will be sunburned if you go there. Well, it seems so, then should we go to Sichuan and Guizhou? I don't know how the plague is there. Sichuan and Guizhou are very suitable for farming. As long as we can find a place to grow vegetables, we will be safe. Maybe. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Everyone hurry up and change clothes and warm up by the fire. Come on. Chapter 248 Extra. The year I was born, it snowed heavily. My mother said that our family was very poor at that time. My father worked in a factory. In order to earn money for my milk powder, his hands were covered with chilblains, red like sausages. He also had to mix milk powder for me, and coax me to sleep every day. My father liked me very much when I was young. Why did I joke? Because he didn't like me later. I don't know when my father changed a lot. He had a car accident. One leg was lame. The gentle and elegant man suddenly grew a sloppy beard and became addicted to alcohol, mahjong and gambling. My mother said that all the money we earned was squandered by him. He was a loser. A useless loser. I didn't agree at first. In my memory, my father was very gentle and knew a lot. He was very much like the literary youth shown on TV. He could also read English books. I started learning English when I was 1 year old. But these didn't help my grades at all. What I learned when I was young, I paid it back when I grew up, and it got even worse. In fact, I don't know when the specific change started. One day, when I found that I hadn't laughed for a long time, I realized that my family was so bad. So when I found out that he was not my biological father, I was not so shocked. After all, who would treat their own daughter like that? I can't remember many things. It's too long ago, in 2033. 5 months after the power outage. Due to excessive surface radiation, human life has been seriously endangered, and humans have to hide underground to survive. I heard that there are underground fortresses in Sichuan and Guizhou that can avoid disasters. They can not only resist solar radiation, earthquakes, tsunamis, mountain torrents, etc., but also plant vegetation, have fresh air, lush grass and trees. I heard that rich people even have their own swimming pools. But it's just hearsay. The outside world spread so magically that more than 100 countries participated in its construction more than a year before the power outage, and secretly extracted some survivors to move inside, most of whom are scientists, intellectuals, artists, craftsmen, or some people who have made great contributions to the country. But in the end, where is it, and what is inside, no one knows. Anyway, after the solar radiation has increased, the surviving humans on the surface have moved underground, including but not limited to subway tracks, high-rise basements, sewers, and all places that can avoid direct sunlight. Maybe there are not many surviving humans on the surface. When Qinbao and his friends arrived underground with vegetation, seeds, dry food and other things, they did not see many of their kind. They lived alone for a long time. That period was the happiest time for Qinbao. They lost many companions on the way from the coast to Sichuan and Guizhou. If the first time she lost her mother, she felt more hatred, resentment, and entanglement, then after witnessing so many deaths, she began to become numb and indifferent. However, when she witnessed the death of a companion who had lived with her for so long, Qinbao found that her heart was not calm. It turned out that she also longed for companions and friendship. They were entrenched in a warehouse in an underground parking lot. The parking lot was on the 5th floor underground. They sealed all the gaps with electrical tape and only opened it for ventilation late at night. So for a long time, they did not go out. If they needed to go out, they would wrap themselves in a thick layer of clothes and cover their whole body tightly. Even their eyes had to be covered with diving goggles and motorcycle helmets to be slightly safer. In addition to solar radiation, there were many other radiations in the outside world, but they did not know what they were. The doctors first discovered the abnormal radiation. They had received many strange patients, some of whom had hair loss, vomiting, pale faces, and skin ulcers. Some were serious, as if sulfuric acid had been poured on their bodies, and their skin and flesh fell off piece by piece. This was already very serious. At that time, rumors had already appeared, and many people moved underground. Qinbao and her group were among the earlier ones. But gradually, even though they were very careful, people in the team began to show such symptoms: vomiting, hair loss, pale face, depression, and various complications. Qinbao also had it. Today was her third time vomiting blood. Her eyes were full of red bloodshot, her hair fell out in clumps when she pulled it, and her skin was also oozing red. She was the worst person in the team. Because she was allergic to ultraviolet rays, the radiation reaction was more serious, which was inevitable. But she didn't understand. They had already hidden underground. Why was the radiation still pervasive? The doctor said that the radiation was everywhere in the supplies they ate, in their drinking water, and in the air they breathed, and it had already exceeded the standard. The atmosphere became thinner. In a few decades, humanity will be defeated. This is Lu Xiyuan's prediction. But they can't do anything about it. When they arrived at the basement, there were only 17 people left out of the original 25-person team, and they lost many, many companions. Qinbao began to get familiar with the people in the team. She began to get familiar with Lao Chen, her father. Qin Yuqi began to become very gentle, as if she had returned to the way she was when she was a child. She shaved her beard clean, her clothes were always clean and tidy, and occasionally she would write some literary poems, but she always remembered them incompletely, saying that it had been too long and she had forgotten them. She didn't hate them much, because there was no need. Anyway, everyone would die sooner or later. It's better to live a happier life before death and satisfy each other's wishes. They have another plan recently. Continue to dig a pit under the basement. They want to build a safer barrier. They now have generators, electric drills, and many tools. Just like many people died on the surface, the effective resources are limited. It is not difficult to get these things now. They even have a TV that can play TV, or broadcast the screen of the game console to the TV. There are 4 game controllers, and several people can play online games. Sometimes she will play a game, and Wei Youji always competes with her. The TV can play USB flash drives. They have a lot of USB flash drives, mechanical hard drives, and mobile hard drives. These mobile storage devices are as interesting to them as blind boxes. Although they don't have a network, they can open the files in it through local browsing. They also have a notebook that can be used. There are 2 boxes of mobile storage devices. Everyone will open a hard drive every day. Some hard drives are broken and cannot be opened, but some hard drives can still be used and can bring unexpected surprises. For example, movies, all kinds of things. Very interesting. All are the last treasures of mankind. Sometimes there are strange things. Of course, everyone usually watches them together. At this time, they don't care about gender. That is, Duya will be sent away every time. It is better not to teach children bad things. After the solar radiation became more and more intense, the weather became extremely terrifying. It was usually very hot during the day, which could melt some houses and buildings. They never went out during the day, even in the morning and evening. At that time, those who often liked to go out during the day to collect supplies all got serious radiation sickness. At first they didn't know, but later it was too late to regret. People who got radiation sickness died extremely painfully. Their bodies seemed to be burned by fire, and their skin and flesh fell off piece by piece, all red. After watching it, they couldn't eat for 3 days. So Chen Baoyi didn't want that. She didn't want anyone to see her like that. Baoyi? Not well yet. She was in the bathroom, holding a handful of hair in her hands. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her skin was covered with red spots, looking like she would be after scraping. But she knew that she would die soon. Yeah, soon. Chen Baoyi threw her hair under the trash can to cover it, quickly got dressed, and went out. It was daytime now, and the weather in the basement was hot and humid, so they would only take a bath during the day. Once it got late at night, it would snow heavily outside, and it would snow half a person's height in one night, and then it would be melted and disappeared in the sun the next morning, and then the radiation would enter the water and penetrate into the ground, becoming their drinking water. Then the earth will be barren. Bones are everywhere. Chen Baoyi opened the door, and Wei Youqi was outside. He walked up with a smile. Why are your eyes so red? Is the radiation reaction serious again? No, I didn't rest well yesterday. Yeah. Wei Youqi touched her hand, then pulled her wrist. Let's go, it's time to eat. Chen Baoyi pulled her hand back. Wei Youqi, who was half a step ahead of her, was stunned for a moment, and could only say, well, we have sweet potatoes tonight. Yeah. Chen Baoyi nodded and went to eat. The dining place was not simple. It was carefully decorated by Liang Wenjing, saying that even if you live in a basement, you have to be decent and make it feel like home. This way everyone will be happy. Chen Baoyi agreed. Lunch was sweet potatoes, which was considered a luxury. They dug them from a piece of wasteland, several hundred kilograms, small but very sweet. The doctor said privately that the sweet potato was full of radiation, but they had no other choice. If they didn't eat this, what else could they eat? Hopefully, the body can produce radiation antibodies. Probably that's the only way to pray. Liang Wenjing always livens up the atmosphere. No matter when, she always seems to laugh, and laughs very happily. Chen Baoyi thinks she's a little abnormal. She's getting more and more crazy. However, everyone likes her very much and pampers her, so Chen Baoyi envies her very much. Being liked by others is also a kind of capital and ability, and Chen Baoyi doesn't have this ability. Once night falls, the basement will become extremely cold, and the room will be covered with white frost, which cannot be avoided even if 2 stoves are lit. It was really too cold. So cold that it made people feel awed by the power of nature. Chen Baoyi put on her clothes, almost all her thick clothes. She also put on swimming goggles to protect her eyes, and wrapped every inch of her body tightly. She was going out, leaving here. Her radiation sickness was too serious. If she stayed here, she would be equivalent to a mobile radiation source. And she didn't want to die so ugly. It is said that the beauties in ancient times would not let their loved ones see their decayed faces before they died, so as to leave better memories. Chen Baoyi left them a letter. Don't come to her. When she left, she went to see Wei Youqi. He was sleeping soundly. Without waking anyone, Chen Baoyi opened the door of the basement, only brought some dry food, no motorcycle helmet. There were only 4 helmets in the house. She was a dying person. She didn't need this. Left the basement, and went outside. Snow was floating in the sky, and had submerged 1/3 of the door frame. The white snow made the world look bright, without the blindness brought by the night. I still remember the time when the power went out. At night, the sky was always dark, without any light. She was not afraid of the dark, nor of death, and even wanted to die. She always wandered in the dark alone with an umbrella. She would go wherever there was light. At that time, every morning after returning home, she couldn't sleep and lay in bed like a dead person. She could hear the cheerful voices coming from Wei Youqi's house. It was either the quarrel between Aunt Xiaoping and Fatty Wei, or the quarrel between Wei Youqi and Aunt Xiaoping. If it was a little later, she could still hear Liang Wenjing scolding Liang Shuyu upstairs. Liang Shuyu always gave in to her, and then she scolded even more happily. Although they all looked like they were arguing, their words were full of sweetness, love, and affection. That was a unique culture that only existed between family members. But in her family, there was always only cold ridicule, insults, and violence. At that time, she always wondered, as a human being, why other people's lives were so much better. What was wrong with her? She was so beautiful and so smart. She should have a better life. Unfortunately, life doesn't develop entirely as you wish. Vaguely white, the world was wrapped in a thick layer of snow. Qin looked up at the sky. There was no star in the sky. It was just a hollow deep blue, like hell, bottomless. Every step she took, her feet would sink into the snow, submerged above her knees. In less than half an hour, her feet had completely lost consciousness. It was freezing cold, and the wind was howling. It was a vast expanse. There was no trace. She didn't know how far she had walked. Anyway, when it was almost dawn, she found a subway station, entered the second floor of the subway station, found a small room, and squatted inside. She came out again when night fell, and walked without a trace. When all the dry food was eaten, she felt that her desire to survive was getting weaker and weaker, so she found a place with a good environment and planned to bury herself there. Die in a beautiful place. It's much better than dying casually on the street and being eaten by people, or being thrown into a grave. However, in the middle of the night when she arrived here, she heard a woman crying loudly. At first, she thought, forget it. Don't meddle in other people's business. But perhaps before dying, people have a little compassion. She couldn't help but go to see. In this underground pipeline, there are many people living. Perhaps because too many humans died, the remaining people are not so keen on fighting. Although everyone will be indifferent to each other, if it is not about interests, everyone will rarely kill each other. Qin went to the vicinity of the screaming woman, and it turned out to be a woman who was about to give birth. She was alone. She was like a monster. There were only 2 or 3 exaggerated hairs left, her face was blood red, and her nose was even collapsed, as if someone had poured sulfuric acid on her. This is a serious radiation sickness. Burns, even if she doesn't die of dystocia, she will die from radiation. Save my child, she said. Qin will. Everyone in their team now knows some basic medical skills. She had no experience in delivering babies, but she had learned it. The woman was already on her last legs. She didn't know how long she had persisted in giving birth to this child. The radiation sickness was very painful for her. But she was able to endure it, probably for the sake of the child. Qin helped her deliver the baby. A monster gave birth to a freak. The baby was a boy who was exposed to radiation in the womb. He was very ugly when he was born, and he didn't even look like a human. The woman screamed and died immediately after seeing him, leaving behind such a half-dead child. Qin thought about it for a whole night, and seeing that the child was not dead, she decided to raise him for a while. Anyway, she wouldn't live long, so he could live as long as she could. She moved to many places with her child. It was difficult for a young girl with a child to survive even if she didn't participate in any struggle. It was just that her radiation sickness was getting worse and worse. No one would be willing to get close to her when she walked on the road, but if she wanted to raise a half-dead child, food was very important. It didn't matter if the food was exposed. She would not let go of anything edible. It didn't matter if the snow water at night fell from the sky and was full of radiation. At least it was clean drinking water without germs, much cleaner than the water in the river. She thought she would die quickly and early. But she was still alive. She lived for several years. When the child was 5 years old, he couldn't speak. He was too ugly, so ugly that people couldn't bear to look at him. But it didn't matter. Qin was not beautiful now. He could only make one syllable, and couldn't even say the word mom completely. Qin didn't like him very much. But there was no way to throw him away. Maybe she was a little used to it. It would be too cruel to throw away such a child. Although he was stupid, he had a very strange intuition, and could always lead Qin to find food, so they survived by relying on each other. At that time, the surface of the earth was completely uninhabitable. Qin lived more than 500 meters below the surface. It was dug out by others. She paid some capital, and got a place here. They could raise some fast-breeding insects for food, such as... Let's not talk about it. However, just when Qin thought they would continue to rely on each other like this, the child suddenly disappeared. Very suddenly disappeared. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find him. It was still a snowy night. She walked outside until her feet were frozen, but she still couldn't find him. That day was especially like the night she left Weiyochi. It was white outside, and the sky and the earth were wrapped in a thick layer of snow. The only difference was that many years ago, she could still see the landmark buildings at night, but now they are completely gone. Multiple solar radiation explosions have corroded the surface buildings to the point that only skeletons are left. Only ruins are left on the surface, bare, with no houses, no trees, no flowers, nothing. Just like her now, she has nothing. Chapter 249 Extra. The earth was shaking crazily. The heaven and earth were shaking. The anger of nature never disappoints. A huge rock fell from the ceiling, and the floor beneath his feet also split apart. Half of the house was forcibly split apart by the earthquake, and the split surface, like a watermelon cut in the middle, and Luo Junxian was the watermelon seed in the middle, standing on the edge of the dangerous wall. He was standing on the shaky steel bars, so he was lucky not to fall down along the cracks in the house. Here, it is the 16th floor. The falling rock hit the split not far from him, causing the already shaking house to shake violently again. Luo Junxian climbed inside on the steel bars. Don't come over. The house is going to fall down, you go up. As Luo Junxian climbed up, he warned his companions who were coming down to save him. The house is tilting. If you are unlucky and the foundation cannot support you, the whole house may collapse directly, turning into fragments and dust, and smashing into the ground. Then everyone in the house will be smashed to pieces, so go. Don't worry about me first. If I can come up, I will find you. Go to a wide and safe place, and go downstairs. Don't let me delay everyone's life. Luo Junxian shouted to the people above. Okay, be careful. A tied rope was thrown down from above. Liang Shuyu asked the rest of the people to evacuate quickly, and he would stay to help Luo Junxian. As Luo Junxian said, they can't save one person and delay the lives of all others as a bet. The sudden strong earthquake was unexpected by none of them, and it came so violently that it caused countless cracks in the ground within a few minutes. A tall building collapsed into mud under their eyes. They were lucky not to be in the center of the crack, but unfortunately their house was on the edge of the crack. You go, I come, let's go! Luo Wei wanted to drive Liang Shuyu away, and then he picked up the rope and swung it next to Luo Junxuan's hand so that Luo Junxian could grab the rope and climb up. The house tilted more and more. Don't argue about this, Liang Shuyu said, and another rope was tied to his waist. He asked Luo Wei to pull the rope, and he slid down along the tilted floor. When he stepped on the broken crack on the floor, he felt that the crack loosened a little. The crack divided the floor into two, and the other half fell down at an angle of more than 80 degrees. Luo Junxian grabbed the steel bar at the end and persisted. Finally, Liang Shuyu arrived near Luo Junxian. Catch me! Liang Shuyu reached down and grabbed Luo Junxuan's arm. Luo Junxian grabbed Liang Shuyu's wrist with his backhand. With Liang Shuyu's strength, he dared to let go of his other hand and grabbed the rope beside his hand, and then was pushed up by Liang Shuyu. The speed of the house tilting was accelerating. They felt the imbalance of gravity. Quick! There was no time to take the rope on the ground. The three of them quickly walked down the fire escape, almost jumping half a floor at a time. No, it's too late. Let's go outside the window and walk on the wall. In the end, the house tilted too fast. If they took the stairs again, they would be buried in the house sooner or later. At this time, the best choice was to walk on the outside wall. Anyway, the house was tilted at about 60 degrees. Walking on it was a bit like a high-speed slide. But at this time, they were not in the mood to fool around. They sat on the wall and slid down quickly. Just before the house was about to fall down completely, they finally reached the first floor, but it was not safe yet, because there were houses everywhere nearby, and the floor was at risk of cracking at any time. They ran to a wider street, and one of the three cars that were supposed to be parked here was driven away. It seemed that Liang Wenjing and the others had left safely. But the remaining two cars were affected by the collapse of the leaning building just now, and could no longer be driven. The three of them did not stop, and could only run out along the road together. There were many people escaping on the road, some of whom were not even wearing clothes. Their hair was disheveled, and they looked miserable. If Wei Yoqi was here, he would definitely say, "Look, they are running naked." But unfortunately, Liang Shuyu, Luo Junxian, and the other two were not the type to joke around, so some fun was lost for nothing. They ran very fast, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not be faster than this magical earthquake. Not only did the buildings collapse one after another, but some people were picked out of the windows and smashed to pieces. Like a soft persimmon that fell to the ground, it turned into a large drop of red paint that fell to the ground, dyeing the whole area bright red. Or oil paint. Then the ground will split in the middle of the road, and people will be rushed into the sky by the methane gas rushing out of the ground, forming a red flame under the scorching sun. It's as if magma is erupting from the ground. But this methane gas is only for a moment, as brilliant as fireworks, leaving behind a lot of pain, and then it ends brilliantly. Snap! The person who turned black in an instant fell down without power. Like an old fire stick. Or the kind that has been used for decades. Be careful. The road ahead seemed to have signs of cracking. Liang Shui pulled Luo Junxian and Luo Wei next to him, and the three of them took a few steps back. Suddenly, the floor cracked and a burst of red flames rushed out from it. They hurriedly took a detour from the side, and finally escaped from the housing area and came to a park where many people had gathered, a group of survivors. The sun was too strong. They hid under a tree. It was still hot. The sun was too hot, so hot that it was weird. Luo Wei stood under the tree for a while, looking around to see if Liang Wenjing and others were nearby. There was only this big park here. If Liang Wenjing and others drove out of the housing area, they would definitely come here. He saw a car just passing by. It seemed to be their car. Hey! Here! Here! Luo Wei rushed over and called them. But unexpectedly, at this time, the soil under his feet suddenly cracked, and a scorching heat spread from his feet to his whole body. He felt the ground under his feet shake slightly, and smelled a pungent smell. Then very quickly, the flames covered his entire body. It was too hot. The air outside was too hot. Various flammable gases gathered underground, and passed through the cracked surface, igniting him. Ah! Loey screamed uncontrollably, and at that moment, he had only one thought, that is, to take another look at his kid. Dad. The earthquake killed many people, and Sichuan and Guizhou continued to experience earthquakes for a long time afterwards. But Sichuan and Guizhou are very large, and there are still many places to survive. After they obtained a large amount of supplies, they drove to a beautiful place in the deep mountains of Sichuan and Guizhou. They built their own houses, dug storage rooms on the ground, and lived 3 meters below the surface. Even if they lived in the basement during the day, the basement was full of water, and it was still crazy hot. They had to build deeper basements to escape the heat. But perhaps because of this, they didn't get radiation sickness so quickly because they had enough supplies, and didn't have to go out during the day, only occasionally going out at night. For a long time after the earthquake, a large number of people died of radiation sickness. Later, they lived underground. The 3rd year of power outage. Even if there were generators, they were useless. There was no oil. There was no oil in the world. Various power stations were gradually destroyed in tsunamis, floods, and earthquakes. People have lived in darkness for a long time. Until not long ago, another plate movement trapped them underground. The exit to the ground was completely blocked. Huge rocks buried everyone underground. They were separated from others and trapped in a corner, which was only about 20 to 30 square meters. On one side, there were thick walls and boulders. On the other side, there was a cliff. It was the entrance to hell that was exposed after the earth cracked. They have been trapped underground for 15 days. Today is the 6th day without a drop of water or food. Liang Shui leaned against the wall. Liang Wenjing lay in his arms. He held Liang Wenjing, one hand on her belly. This way you will feel less hungry. Wei Youqi sat next to Liang Wenjing. Luo Junxian sat at the edge, in the dark and narrow underground. No wind, no light, nothing, not even mice. Liang Wenjing moved his feet. Immediately there was a sound of sand being rubbed. They have been underground, shoveling through any passable gap for more than 10 days, and the knife has been broken, but they have not dug out a passage back. They are at least 30 meters underground. It was originally to avoid solar radiation, but now it has become a heavy barrier for escape. Nothing can be seen in the dark, only 4 hands tightly clasped together, passing each other's body temperature, so as to remind each other that they are still alive. From the early days of the power outage to now, the belief that guides them is only to live. To survive. However, there are many ways to live. It also depends on luck. Sometimes you are unlucky, and this is the ending. In the early days of the power outage, they also longed for the restoration of electricity, social development, and economic recovery. Even the terrible tsunami did not change their beliefs. As long as there are still humans alive in the world, the economy will recover sooner or later. With this belief, they left the coast and entered the inland, and then the ensuing solar radiation, earthquakes, heavy snow, and scorching sun. These things are the anger of nature, as if they are just to kill humans. If humans could be given a little more breathing space, they would definitely find a suitable way to survive, but no. An earthquake can make all human efforts go to waste. Solar radiation makes the earth barren. It makes all people exposed to the sun's rays live a life worse than death. They burrowed into the ground like earthworms, struggling to survive. But even so, another earthquake can destroy the hard work of mankind again. It is said that the underground fortress in Sichuan and Guizhou was also affected by the earthquake, with countless casualties. Those scientists, intellectuals, and contributors who were protected by top secrets bulged their eyes in horror when they were exposed to the sun for the first time. There was no such thing as paying for tickets. Because from the beginning, this matter was not known to the public. Some people didn't even know that they woke up in the underground fortress and could never get out. Some people took the opportunity to escape into the underground fortress. What the consequences were, I don't know. Liang Shuyu and his team didn't go. They chose their own camp and dug their own underground fortress under a moving building. It was just that they were probably unlucky and encountered another super earthquake. Even their walkie-talkies were broken. The frequency could no longer be used. Another day passed. It was so quiet here that it made people feel panic. It seemed that there was no heartbeat. Liang Wenjing suddenly let go of Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi's hands and climbed to the edge of the cliff. Liang Shuyu tried to grab her, but his hands were weak and he didn't catch her. He also climbed over and grabbed her. Liang Wenjing's hands were dangling in the air. Jump down, maybe there's a glimmer of hope. Her voice was terribly hoarse. I've tried it, it's too deep. In order to save energy, he used as few words as possible. They tested the depth on the first day they came here. They threw a big rock down, but there was no echo at all. It was unfathomable. And there was no underground water. Jumping down would only lead to death. You might hit the wall and die on the protruding rocks on the mountain wall before reaching the bottom. Anyway, we die, Liang Wenjing said. At least, it's a quicker death this way. It would be uncomfortable to die of thirst or starvation. And it's ugly. When someone digs them out several years later, they will definitely be ugly bones. Should we jump down? If they jump down, they will definitely die. But if they stay, what are their chances? Liang Wenjing was lying on the edge of the cliff. Luo Junxian said that this was a crack in hell, but why couldn't they hear the ghosts in hell shouting inside? It would be great if there were some shouting. At least, they would not be so lonely if they had someone to accompany them. But it was so quiet inside that there was not even the sound of mosquitoes, as if they were completely at the other end of the world, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not return to their own world. Perhaps, since the power outage, they have actually gone to another cruel world. In the endless search for food, survival, search for food, the wandering and struggling for survival, this kind of life is too tiring and gives great mental pressure. Even though Liang Wenjing has tried very hard, she still can't really be happy. Jump! Suddenly Luo Junxian also climbed over. In the darkness, he stared at the huge crack. At least, it won't be so painful to die when you jump down. Okay. Liang Wenjing smiled and said. She struggled to stand up. Liang Shuyu felt Liang Wenjing's movements, but unexpectedly did not stop her. Soon, the four of them held hands and stood on the edge of the cliff. At that time, it seemed that there was a little wind, and the breeze blew on their faces, blowing away all the haze of death. Anyway, they have survived for so long, and their lives are picked up. To be alive until now has surpassed 70% or even 80% of the people in the world. How many people died in the early days of the power outage, and how many people died under the solar radiation? Only they were lucky enough to survive. This is the blessing of God. But now, they don't want the favor from heaven. They decided to end it here. The four people faced the wind and looked at each other in the dark. Grandpa, what are you thinking about? What happened later? Did you jump down? Two children who looked 7 or 8 years old hugged an old man's knees and shook and asked. They were wearing heavy gray cotton clothes. It was summer in Kotel. The children were still a little cold. Both hands were wrapped in sleeves. The flat nose took a breath with effort. The air with only a little bit of air was enough to satisfy her breathing. The two children were big and small, but they were ugly. But this was nothing. From the perspective of 50 years ago, they were indeed very ugly, but now, the little girl was often praised for her good looks. Their skin was red, like a snake with skin peeled off, with strange scale-like patterns, but the Kotel people would call these patterns God's gift. Because only people with such lines can survive in the current environment, have various immune antibodies, can move under the sun, go to the surface world, and do various jobs. To use another phrase often said by the Kotel people, such people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Being able to survive means that they can find a job on the surface. In the future, there will be a good and stable income, and the whole family can have enough food. So, they are very beautiful. The interruption of the two children finally brought their grandfather back to the spirit of the trip. The grandfather said, of course they didn't jump, they were all saved later. After going through untold hardships, they all survived. Wow! That's really great. That's great. So what happened next? What happened? Grandpa, Tell us more. We really want to know. Yes, yes, Grandpa, I want to hear it too. Hey, you two. At this time, an equally ugly woman came over. Her facial features were almost melted, and her eyes were covered by her collapsed brow bones. Only half of her eyes could barely see the outside in the flesh, so that she could live a normal life. Don't bother your Grandpa Luo here. Grandpa is not in good health and needs to rest. But, we want to listen to Grandpa's stories. Grandpa's stories are very interesting. We want to listen. Haven't you told it 100 or 80 times? The woman said. Mom, please. The two children hugged their mother's legs and begged. Hey! Forget it, but you have to pay attention to Grandpa's health and don't let him work too hard. Wait, there will be blunt sweet potatoes to eat later. Ah? What? That's so disgusting. The two children immediately looked bitter. It's delicious. After checking the old man's body, the woman left the two children and went back. The two children pestered the old man to tell stories again. The old man was helpless, and had to tell them the story he had told many times. Life underground is boring. Although Kotel has electricity for a long time, it can only be used for cooking and bathing. Electricity is not used for lighting, nor can it be used to play games. Grandpa said that many years ago, there was something called the internet in the world. People could download anything on the internet, and chat with people thousands of miles away. It was particularly interesting. There are also some actors. They will perform a variety of works, and put them on the internet, for everyone to watch for free. Some of the works that are performed very well will make the actors famous all over the country. The children have been imagining the word all over the country for a long time, but they have not imagined it. They were born in this underground castle, and have never gone out. They have never seen grasslands, mountains, rivers, seas, or even streams, not to mention the bears, deer, horses, elephants. What are those things? Even with pictures, it is hard to imagine that there are such creatures in the world. However, in Kotel, although there is no internet, they have digital radio waves. They know a set of special digital processes, and can communicate with faraway places through digital mobile phones. Grandpa said that this thing was more developed in the past, but now that technology has declined and human civilization is declining, it is not easy to live, and it is even more difficult to develop technology. However, my brother's wish is to become a scientist. He hopes to build a fortress to defend against solar radiation and various cosmic radiation, so that people can move back to the surface. Then you should be an architect. No, I'm a scientist. No, I'm an architect. That's right. Okay, stop arguing and come in for dinner. The brother and sister stopped arguing and helped their disabled grandfather into the house. The so-called house was actually a cave. Grandpa always said that they lived in a cave underground like cavemen. Grandpa, please go slowly. The younger brother spoke to the grandfather gently. They carefully helped the grandfather to sit on the bench. Because the grandfather's eyes were no longer visible, they had to put the spoon in his hand first to prevent him from finding food. Okay, the dull sweet potato made by Mom is ready. This thing is very unpalatable, like mud, smelly and fishy. But Grandpa said that sweet potatoes were a delicious thing in their era, but they became like this after being stimulated by cosmic radiation. Here are a few more sweet potatoes, take them to your Grandpa Liang. Oh yes, yes. The two children happily took the extra sweet potatoes to Grandpa Liang's house next door. In their impression, Grandpa Liang is a particularly humorous person. Grandpa Liang also knows medical skills. Grandpa Liang's medical skills are particularly good. When he was young, even the big shots in Kotel respected him. He once saved a big shot, and that big shot gave them a lot of supplies. It is said that at that time, Grandpa Liang was very glorious. Grandpa, eat sweet potatoes. The two children ran over with sweet potatoes, and bumped into an older brother. Hey you two, why are you running around? Hee, we are here to deliver sweet potatoes. Oh, take it away quickly, I hate eating this the most. However, he did not succeed now, because he was soon discovered by his grandmother. Grandma do, this sweet potato is delicious, I give it to your family, eat it quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold. The two little guys blinked their eyes, threw down the sweet potatoes a little proudly, and ran away quickly. The elder brother of the Liang family looked at their backs with hatred. Dull sweet potatoes, and the like are really unpalatable. Chapter 250 Extra. Mom, I'm back. Diao pushed open the door of her home. The light in the room was just right. It was almost dusk outside the window, so warm light passed through the kitchen blinds, printing wide stripes on the floor. Back? Mom stood in the kitchen and looked out, then said, Go do your homework quickly, and then we have dinner. Du Yao nodded. Go back to her room. She has a pink desk, which is covered with posters of celebrities, and they are all the most popular and handsome male celebrities. Good evening, brothers. The celebrity brothers on Du Yao's desk greeted her, then took out their homework books and started to do today's homework. However, she was absent again today. One reason is that the brothers are too handsome, always dazzling her eyes, and unable to concentrate. You know, she bought the poster to make herself fall in love with the desk, so as to achieve the effect of falling in love with reading and doing homework. But now she is blinded by handsome guys. This is not okay. The second is that Dad has been going out early and coming back late for more than a week. Every time he comes back after she goes to bed, he goes out again before she gets up. He is too busy at work. Du Yao pouted her little mouth, propped her little hand on her chin, and looked at the street outside the window with depression and longing. If Dad comes back, she can see him from here first. Unfortunately, she looked for a long time, but still didn't see Dad. The most important thing is that she accidentally realized that it was almost 7 o'clock. And her homework was not completed as promised again. Oh no! Du Yao hurried to make up her homework. Yao Yao, have you finished writing? The meal is ready, come and eat. Not yet, the teacher assigned too much homework. Alas, children nowadays have a hard time. They have to work until late at night to finish their homework every day. Mom sighed. I'm sorry, teacher. I always use you as an excuse. Du Yao secretly apologized to the teachers of various subjects in her heart. It's true that she missed her father too much and hoped that her father could go home and eat with them every day. But today Du Yao was disappointed again, because her father didn't come back until she finished her meal and homework. Mom, let's call Dad and ask him when he will be back. Be good, go to sleep. Your dad is very busy at work, don't call him all the time, it will delay his work. Mom covered her with a quilt, turned off the lights, and went out. But Du Yao's bright eyes blinked in the dark night. She missed her father so much. She missed him. She hadn't seen him for so long. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Du Yao heard the door of her mother's bedroom close outside. She waited for a while, and made sure that her mother had gone to bed. Then she tiptoed out of her bed, wrapped in a thin sheet, opened the door, and went out to the balcony. Then she sat on the balcony railing, watching the passing cars outside and counting. Every time a car passed, she added one. Today, it has increased to 946. She made a wish to the stars before. If she counted to 1,000 times, her father would definitely come back. The stars promised her, and would not break their promise. 995, 996, 997998999. 1,000. Du Yao quickly looked towards the main road, her eyes scanning all possible vehicles and pedestrians on the street like a scanner. However, she looked for a long time, not even letting go of a blade of grass on the ground, but still did not see her father. The stars lied to her again. Her wish had never come true. Du Yao looked at the stars in the sky angrily. Liar. Big liar. My wish will never come true. It's all a lie. Du Yao shouted and cried aggrievedly. She cried alone for a long time, and then felt a little strange, so she wiped her tears silently, grabbed the balcony railing and began to scan the passers-by below. Once again, she confirmed that her father really didn't come back. She pouted in disappointment and decided to go back to bed. If she went to bed too late, she would be late. She had been late several times this semester, all because of counting here at night. The teacher said that if she was late again, she would be deducted points, her parents would be called, and she would be suspended for half a day. So she didn't dare to be late. Du Yao left the balcony sadly and dragged her quilt back to the bedroom dejectedly. After she got to bed, there was still no sound from outside. She knew that Dad would definitely stay up late again tonight. She couldn't wait any longer. I hope Dad will come back early tomorrow. Du Yao murmured, closed her eyes, and prepared to fall asleep. At this moment, the door opened in the living room. Dad must be back. She recognized the sound of the key on Dad's body. It was Dad who came back. Du Yao jumped up from the bed happily, and ran out without even having time to put on her shoes. As soon as she left the bedroom, she saw Dad changing his shoes. Dad. Du Yao threw herself into her father's arms. Hey! Why haven't you slept yet, kid? Dad picked her up, and she hung on his neck and rubbed his face with her face. Dad, I miss you so much. Can't you come back earlier? Mom, and I miss you so much. Dad said. Dad is a firefighter. There are many people in this society waiting for Dad to help them every day. If Dad comes back too late, who will help those in need? But I will try to come back earlier in the future, okay? Du Yao snorted. You're lying. You said that last time. They need help. I need help too. I need a dad, but they all have their own dads. Only my dad is helping others. What should I do? Her father was speechless because of the child's constant talking. With a smile, he didn't know what to say. At this time, the child's mother came out with a coat on. When she saw that Du Yao was still awake, she scolded him. Yao Yao, what time is it? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Come down quickly. Your dad is tired all day. Don't bother him. Let him have a good rest. I don't. Du Yao hugged her father's neck tighter. Her father said, forget it. It's rare that I come back early today. I carry her to the bedroom now. You should go to bed too. Don't scold the child. The mother didn't say anything. Dad carried Du Yao to the bedroom, put her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket again. Go to sleep. You have to go to school tomorrow. Don't forget that you have been late several times this semester. Late. She always begged her father to come back and call the teacher to apologize, but her mother never knew. If her mother knew that she had been late for several times, she would definitely be scolded again. Du Yao had to be content. But, I really hope that you can come back earlier, Dad. Other families have 3 people eating together, but in our family, Mom and I always eat alone. You are not at home, and we don't know if we are bullied. Huh? Who bullied you? Although not now, will there be no future? What if someone bullies us, and you are not here? Then you can find the police uncle, and the police uncle will definitely come to help you in time. Other families have dads to help. Okay, Yao Yao, please be considerate of your father, okay? Du Yao pouted. She knew that her father was doing a job that required him to help others every day, so she had actually been considerate of him for a long time. Okay. But since her father said so, she could only agree. Otherwise, let Dad stay at home every day and not help others. Then Dad will not be happy. Okay, let's go to bed. Yeah. Dad stays with me. Okay. Du Yao closed his eyes, held his father's big hand, and finally fell asleep with his father's company. Dad walked out of the room only after Du Yao fell asleep. Mom was still awake. Have you eaten? Make you a bowl of noodles? Okay. Mom glared at him. You didn't eat again. She walked to the kitchen muttering. Dad said, I'm so busy, how can I have time to eat? Dad went to the kitchen and hugged Mom's waist. Mom resisted twice, but finally let him go. Recently, I always feel that the atmosphere in the city is a little strange. What's strange? I can't say it, I just feel a little strange. The movement of some vehicles and materials. In fact, it feels very strange since last year, but I can't say it. I just feel particularly uneasy. Wife, why don't you go to the mall tomorrow to buy more food to store at home? Buy food? What's the purpose? I don't know, just buy some. Buy more rice, noodles, and so on. There's no harm in storing those things anyway. I can't carry them by myself. Buy 500, and we can deliver them. She really had nothing to refute. On the way home from get off work the next day, she remembered what her husband said, and went back to the mall to buy a few bags of rice and noodles to store at home. As a result, that night, the sky suddenly lit up with a dazzling and terrifying aurora. She knew what this meant too well. During the early days of the power outage, she took Du Yao out to stock up a lot of things, and their family had no shortage of food. But her husband has not returned home since the power outage. During that period, there were heavy rains, mountain torrents, and waterlogging everywhere, and her husband has been outside to fight disasters and rescue people. One of her husband's colleagues came back halfway and told her not to worry. She was relieved, but later, there was a power outage and water outage, and even the food in the city was snatched away. Many of her husband's comrades and colleagues did not store food at home, because not every wife anticipated the danger like she did in the early days of the power outage. They not only distributed the food to their comrades and colleagues, but also to some homeless people who had no food to eat. Unconsciously, the food stored at home became less and less. The husband and his comrades gradually stopped going out to rescue people, but went out every day to search for supplies to supplement the family income and try to keep their families alive. At that time, no one thought that the heavy rain would last for a full 60 days. If she were allowed to choose again, she would definitely choose to distribute the food to others. Her husband went out early and came back late every day, so he naturally could not take care of the safety of them. When she died, she did not expect that the person who killed her was the neighbor she had helped. That day, she let Du Yao rest in the bedroom, and she sorted out the excrement and garbage at home and prepared to throw them out. In the past, she would wait for her husband to come back before throwing them out. But she forgot last night. The excrement was too smelly to leave at home, and it seemed too unethical to throw it out the window like others, so she just went out. But who would have thought that at this moment, she was targeted by the neighbors, who attacked her the moment she came back to open the door. When she fell in a pool of blood, she begged them to let her daughter go. Everything could be taken away, just let her daughter go. Get out. Let go. However, the neighbors and the people they brought with them thought she was in the way and kicked her away. She desperately stopped these people, hoping to buy her daughter a little more time so that her daughter could have a chance of survival. But these shameless guys stabbed her again and again. The neighbors who had knelt down and begged them for a bite of food were just watching coldly. She died with her eyes open. There is a daughter in their family. Where is she? She must be hiding somewhere. Go find her. Why are you looking for her? Hurry up and take the things and leave. What if her husband comes back and you still want to fight with him? I'm afraid he will fight you to death. Haha, you know nothing. His daughter is pretty. A man looked at him speechlessly, and although he didn't refute, he didn't stop him either. They searched the house and moved all the useful supplies into their backpacks and pockets. But strangely, after searching all the furniture in the house, even in the washing machine, she couldn't find her daughter. Strange. Where is she? She can't be away from home. He can't go out with a child, right? Oh no! She must have found a place to run away. Let's go! Why are you panicking? It's early in the morning. He won't come back so early. We have people guarding the door since we came in. It's impossible for her to go out. Let's search again and search under the bed. She must be hiding somewhere. I don't believe it. There's such a small place. How can we not find someone? Forget it, forget it. There's no need, brother. You know shit. The few people had a little dispute, but two of them still searched the house, even the water storage cover of the toilet, but strangely, they didn't find anyone. We looked outside the window, and there was no one. This is the 13th floor, all with anti-theft windows. It's impossible to escape. Unless she pried open the security window and jumped off the building, how could a living person disappear for no apparent reason? Maybe he's really not at home. Go away. Several people didn't dare to stay any longer, fearing that Du Yao's father would come back. The other two saw that there was really no one, so they didn't insist and left in a hurry. However, just when they went downstairs and were ready to take those things and run away completely, they suddenly bumped into Du Yao's father. Du Yao's father was supposed to go out to search for supplies today, but he was very uneasy. After thinking about it, he came back. To my surprise, he saw the neighbors and a group of unfamiliar people, and they all looked panicked when they saw him. Seeing these people carrying large and small bags, Du Yao's father had not spoken yet, but the other party had already revealed a flaw, combined with the blood stains on their bodies. What did you do? The neighbor was so panicked that he didn't know how to explain. The other two said, why panic? Killing him will cause endless troubles. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Several people said, and they started to attack Du Yao's father. Upstairs, Du Yao had been hiding in a small flat under the window outside. This is the escape point her father had designated for her and her mother. Her father said that if she encountered danger, she should hide here and not make any noise, and not go anywhere. When she heard her mother shouting the secret code in the house, she quickly hid. At first, it was just a conditioned reflex. Later she heard something wrong and found out that her mother was murdered. But at that time, the bad guys were searching for her in the house. She was worried that it would be useless for her to come out, and would become a burden to her mother. So she kept hiding with her mouth covered, silently praying in her heart that her father would come back soon to save her mother. After those people finally left, she climbed up from under the window, opened the anti-theft window with a hidden lock and got in. Only then did she see her mother lying in a pool of blood. Mom! Mom! Du Yao cried in pain. Mom, wake up! Wake up, don't die! Mom! Du Yao held her mother's body and cried out in pain. At this time, she had discovered that all the remaining edible things in the house had been taken away. She finally understood what happened. She hurried back to her room and looked down the window. She wanted to see what those people looked like and seek revenge on them later. When she looked down, she saw the people below. Dad was fighting with several people, and the ground was covered with blood. Dad! Dad! Mom is injured. Du Yao came down from the window and rushed downstairs to find her father. When she left, she did not forget to take out a small knife from the drawer. It was the knife that her father asked her to carry with her. When Du Yao rushed downstairs, her father had already fallen in a pool of blood. Dad! Look! I told you she was at home. She must be hiding somewhere. Hurry up and catch her. The man rushed over to grab Du Yao, who was afraid and used a knife to protect herself. The man was unprepared and didn't use weapons to resist like such a young child, so he was injured. Diao took the opportunity to run to his father and helped him up. Among the people who fought with Du Yao's father, only 2 were able to stand up, but Du Yao's father's injuries should not be underestimated, and he was at the end of his strength. "You little bastards dare to hurt me, I will kill you today." The injured people rushed up shouting. Du Yao's father picked her up, because he had completely lost the ability to resist, and the only thought that supported him to stand up was to let his daughter live. So he hugged Du Yao and ran out frantically. He just hoped to run to the crowd. Give Du Yao a chance to escape and survive. "Dad. Woo-woo, Dad. You lost a lot of blood, Dad." Du Yao cried and cried bitterly. Her father's remaining will was almost unable to comfort her, and he could only desperately hold her and run for his life. Until they fled to a road. Until her father saw Yu Shifeng. At that time, Du Yao, who was very young, lost her parents. She lived in a strange family with many people for a long time. She often cried quietly in the middle of the night, missing her father, her mother, her grandparents, her classmates, and her teachers. After the power outage, the one thing that Dad couldn't let go of the most was his grandparents in his hometown. Unfortunately, they never got in touch once. Grandpa and Grandma were in the mountains. They had farmland, land, mountains, and water. Dad said that Grandpa and Grandma would live well. If they couldn't survive here, they would go back to find Grandpa and Grandma. But a long time later, when Diao passed by that county town, he found out that the area had long been eroded by the plague. I don't know if Grandpa and Grandma, who lost contact after the power outage, were worried about their children and granddaughter, and worried about them so much that they blistered at the corners of their mouths, and even wanted to find them. But Diao went back later, but didn't find anyone. Including relatives, nothing was left. Those towns were occupied by the plague, and no grass grew. Not to mention that passers-by didn't like to pass by there, even wild dogs had to take a detour. When she first arrived at the underground fortress in Sichuan and Guizhou that year, she was already 16 years old. But everyone was tortured by solar radiation, and they were so ugly that they looked like ghosts. They didn't even dare to look in the mirror. At the age of 9, she could hardly imagine whether she could have a loving family like her parents in this life. The living conditions in the underground fortress in Sichuan and Guizhou were very good. There was even hot water supply occasionally. At first, they built a fortress in the basement of a building, but a big earthquake collapsed the basement of their own fortress. The elder brother and sister Liang Wenjing were even trapped underground for more than half a month and almost died. At that time, the underground fortress in Sichuan and Guizhou was also cracked, and they tried to live in the underground fortress. They spent some money and went in. But it didn't take long before the arrogant, so-called intellectuals and scientists in the fortress clashed with them. That place gradually became like the original science and technology building, and it even intensified. So they left there, and went to another private underground city that was being built. It was initiated by some bigwigs, who could mobilize a large number of people. Du Yao and others participated in the creation of Kotel. It was a green period full of hardship and love. At first, they fought for themselves, their friends, and their families. Later, they fought for the future. For children. For humanity. For the future of all living people. On the day Kotel was established, she was exactly 16 years old. On that day, she completed the most important thing in her life. She set up a tablet for her father and mother, hoping that her father and mother would see that she was living well. Hope for world peace. Hope that there will be no disasters in the world. I also hope that all diseases can be cured. I also hope that all people who are still living in pain must build hope for themselves, let the light of hope fill their lives, and let themselves be full of happiness. Chapter 251 Extra. Bang, bang, bang. The only response to the dead silence of the night was the sound of violent blows. That was the sound of the solid wooden bench legs hitting my legs. One after another. I was beaten, but I still didn't say a word. Because, as long as I showed a little bit of pain, he would feel proud and satisfied. I didn't want to satisfy him. Are you still going to run away? After breaking my leg, he stepped on my injured part and asked me. I didn't answer. My eyes were still looking at the pale ceiling, like an old monk in meditation. I would never answer any of his questions, because any answer would satisfy him. At night, I continued to lie on the table, moving. There was also the sound of dripping water in the room, the sound of my blood dripping on the floor. I often wondered why I didn't die after losing so much blood. If God had not given me such a strong life, I think I would be happier. I have never thought of committing suicide. Not even once. For a person like me, if God allows me to live, I will definitely live. Suicide is a compromise of the weak to fate and God. I will not compromise with God. In the morning, he asked me to cook. I stood up from the table, dragging my foot. The bone may be broken, and the bone fragments are stuck in the broken place. Every step is painful. However, I am numb. There are at least 300 wounds on my body, if not 500. They are the wounds left by my several escapes. The first time I escaped, he just beat me up severely, and I lay in bed for more than half a month before I came back to life. Logically, such a person should not live. But I can. This shows that I was given an overly tenacious life, so I should not die. The second escape was this time. I made full preparations. I almost escaped to Fujian. I hid in a place where no surveillance could find me. I had no credit card, no ID card, and no electronic devices. I hid in the sewer for more than a month. I thought the plan was perfect, but I was still found. Maybe he installed a locator on me. I decided to find it out. During the day, after I cooked, he asked me to lie on the ground like a dog to eat. If I didn't please him, he would beat me, scold me. But I didn't care. At night, I used a knife to separate any place on my body where a locator might be hidden, put my finger in, and dug to see if there was a locator. I looked everywhere I could. Still nothing. I didn't quite believe it. I don't believe how he found me when I was so cautious. I hid in the sewer for a whole month and hardly went out. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I am planning my third escape plan. This time, I will save some money and go to a farther place. I may go to Western Tibet or Inner Mongolia. Of course, I can't even be sure. I will decide where to go temporarily. Even if he can peek into my thoughts, this plan will never be leaked. The third escape plan is being implemented quietly. I can always find a way to get money. God has not only given me too strong vitality, but also extraordinary intelligence. At least among the limited peers I have met, I have never seen anyone smarter than me. Soon, I collected several thousand yuan. Oh, this amount of money was an astronomical figure for him. If he had my brain, he wouldn't have to make a living by stealing and drinking every day. Apart from his impotent rage, he didn't seem to have any merits worth mentioning. Oh, he was lucky and caught me twice. But the third time, it won't happen. I was confident in my third escape plan. That day, I found a gap. During the day, it was when he was less defensive. At night, he was always on guard and stayed up all night to prevent me from escaping. During the day, he didn't have so much energy. I ran away. I went to Western Tibet first, and then to Inner Mongolia. If I didn't have an ID card, I could still go out of the country. However, I like this country, so I'd better not leave. I settled down in Heilongjiang province. This time I didn't plan to live in the sewer. It was dirty and messy, and there was no need. I love to enjoy myself. I like to live in a beautiful hotel, a beautiful house, a big TV, and preferably a big swimming pool. So, I moved into the most luxurious hotel in Heilong. No one knew. Except myself. During the day, I hid and came out at night. Enjoy everything beautiful in this place. Watch TV, movies, play games, and do everything young people of my age would do. However, I didn't feel happy. I often worried that he would find me. But the country is so big and there are so many people, he couldn't find me. My plan was perfect. I spent a year here peacefully, and then I changed places again. I went to several coastal cities and several inland cities. I like to experience the customs and beauty of different cities. I am black, no one will notice me. I don't need to pay attention to anyone. Gradually, just when I thought I had escaped his clutches, I was still caught. I still don't know why. On the night I was caught, he took me back to the original place. That shabby, dirty, smelly place. He tied me to the same table. Escape? He was angry. I didn't say anything. Still staring at the empty ceiling with my eyes blank, I won't say anything to him. I am brewing my fourth escape plan. But this time, my escape plan has an extra link. I want to kill him. Only in this way, I won't be caught again. Even if he breaks my other foot, I am confident that I can still survive, and I can get money to buy myself a wheelchair. There is still no place I can't go in the world. If you beg me, I will let you go. He tempted me. But I still didn't say anything. I wouldn't say anything to him. He took out a pair of scissors. But I didn't care. No matter what he did, as long as I was still alive, I didn't care. This body is also dirty, and I won't have any regrets if it is destroyed. It's just that he took off my pants. At that moment, my eyes shook. Then I felt the scissors, which were cold and cut off something as important as me. Ha ha ha. He was laughing. At that moment, I was stunned. That was the only time I was stunned since I was born. I thought that this word would never be used on me. He kept laughing wildly. I felt severe pain, intense pain, more painful than any previous injury. My eyes were a little blurry. I didn't know what it was. Then, he tied me naked to a cross, facing the mirror, and I saw the incomplete scene of myself in the mirror. It was all blood. It kept flowing. The floor was black, stained with my blood, a color that had been dyed for many years, and now new pigments were added. I looked at the incomplete self in the mirror. My body was covered with scars. I still didn't say anything. I didn't want to satisfy him. I was tied here for several days. Without food or water, the blood kept flowing, and then it dried up by itself, but I didn't die. I was convinced again that maybe I had an immortal body. I would not die. I would not be afraid. It would not hurt. I was brewing my fourth escape plan in my heart. On the seventh day, he suddenly came in. It was still the same pair of scissors. Ha ha ha. He was laughing again. Then he passed the scissors under my body. Originally, he only cut off a part that would not affect my going to the toilet. Maybe because I still refused to beg for mercy, he was going to push it further. But I don't care. This body is dirty, and its damage is insignificant to me. But suddenly, I felt that cold touch again. A click. I saw something falling from the sky. Then, something of mine broke. I started screaming. I stared at him fiercely, wishing I could kill him. He was laughing wildly. Let me beg for mercy. He said if I begged for mercy, he would let me go. I didn't. I kept screaming. I wouldn't beg for mercy. But it hurt too much, very much, 100 times more than all the pain I've ever experienced combined. I've never experienced any kind of pain before. My belief in my immortality began to waver. I felt I was going to die. Beg me, as long as you say a word, I'll let you go. He said. At the same time, he stretched out the scissors again. I felt that touch again, and the gushing warm blood couldn't cover that touch. He only cut a third of it. He did this. It was nothing more than to torture me. I wouldn't compromise, nor would I beg for mercy. I was still screaming. Then, he started again. Another piece of my thing fell to the ground, and I felt that something in my heart was broken even harder. I felt like I was going to collapse. I felt like I was going to die again. After that, he ignored me. I was still tied there. He gave me medicine, water, and food. When I refused, he would stuff it into my mouth. I lived for another 7 days. I don't know how I survived. Normal people should have died, but I lived. On the second 7 days, he came again. It was still the same pair of scissors. He said, if you beg me, I will let you go, send you to school, and let you watch TV for an hour every day. How about that? He was tempting me. I would not be fooled. I would not let him satisfy me. But when I felt the cold touch again and again, I was scared. For the first time in my life, I felt scared. For the first time, I had the idea of compromising. I knew that once I compromised for the first time, I would compromise with him endlessly, I would no longer be able to resist him, and I would never be able to kill him. But I was scared. I didn't want to let everything that belonged to me be shattered for the last time. No, I said. I beg you. Let me go. Ha ha ha. He was laughing wildly. But he didn't fulfill his promise, and he broke the last bit of me. No more. At that moment, I felt that my whole world had collapsed. I hoped that God would let me die. Die completely. Don't want to live again. But God always goes against me. When I want to live, he tortures me, and when I want to die, he lives well. I was in a coma for a long time. It was spring before I fell into a coma, and it was winter when I woke up. How I survived, who knows? I can finally go to school. I have a school. Class. Classmates. 1 hour of TV time every day. He achieved everything except the most important one. I fulfilled his great wish. For the first time in my life, I asked him for mercy, so he was happy, satisfied. And me. My faith has been shattered. I am like a walking corpse. In school. In the corner of the classroom. Everyone thinks I am a freak. But I don't care. They don't understand me at all. No one understands me. I don't want to do homework or watch TV anymore. When I watch TV, my eyes are also lifeless. I was like a robot whose soul had been taken away. The reason I was still moving was that God had given me a disgusting vitality, so I should die. But I still wouldn't commit suicide. That was my last bottom line. One day, I didn't hand in my homework as before. Che asked me, "Where's your homework?" I didn't say anything. Che smiled at me, "Forget it this time, remember to hand it in next time, I collect it tomorrow." I still didn't say anything. But I think Che looks pretty when he smiles. Very gentle. I don't want to do homework, that's a meaningless act. For me, the world is dead. So why should I write about something that is already dead? Once, Che invited me to play games. He gave me a second-hand mobile phone. He said that students now have mobile phones, and with mobile phones, I can become friends with other students. But I didn't care. I just played with Che a few times. In the middle of the night. While he was asleep. Che is 1 year younger than me. But he is very good at observing others. He can understand some things about me. I can understand his understanding. I asked him if he wanted to go with me. For example, we could go abroad. I got an ID card, some money, a passport, and various things he needed. If he wanted to go, I would take him with me. We could go to a beautiful place where no one could find us, and we could live a free life. But Che refused. He has parents and family, and he said he still needs to study. I was very angry. The first time I invited someone, I was rejected. I was preparing my fourth escape plan. This time it was abroad. I made sure he wouldn't catch me. Because, before I left, I would kill him first. My plan was still perfect. But I ignored Che. Because I was angry, I ignored Che for a long time. He didn't know where he got my address, and I came to my house. As soon as I came in, the stench in the house made the clean Che frown. "Hello, uncle. I want to find him. Is he at home?" I don't know what I said later. Anyway, I resisted hard at that time. I used all my life strength to stop him. I thought that with my current ability, I could at least tie with him, at least, let me have a little power to fight back. But I didn't expect it. He just punched me on the head, and I fainted. It turned out that he had been hiding his strength. I didn't know where he got such great strength. When I woke up, I was tied to the cross. Che was tied to the same table as mine. Right in front of me. "Let him go!" I yelled at him. But it was no use. He smiled smugly. At that moment I knew that no matter how much I begged him, he would not let Che go. I just wanted to see me angry, in pain and crying. I did what I wanted. I yelled at him. I screamed. I shouted. I cried. I begged for mercy. I was even willing to exchange my life for Che's, but it was no use. He would not miss any opportunity to be satisfied. He hung Che's hands and feet on me, watching me scream, scream, and wail. He tortured Che, which made me more painful. So he would never miss this great opportunity, and how could he listen to my begging for mercy? No matter how I struggled or how I screamed, it was useless. Che just lay there, day and night. Gradually, there was no sound. His life was much weaker than mine. Even if he took medicine, he would not live long. When he died, Che turned his head and looked at me, smiled at me, telling me with his lips, "Don't be afraid." I cried until I had no tears. My throat was hoarse. I stared at Che's face, remembering his last appearance, engraved in my heart. I wanted him to die. Let him be torn into pieces. Let him pay an endless price for his actions today. From then on, I endured humiliation and lived. I pleased him, satisfy him, wear down his will, blind his eyes. Then, I spent 10 years to make him pay off his debts. No one could ever imagine how happy he was in those 10 years. He must have been happy. One day, I got tired of it, and Che told me in a dream that it was okay. However, I still wouldn't let him have it easy. I cast him in iron. I spent a lot of money to prolong his life, put him in the best hospital, the most expensive ward. I wanted him to live to be over 100 years old. Then I left there. I took Che to see the scenery, travel, and play games. One day, Che told me that he came back to life in another person. We met on the coast. Che said he liked music and dancing, and we settled on the coast. Later, something very strange happened. The power went out. The whole world was in a panic. But I didn't care. As long as Che was still there, what did the world have to do with me? But it should never happen. Someone killed my Che for the second time. I was very angry. Very painful. I once swore that I would never let anyone hurt Che. But they dared. They killed my Che. They killed him. How dare they kill him? How dare they? I want them to die. Let them all die. Not just die. I want to make them all live a life worse than death. I caught up with them. No one in this world can escape my pursuit. But I made a mistake. That person was stronger than I thought. But this intensified my anger. The huge waves cut off my pursuit. I was seriously injured and returned to the shore. I recuperated for a long time. God gave me immortality, so that I could kill all my enemies with my own hands. This is the command of heaven, and no one can disobey. Not even myself. I waited for them on the shore. Unless they were all dead. Otherwise I would definitely wait. Finally, I waited until then. They landed on a certain night, and that night, I captured a man. I tortured him all night. I threw him back. Then I admired the horrified expressions on all of them. I was very measured in my actions. Because I didn't want people to die so quickly. Otherwise, it would be unfair to my dead Che. Their one-time death is not enough to carry my anger. I want them to be forever. All immersed in facing my death. I want all of them to tremble and want to die immediately when they hear my voice. I want them to pay an endless price for my Che. So, I followed them. Like a cunning wolf, occasionally catching a chicken, torturing it, and then throwing it back to them. After the chicken recovers from its wounds, I will catch it again, torture it again, and throw it back again. I just want to see their frightened expressions, but sometimes, I also make mistakes. Some people's lives are as fragile as thin paper, but with a few small holes in their bodies, they are dead. I am very sad. If a chick dies, there will be one less. So I cherish them very much. I will apply medicine to them, and soothe their emotions. If necessary, I will also play TV and music for them to keep their emotions moderate. But sometimes, these chicks don't know what's good for them. I am so good to it, and care about its life so much, but it ran away without saying anything. Such an ungrateful chicken must be punished. Although I don't like what happened to me, I don't mind letting them experience that feeling. Give it a chance to escape first. Then catch it when it thinks it's safe. Sometimes, break one of its claws. Sometimes, pull out its teeth. Or anything else. They often beg for mercy, unlike me, who persists for a long time. They usually start crying and begging for mercy after less than a day or two. Some cry from the beginning. However, I am very satisfied. These chicks always have bad luck. I don't want them to die, and I have to rescue them several times. So, when I tortured almost every chick and finally caught the biggest chick, it asked me a question. Why? Why, catch and release and catch, and save them? I didn't say anything. I just took out a pair of scissors. I wanted to do something I didn't want to do before. Because it was he who killed my Che with his own hands. So the gift I gave him was the biggest. It didn't cry or beg for mercy. It looked at me with its eyes open, and it didn't seem to be afraid. It will beg for mercy soon. I laughed in my heart. However, my hand was about to take action. All the chicks rushed in. I still made a mistake. In order to catch this big chick, I was a little too eager for quick success. In the end, I still wanted to know. Am I immortal? I kept thinking. When my head fell off, would I be resurrected? Maybe I would continue to take revenge with my head. But no. This time I finally died. Chapter 252 Extra. Swish. Xiaoling kicked the person sitting on the sofa in front of her unconscious with a high kick. Xiaoling's father glared at her. Be careful. You are too reckless. Xiaoling smiled slyly. People had already started searching the house. After confirming that there was no one else in the house, Xiaoling said, "This is the fastest way, isn't it?" Her father glared at her helplessly. This is a matter of life and death. If he didn't get knocked unconscious with one kick, wouldn't he fight us to the death? I just spoil you too much, Xiaoling giggled. Who spoiled me? I can't do anything with you. Quick, pack up and leave some for them. Don't push them into a desperate situation. I know, the old man is really nagging. They quickly took some edibles and drinking water from the family, then jumped out of the window along the same route, and then installed the damaged window iron railings for the family. At least from the outside, the window was fine. Under the windowsill where they left, there was a note. It said, "Help in an emergency. Please don't blame me. The window is broken. Please pay attention to repair it." The father and daughter disappeared in the heavy rain. After passing through the pouring rain, they soon appeared on a road again, passing through the stagnant vehicles, and stopped outside a large truck. Dong dong dong. Secret signal. The door opened, and Xiaoling and the old man got in the car together. Sister. As soon as Xiaoling got in the car, a white and glutinous little ball fell into her arms, hugging her and rubbing her, a white ball, not to mention how cute it was. Okay, brother, come down first. I'm wet from the rain. Don't get your clothes wet. Xiaoling pinched her brother's face and put him down. Okay, did you bring back any delicious food? Xiao Nua tilted her head and asked in a baby voice. Of course. Xiaoling took out a sausage from her backpack. This was the only sausage in the family just now. She was cruel enough to bring it back for her brother. She couldn't let the old man know. Otherwise, he would scold her again. Wow, fire. Xiao Nua covered her mouth before she finished speaking. Xiao Nua understood immediately. He imitated Xiaoling's posture and said shush. I know. He raised his eyebrows, smiled, and hid in the corner to eat sausage. Xiaoling smiled. Her mother shouted over there, take off your wet clothes quickly, don't catch a cold. Xiaoling raised her eyebrows. Don't worry, I'm in good health. What's this little water? I used to soak in the swimming pool every day, and it was fine, right? Mom glared at her. Xiaoling shrugged and had to change clothes. While changing, she muttered something. The old man came over and knocked her on the head. What nonsense are you talking about again? Xiaoling snorted. Nothing. You? The old man had nothing to say to her. Go help your mother cook. I've been busy all day, I need to rest. Although Xiaoling said this, her body was still honest and went to help her mother cook. Just as she washed the rice, Xiao Nua rubbed behind her. Sister, I left half a root for you. Xiao Nua rubbed her back, hid half of the ham sausage in his sleeve, showed it to her secretly, and asked her to eat it. Xiaoling smiled. I know you care about me the most. After hugging her brother affectionately, Xiaoling continued to help her mother cook, while Xiao Nua watched from the side, with a pair of small feet hanging on the mattress, and 2 rows of small teeth were white and thin when she smiled. When the meal was almost ready, her mother suddenly said, Have you found the firefighter who saved us last time? We promised to thank him, but now we can't find him. The old man said with a headache, Wife, I haven't even seen the firefighter, where can I find him for you? And when the power outage last week or two, there is no one to fight the flood and rescue the disaster. You said, It has been nearly 2 months since the power outage, and there are so many people, where can I find him for you? At that time, Xiaoling was in college. After the power outage, it rained for several days in a row. The old man noticed something was wrong, so he went to the school alone to pick Xiaoling up. It was during this time period that one night, the river burst its banks. Their house, which was located downstream, was instantly submerged, and their wife and children were trapped in the flood. It is said that a pair of firefighters and a few kind-hearted people who passed by rescued them. His wife was a kind-hearted person. She was so cold that her head was knocked out that she forgot to say thank you. So she kept thinking about it afterwards, thinking about finding the firefighter to repay him for saving her life. However, Deep Blue City is so big, and there is no phone or mobile phone after the disaster. Even missing person notices and news cannot be used. How can you find a lifesaver in the vast sea of people? Where can you find him? Then you may always run into him when you go out to search for supplies? Maybe the family you robbed is my lifesaver. Hey, wife, you are getting off topic. If I don't rob, what will our family eat and drink? You think you are right to do something illegal? Of course I am right. At least I didn't kill anyone. Wife, you won't forget what I told you. You can see corpses everywhere on the road now. You don't believe it? Well, I take you out now to broaden your horizons. The old man said, and was about to drag his mother out. Xiaoling hugged Xiaonuo and laughed at the side. Mom struggled hurriedly. Oh, I didn't say I don't believe you. It's raining so hard. I don't want to go. It's okay, just go out and take a look. You don't know, those corpses were soaked and swollen. Their eyes were swollen like copper bells, staring, and they would glow blue at night. Every day they would hide in the corner and scream. That scene. With a snap, his mother slapped him. The kids are still here, don't scare them. She glared at the old man angrily, thinking that he was always so open-mouthed that he could say anything. You don't believe it yourself. The old man pursed his lips, looking aggrieved. Mom rolled her eyes. Get out of here, don't embarrass yourself in front of me, who wants you like this? The old man sighed, sat down next to Xiaoling, humped his back. I'm being disliked again. It's so hard to be a man. It's even harder to be a good man. Ha ha ha. Xiao Nua laughed. Although Xiao Nua couldn't quite understand what his parents were arguing about, he knew it wasn't a quarrel, but what his sister said, flirting, it meant to prove that his parents had a good relationship, so every time he saw his parents quarreling, Xiao Nua was very happy. Little ungrateful bastard. The old man pinched Xiao Nua's nose. You are so happy to see me quarreling with your mother, I raised you in vain. Ha ha ha. Xiao Nua laughed. Dad deserves it. Who told you to scare Mom Mom is the eldest in the family. You scared him. Of course you will be scolded. The old man sighed again. Both children were raised in vain. But such happy days did not last long. Although their home was flooded, and they lived in a big truck, Dad and Xiaoling would go out to do a job every few days to maintain the daily expenses of family life. But not every time was so smooth. I remember that it was a few days after the sun came out, and Xiaoling still remembers the situation on the day when the sun came out very clearly. She was on the road at that time, and suddenly the rain stopped, the sun came out, and the street was suddenly crowded with people. She was watching alone outside at that time, and she was so happy when the sun suddenly appeared. So she hugged a young man who looked very delicate in the crowd and kissed him. That was because she suddenly thought of a photo taken after the end of World War II, so she was inspired. At that time, they thought that the sun was out and everything would be solved. They could go home and live a normal life. But imagination is rich, reality is very skinny. Soon they found that the sun was just out, which only meant that it would stop raining, and there was no other change. The electricity still did not come, and the social order still did not recover, but became more chaotic. Especially after the floodwaters receded, the bones were exposed in the wilderness, which was very desolate and terrifying, and filled people's hearts with fear. The scorching sun made it impossible for them to live in the truck compartment anymore, as it was too hot and stuffy. They urgently needed to do another job and get a safe house. That was when Dad got into trouble. Dad! Go! Go! The old man was stabbed several times and bleeding, and they were trapped by others, and surrounded by more than a dozen people. In order to save her, the old man helped her break through the siege and used his body to open a path for her. So she could only run. Because staying would be useless, it would just be another life lying here. But Xiaoling didn't leave far. After she escaped, she found a place to hide. After watching these murderers of her father disperse coldly, she suddenly chased them and killed one of the lone people, but the others had already left, so she couldn't catch up, and she didn't dare to rashly fight so many people alone. Dad. Touching the old man's warm body, Xiaoling couldn't believe that the old man was dead just like that. He just died just like that. It happened so suddenly that no one was prepared. I will avenge you. After crying for a long time, Xiaoling decided not to cry anymore. Because crying was useless, the old man would not wake up. She wanted to carry the old man back so that her mother and brother could see him. But Xiaoling was still too young. The dead old man seemed to weigh 200 kilograms, and it was as heavy as a mountain of lead on her small shoulders. It was still a bright day under the scorching sun. Every time Xiaoling walked under the sun, she felt like she was going to melt, not to mention carrying a person who was more than twice her weight. Dad, hold on, we're almost there. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoling's veins on her forehead were about to burst. The old man also answered her with a trail of red. Bang! Xiaoling fell again, and the old man's head hit the hot road. Xiaoling hugged his head distressfully. I'm sorry, I hurt you. Old man, don't blame me, it's just that you are too heavy. After resting for a few minutes, Xiaoling once again carried the old man on her body. The increasingly stiff old man seemed to become heavier, pressing her so hard that she couldn't straighten her back at all. It seemed as if her waist was about to break, and her heart was being pulled tightly, as if all her life strength was exhausted. Finally, the last drop of sweat on her body was drained. Xiaoling returned to the outside of the truck where she lived. The scorching sun made the truck compartment so hot that the people living inside felt like they were living in an oven. Fortunately, this truck could be lit and had air conditioning. The old man modified it and extended the air conditioning to the back. He carefully put the old man on the ground, leaned his back against the tire, and straightened his head. I tidy up your appearance, so that Mom won't see you and scold you. Although Xiaoling thought so, she didn't say it out loud. All she said was tears. Dong dong dong. Secret signal. The door opened. Sister. The little glutinous rice dumpling jumped out from inside, and his two little hands patted Xiaoling's shoulders. Sister, you are sweating a lot. Come in and enjoy the air conditioning. Xiaonuo pulled Xiaoling into the car. Mom, sister is back. Xiaonuo ran to her mother's side. Xiaoling got in the car and stood silently at the door. Mom suddenly realized something. Where's your dad? Her voice was full of cold fear. Xiaoling stood there stiffly, not saying anything. Mom paused in pouring water, but she didn't throw the quilt directly on the ground, but put it steadily on the table, but her hands were shaking when she took them away. She stood up and walked toward Xiaoling. Her eyes also seemed to be shaking. Where's your dad? Why are you the only one back? Xiaoling lowered her head, trying to resist the urge to cry, and couldn't say a word. Xiao Nua also noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. With a crying voice, she begged, "Mom, don't scold my sister is very good. Where's your dad? Talk?" Xiao Ling clenched her fists tightly, clenched her teeth, and was at the end of her strength. She couldn't hold back the pain anymore. "Where's your dad? Where's your dad? Why did you come back alone? Where's he?" The mother finally received the signal and understood everything. She grabbed Xiaoling's clothes like crazy, slapped her, pushed her, and yelled at her. "Why did you come back alone? You? You? Ah!" Xiao Nua was so scared that she started crying. She went forward and grabbed her mother's pants, crying and shouting, "Don't hit my sister, Mom, please, don't hit my sister." The car was in chaos. Crying, yelling, and despair filled this young family. Later, Xiaoling waited for her mother to calm down before taking her out to see the old man's appearance. Mom grabbed the old man's clothes and screamed again. "Why did you abandon us? Why?" She cried in a messy and illogical way, and in the end, she just hugged the old man's body and cried. Xiao Nua was scared, and he knew why his mother beat his sister. It turned out that his father would never wake up. Xiao Nua hugged his sister and cried in fear for a whole night. For the next few days, their family was in a slump, and they couldn't even think about eating. Xiaoling was okay. She was full of revenge. She thought that if she died, the old man's revenge would not be avenged, and she would not be at ease even if she died. So she held her breath and cooked for her brother and mother. Mom didn't say anything, and even her eyes became empty. Xiaoling didn't comfort her, but just asked Xiao Nua to accompany her well. For the next few days, she kept watch in a special place. Although she didn't get any results at the beginning, she soon found the guys who set her up. Although it is hard to say who is at fault in this matter, Xiaoling chose to satisfy herself rather than morality. She killed her enemies one by one. Later, she did not find a safe house to move to, because it was too hot during the day. There was no air conditioning in the house. Unlike cars that can burn oil and run air conditioning, it would be hot, and you would get heat stroke if you went to the house during the day. So they still lived there. The old man's body was buried on the side of the road, so that she could take a look at it every day and would not feel lonely, and the old man could protect them every day. "Sister." Xiao Nua secretly showed Xiaoling the half-ham sausage hidden in his sleeve. "Sister, you eat ham sausage." Xiaoling smiled at him. "Okay, my Xiao Nua is really good." Xiaoling ate half of the ham sausage. Xiao Nua also smiled happily, as if he had returned to the old days. The whole family was happy. "Laugh? How dare you laugh? You can still laugh?" The mother suddenly threw the glass in her hand over, and it hit the carriage with a bang, breaking into pieces. "How can you laugh? Ah!" She smashed things like crazy, and anything she could grab in her hand was thrown at Xiaoling. Xiaoling was afraid that Xiao Nua would be hit, so she had to help him block it. She was hit by several beverage bottles and groaned in pain. There was no more joy in the family, and the mother became sensitive and irritable. Xiao Nua was so scared that he often cried in the middle of the night, hiding in Xiaoling's arms, and whispered that he missed his father. Xiaoling couldn't say anything, and couldn't say anything. Just like before, they went out early and came back late every day, looking for food, looking for supplies, trading with people, and fighting with people. Until one night, it rained heavily again. They were quite happy at first, because it was much better than the 60-day continuous rain than the sun scorching every day. But soon Xiaoling felt something was wrong. The water flooded too fast, and soon flooded their wheels. In the past, it rained heavily for 2 consecutive months, and did not flood so much. Now it was only the second half of the night. How could this be possible? At the same time, she saw many more vehicles on the street, and many people started to drive away from here. Xiaoling quickly asked her mother and Xiao Nua to hide in the car, and she went to the front to drive. Although she had never driven a car, the old man told her how to drive a truck. At the beginning, she rushed around and crushed several cars with the advantage of her car, but she soon found the trick and followed other fleeing vehicles to leave this place quickly. She had a feeling that there might be a flood here. However, there was only one open road on the highway, which was the emergency lane, and most of the other lanes were blocked. So they drove extremely slowly, far slower than the speed of the water. They honked the horn frantically, but they couldn't move at all. But fortunately, the highway was relatively high, and the water didn't flood this place. Xiaoling even suspected that she was making a fuss. Although it was still daytime, it was completely dark. But could there be a tsunami? How is a tsunami formed? Xiaoling didn't know. Fortunately, the highway was not congested for long. Some conflicts occurred ahead, and the congested section was naturally opened. After all, This is not the past. Now no one will condone some road killers to occupy the toilet without shitting. Those who can't walk will help you walk. At the very least, show your knife, and those people will naturally be scared. Xiaoling drove on the highway for nearly a day, and she didn't know where she was. She knew nothing about road signs and various routes. She just followed the way others drove. The time spent on the traffic jam was at least 5 or 6 hours. So she didn't walk too far, and now, at night, the road was completely blocked again. She took a quick look and saw that the dim lights in the darkness blocked a long line, and it was impossible to go together. Dong dong dong. There was a signal in the car. Xiaoling got off the car quickly, and went to the car to check. Mom asked, "What's going on outside?" "Not sure. I suspect there might be a tsunami. The lower places may have been flooded now. We are fine on the highway. Many people have already fled. I plan to go with them." Mom nodded. Looked at Xiaoling. Xiaoling walked over. Mom suddenly hugged her. Xiaoling also hugged her mother tightly. 2 lines of tears flowed down inexplicably, and her mother said, "I'm sorry, sorry." Xiaoling shook her head desperately. "It's my fault. I was responsible for surveillance. I didn't see it clearly." Mom held her face. Xiao Nua also hugged Xiaoling and her mother. "Sister, Mom, don't cry. When I grow up a little bit, I will protect you." "Yeah, okay." Xiao Nua protects mom and sister. Xiao Nua pursed his lips and wiped the tears from his eyes. "Yeah. The promise of a little man is always very comforting." Xiaoling said goodbye to her mother and returned to the driver's seat. After a while, her mother and Xiao Nua also came over and got to the co-pilot. "We came to accompany my sister, and my sister is not alone anymore." "Yeah, Xiao Nua is so good to my sister." "Xiao Nua, fasten your seat belt." "Yeah." Xiao Nua pulled the seat belt over and fastened it with her mother. The short little man had a firm expression on his face. After the old man left, his masculine power was stimulated, and he had a little more boyish temperament and less childishness. Children always grow up in setbacks. It was almost late at night when the cars on the highway started to move. When Xiaoling drove through the previous congested section, she clearly saw the crashed cars and people on the side of the road. At that time, the rain was still very heavy, as if someone was holding a huge basin and pouring it on the ground non-stop, so heavy that it was unbelievable. Until suddenly, Xiaoling felt a huge downpour, pouring down from the sky like the Yellow River bursting its banks, and the highway was jammed and completely inaccessible. At that time, unless they got off and walked, it was impossible to leave the highway. Both the roads were blocked, and there was no way to go. And they couldn't get out of the car. With such a strong wind and rain, the only way to hide in the car was to stay there and wait. But the change happened in the early morning of the second half of the night, when it was about to dawn. I don't know when the water flooded the tires again. It was very fast, not flooding up little by little. It was almost normal in the last second, and in the blink of an eye in the next second, the tires of the car were all flooded. Oh no! The highway is going to be flooded. It was too dark, and they didn't know that the low-lying and downstream areas were completely flooded at this time, and the city was full of wailing. At this time, some people got off the car to escape and began to walk along the highway with their luggage on their backs. Should we get off the bus? Mom looked at the situation and couldn't make up her mind, so she had to ask Xiaoling. Xiaoling could only stare at the rapidly rising water on the ground. "Take all our food and edibles with us, and also take the 2 empty large mineral water bottles in the back." After saying that, she and her mother got off the bus together and went to the back compartment to get things, and Xianhua followed. Soon, when the 3 of them packed up their things and took out the large mineral water bottles, the water had already flooded the compartment to the same level. The truck's chassis was relatively high, so Xiaoling took her mother and Xianhua back to the front driver's seat. "If we can hold on, we will. If we can't, we will just swim." "Sister, I'm scared." "Don't be scared. You're a man. Men need to be strong." However, unfortunately, they couldn't hold on before dawn. The water had already flooded the roof of the car. They couldn't avoid it even if they stood on the roof. In the end, Xiaoling, Xianhua, and her mother, with an empty water bottle and seat cushions hanging on their bodies, floated along the current together, looking for a place to dock. Chapter 253 Extra. "Xiaonhua, you must hold on to me, don't let go." Because the water flooded too quickly, Xiaoling and the others had to hold on to the seat cushions, and the 3 of them floated on the water together. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, and all the valuables were carried in her backpack, and she did not follow the crowd to walk on the road. They had seen many people being washed away because there was too much water on the ground before, but fortunately they hid in the car. Although the water has risen now, it is already very high. There are highways and mountains around, and there are not many buildings, so even if there is water, it is relatively safe. Will not be washed to strange places. Xiaoling and the others just floated along the water. The location on the highway was relatively remote and high. At that time, they stayed in a nearby tall building for a while, and soon the building was also flooded. The water rose too quickly, and it was pouring rain, but such a large amount of water was obviously not caused by rain. Where can there be such terrible rain? Xiaoling suspected that it was a tsunami. The strong wind on the sea surface brought the water from the sea, which caused the flood here. Fortunately, this place is far from the seaside, and there is no big river nearby, so they can only feel the huge impact of water. At least, they have not encountered the feeling of waves hitting their heads, like Liang Shuyu and others. Xiaoling and his friends drifted in the flood for a long time. Even if there were slightly taller buildings nearby, they were quickly submerged and could not stay far away. So Xiaoling had to find the tallest building. Soon, she had a target. It was a relatively far place, where a very tall building was clearly visible, at least 60 or 70 floors. As long as they reached there, they would never be submerged again. So Xiaoling took her mother and Xiaonuo and tried her best to swim there. However, she underestimated the power of nature. If you want to go there, you must pass through a very turbulent current. Although Xiaoling was born in swimming and could swim in the water with ease, and even the highest record of holding breath reached 6 minutes, she was still with 2 people after all. One in her arms and one in her hand. Just when they passed a turbulent current, a very high wave suddenly hit the sky, hitting her and her mother Xiaonuo into the water. She felt a sharp pain on the top of her head. Something was carried in the huge wave, which directly broke her head. The blood was flowing, blocking her vision. Under the impact of the huge water flow, her mother had no experience and struggled desperately. She was dragged to the bottom of the water by her mother. In order to pull her mother up, she was worried that Xiaonuo would suffocate, so she could only pull her with all her strength. But she was panicked and absent-minded at that time. She was hit by something in the water, and her mother's hand suddenly slipped out of her hand. At that time, her first reaction was to grab her mother back. But the natural reaction of the body in the water was that after finally breaking away from the downward force, she returned to the surface of the water due to inertia. Xiaonuo coughed and choked on the water instantly. Xiaoling could only take care of Xiaonuo and let him cough out the water, and then breathe. She had to go into the water to find her mother. But after this, she never found her again after going into the water again. She just disappeared in the vast sea. Xiaoling waited and stayed there, searching for a long time. She never saw her mother again. The water was too cold. Xiaonuo was about to collapse, and reason told her. Under such circumstances, unless her mother was lucky enough to survive, she would never find her if she stayed here. Xiaoling could only go to the huge tall building with tears in her eyes. She could only hope that if her mother was still alive, she could go there to find her. On the way to the Science and Technology building, she also saved a boy who was also separated from his parents. The 3 of them had a small dwelling in the Science and Technology building, and Xiaoling also met some very friendly people there, all of whom were couples with children. She felt that this family model was more reliable. Later, Xiaoling and these people occupied a large residence together. The boy she saved was called Yu Hao, who was 4 or 5 years older than Xiaonuo. Although he was a little childish, he was still sensible after losing his parents. Every time Xiaoling went out to find food during the day, she let Xiaonuo and Yu Hao stay at home and wait. With 2 people and a group of friends, Xiaoling was still relieved. Xiaoling was still following like before. No matter what method she used, she would try her best to find food to feed her 2 brothers and herself. Sometimes she could find some food by squatting by the water. She was washed by the water, especially today. She found a package by the water. There were a lot of food in it. There were also a few sausages. Back home. Sister. Xiaonuo rushed to greet her as usual, and Xiaoling picked him up at once. The originally white and sticky little glutinous rice dumpling was now much thinner. The death of their parents was a huge blow to both children, especially for the young Xiaonuo, but Xiaonuo was very sensible. He never showed sadness or missing his parents in front of Xiaoling. He would hold Xiaoling's hands every night, and said that when he grew up, he would protect his sister well. Xiaonuo was very sensible. Look, what do I have here? Xiaoling smiled and took out a sausage. Sausage? Sister? This is a sausage. Xiaonuo smiled with small white teeth, holding the sausage and tapping her feet. Xiaoling also gave Yu Hao one. Asked them, were you good at home today? Did anything happen? Yu Hao said, We were very good. We have been hiding in the corner of the cabinet, and have not gone out. Sister, nothing happened at home today. It was just that Aunt Wang and her family. It seems that their children are sick. Xiaoling asked some more details. It turned out that the children of Aunt Wang's family drank unclean water, which may have caused diarrhea or other diseases. After telling them to go play, Xiaoling went to visit Aunt Wang's family. She also gave them some snacks. Although not much, they were precious in this environment. I heard that there are people doing free clinics recently. It's free. You can take your children to see a doctor. Someone said. Yes, I heard that they are helping people see doctors every day in the big flat. You should take your children to see a doctor. Diarrhea must be treated early. When it rained before, my neighbors. Anyway, go early. Okay. Aunt Wang and her family thanked them, and took their children to see a doctor. Xiaoling didn't talk to them much, and returned to her own small area, and boiled some hot water for Xianhua and the others to drink. In this environment, you have to eat something hot every day. Otherwise, your stomach won't be able to bear it. Then, Xianhua left half a ham for her. Just like before, it has never changed. Life went on like this. Later, the situation in the building became more and more serious. It was said that there were even cruel meat eaters. At first, it was a woman who was cut. It was said that it happened late at night. No one noticed who did it. Zhao Zilong and others investigated for a long time, but couldn't find out. In short, since this matter was left unresolved, more and more such incidents have occurred in the science and technology building. In order to protect the safety of Xianhua and Yu Hao, Xiaoling could only let them hide in the closet and not come out. But one day, Xiaoling was looking for food outside, and suddenly she felt uneasy. She was very uneasy in her heart, worried that something had happened at home, and hurried back to check. As a result, there was no one in the closet. Xiaonua was missing, and Yu Hao was also missing. Have you seen my brother? Xiaoling asked the people she lived with anxiously. Usually, everyone got along well, and helped each other. Xiaoling never thought that this group of people, this group of beasts, they obviously had children of their own, but why were they so cruel to Xiaonua? As soon as Xiaoling asked them, those people showed panic and exposed their true colors. Xiaoling's heart was immediately struck by lightning. She searched the house like crazy. Those people were scolding her, stopping her, and pushing her. Then, she saw the group of men in the innermost room. They were talking as if they were sitting at a wine table, and in the pot. How could Xiaoling believe that such a well-behaved brother, as cute as a little glutinous rice dumpling, was actually poisoned by these people, and the innocent Yu Hao? These people are not even as good as animals. She went crazy on the spot, and killed those people one by one. No one expected that Xiaoling would suddenly come back halfway, and no one expected that Xiaoling would go crazy on the spot. They had planned very well to deal with everything before Xiaoling came back. At that time, they would say that no one saw it, and the child ran away by himself. There was no surveillance, so what could Xiaoling do? Her brother was white and tender, who could she blame? So Xiaoling showed no mercy. No one. That day, Xiaoling's crazy behavior frightened everyone and made everyone pay a painful price. Xiaoling fell alone in a pool of blood crying. She wrapped her brother up again, and she wanted to bury her brother properly. However, she found that there was only a skeleton inside. What about Yu Hao? What about Yu Hao? Is he still alive? Xiaoling went crazy looking for Yu Hao again. She only hoped that Yu Hao had escaped and was alive and well. However, she couldn't find Yu Hao after searching for several days. It was as if Yu Hao had disappeared from the face of the earth. However, she had already brought the murderers who killed her brother to justice, so it was impossible to find out about Yu Hao. Xiaoling was always worried about Yu Hao and missed him. Later, she created the Avengers, gathered some people who were hurt like her, and gave justice to those guys with inhumanity. One day, she suddenly heard a joke from one of her subordinates. The subordinate said that there was a little boy who betrayed his friend. In order to save his own life, he personally sent his friend to the wolf's mouth. The little boy thought he could escape and got some benefits. He hid somewhere else and showed off. Of course, the little boy did not have a good ending. He was even worse. Xiaoling realized that this was the reason why she could not find Yu Hao. That day, on the 72nd floor, Sister Yuru asked her what her biggest wish in life was. Xiaoling said, I want to go back to the time when the power was just cut off, when our whole family lived in a container, when my parents talked and laughed, quarreled, and argued with each other, and my brother would sit aside and laugh. Sister Yuru said, why? I thought you would want to go back to before the power outage. In fact, the atmosphere in our family was not so good before the power outage. My father was busy with work and rarely accompanied the family. I was in college, and it took a long time for me to go back. My younger brother called me every day, hoping that I would go back to accompany them, saying that my mother was lonely at home alone. After the power outage, although our family lived in a container, my family finally had enough time to stay together. I think that was the happiest time in my life. My father and I went out to monitor every few days. When we saw a single order, we would take action. We would not take too much, only a small part each time. Although the behavior was shameful, it was enough for our family to live well. If it weren't for what happened later, we would definitely be a happy family. Xiaoling leaned on Fuyuru's shoulder. Her hair had almost fallen out, her skin had turned dark red, and her eyes were completely bloodshot. If there was a mirror, she would be scared to scream. Fuyuru's situation was not much better. Although they got all the supplies above the 72nd floor, they helped everyone on the entire floor survive. There was no more struggle on this floor. However, a deeper crisis also came with it. They developed serious lesions. Radiation reaction. People living on the 72nd floor were the most obvious. Sister Yuru, how about you? Xiaoling's breathing was already weak. She was in pain now. But she had no way, and was powerless. I don't know. Fuyuru looked into the distance. I divorced very early. I don't have a husband, no children, no family. The only thing I have is a lot of money and social experience. You asked me to go back to the time I want to go back to the most. I really can't think of it. But if I have to choose, maybe childhood? Probably only then was I the happiest. But in fact, Fuyuru's childhood was not satisfactory. Parents divorced. They remarried. Fuyuru grew up eating at many people's homes. For a beautiful girl like her, living under different roofs, some things are simply nightmares. Maybe it was because of this that she divorced, divorced, and married again. In a person's life, there are too many powerlessness, and too many things that cannot be chosen by oneself. People can only accept, but it is difficult to resist. Especially in childhood. If you can choose, who would want to be born in such a family? But once you are born, when you are still young, you have no ability to resist. You can only be forced to bear things that you should not bear at that age. Whether it is good or bad, there is no choice. When those things are shaped into a person's childhood, they accompany her growth and shape her life trajectory, worldview, love view, and outlook on life. How can her life not be affected? So those lucky guys who have been loved since childhood. You must cherish everything in front of you. Don't wait until everything disappears, and wake up when the disaster comes. Luck is innate. It is difficult to change. Xiaoling leaned on Fuyuru's shoulder, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. But for some reason, the figure that appeared in Xiaoling's mind at the end was not her father, mother, or her brother, but a thin face. A slender figure. I remember that day, she was dozing off in the passenger seat of the truck because she had just been scolded by her mother and didn't want to go back to be angry, so she was angry there. She saw a few guys ambushing a few young men. When she was about to take action, one of the young men quickly took action to deal with him. So later, on the day when the sun came out, she saw the young man smiling very happily in the crowd. She thought it seemed like the end of the world, and she didn't have a relationship, and she didn't even give her first kiss. What a pity. She hugged the young man and kissed him deeply. But later, she saw him again in the Science and Technology building. However, things have changed. No one can be friends with anyone, or even lovers. Her heart has been completely numb. So, he didn't point it out to him. She didn't either. One day, she heard that he left the technology building. No one knew where he went afterwards. She just hoped that he could live forever. She hoped that his friends and relatives could also live. She hoped that the world and the economy would recover soon. She hoped that everyone would return to the normal track and return to the way they were before. Even if humans need to rebuild cities and technology bit by bit, even if it takes many, many years, we must recover. I hope that one day, humans can use the internet again, make calls with mobile phones, play games with mobile phones, and then we can be decadent youths, just staying in our own little environment, surfing the internet. But she probably won't see it. Everyone reacts differently to radiation. Some people are serious, some are easy. But she is the most serious one. The 5 internal organs were failing. The body was also in extreme heat, suffering. She had no choice. Because she couldn't bear such pain, and because she missed her parents and brother too much. She ended her life with her own hands. I hope I won't see him in the underground. But I hope to see my brother and parents. See you in the next life. I hope that by then, the world will have returned to peace.